What's going on, patrons? How are you guys doing? This is Rob, and as promised at the end of last week's Punisher Max story arc, that we would experiment with the first issue of Invincible to see whether or not this is something that you guys are interested in. So, Invincible, as you guys know, is a story, or at least some of you guys may know, is a story written by Robert Kirkman, and is just kind of an alternate take on superheroes, right? Which is par for the course when it comes to indie comics, just different takes on superheroes, just kind of seeing where they go. But the great thing about Invincible is that it starts out as just kind of your pretty basic comic book story, but it gets amazing as time goes on. It gets really good, but it's kind of a slow build, right? It takes a little while to get up to the point where things pop off. A lot of you guys probably know that from reading Kirkman's The Walking Dead. So initially this kind of picks up about 4 months ago. There is a small little tidbit of a prelude, but it basically shows Mark, once he becomes invincible, but we can kind of pass over that for a second. And so it jumps back about 4 months ago with him basically reading a comic on the toilet. What a great way to start a story. I myself am guilty of that, right? 25-minute long toilet ventures. Mariah hates it, right? Because I'll turn on the shower and then let it sit for about 20 minutes so the water warms up, and then be on the toilet and then take a shower. She'll be all pissed off because she'll go to get in the shower and the water will be cold. But yeah, so of course, he's kind of yelled at by his mom, and the reality of kind of the opening of this first issue is really just sort of setting the stage. And Kirkman crafts this really well, where it's just kind of like, hey, this is kind of the general introduction to the characters, right? That Mark's getting ready for school, and he's like, did dad come home? And she's like, no, he's got a lot of trouble at work and things like that, and I wish I knew where he was, and that kind of a thing, only for us to find out there's this just crazy dragon that's essentially attacking Taiwan, and that Omni-Man, quote unquote, is the one who is essentially facing off against it, and then of course, ultimately comes out on top. And then that's when we basically end up learning that Mark's dad is Omni-Man, right? Now, Omni-Man is, by all standards of measurement, the Superman of this story. And that's one of the cool things about this. It's largely crafted, not really focusing on Omni-Man himself, but focusing on Mark, right? The son of what is this kind of Superman-esque character. And so there are a few things that are introduced here, right? In the sense that once they get out of school, that Mark has a job, a job at a pizza gig that he works at. So of course, not really able to hang out with his friends all the time. But the reason why this matters is that once he goes to take out the trash, he accidentally throws this bag, way far, pretty high into the air. And that's when he realizes it's about time, right? And so once they sit down for dinner, his dad, of course, rushes back, and he basically reveals that he's developing powers, right? That he's finally getting superpowers. And so it's kind of an interesting thing, because in this first issue, we're not really told exactly how superpowers work, which is to say how Omni-Man's powers work and how Mark's powers work. The implication, because of the fact that they're popping up when he's 17 years old, the implication is that they're inherited, but it's a pretty cool thing. Now, if any of you guys who have read Invincible and you know how all this stuff works out with Omni-Man and Mark and all that kind of stuff, no spoilers, please, for the love of God. Don't spoil anything. But the cool little tidbit is that Mark is initially told off panel by his dad that his powers are basically the result of a reaction. Now, what this reaction is, it's not really done by Kirkman in the sense of X-Men, where it's a reaction to a high level of stress or adrenaline or something like that, or a pubescent coming of age situation. And so it's a little murky when it gets to that. But the truth about this is that, if he has basically inherited his dad's powers, then that means he has everything that his dad has. And so what he ends up doing is basically jumping off the ground. And as a result of this, he basically learns that he can fly. And so you get these cool little moments, right? Because you jump forward by about 2 weeks, there's a couple of guys who engaged in this heist from a local diamond place, basically. One of these guys, of course, has powers. And then as they go through and as they're trying to make their escape, that you end up having Mark show up and just pummel these guys, right? Just start pummeling these guys and then essentially knock them out and leave them for the cops, right? Now, this is a very important moment here, because what it reveals is that Mark and his dad are not the only people out there with powers, right? Now, there is the Justice Globe, right? What is basically the Justice, the Justice League of this story. So we haven't quite seen them yet, but there are other people out there with powers. And so it's a little bit more expansive. And so for first issue, it is, as you guys can tell, pretty tightly confined, right? Pretty small in terms of how it compares to everything else. But the cool thing about this is that you have Mark, who's basically taken by his dad to a tailor shop, which is kind of like a secret lair where these different suits and so on are developed. And the initial belief by, this guy who develops a suit for Mark and initially developed one for his dad is that he believed his dad's powers were solar based. And even his dad seemed to have thought that at some point. going online. The reality is that they're not. And so as a result of this, there's not really any need for these energy discs that are attached to this suit. And so from that point, it becomes a pretty significant moment in this little bit of a story here. And it's one of the things in superhero stories that you don't really see that often. And this is one of the things that made Invincible such a great story, is because where you have the tailor talking directly to Mark and saying, hey, so like, what do you think about the suit, right? Give me your honest opinion. Mark's kind of like, I mean, it doesn't really seem iconic, right? It just seems like a general run-of-the-mill suit. And this isn't really said to be like a slant, like your design abilities suck, right? I'm just gonna go find somebody on Fiverr who can make a suit for me. That's not really the point. The idea is, much like getting a new pair of shoes, right? Or putting an outfit together or something along those lines, a superhero suit is a significant thing because it's going to be your brand, right? It's how you're identified. You look at Superman, for example, you could show that outfit to anybody. You could cut it off at the head, right? Where you never see Superman's face. And you just show that outfit to anybody, people immediately know who it is. The same thing with Batman. The same thing with like Wonder Woman, or if you look at like the Iron Man suit or something along those lines, right? Unless you reveal to a person the person inside the Iron Man suit is not Iron Man, they're going to assume that it's Tony Stark. Spider-Man is the exact same way. And so because of the fact that the costume is part and parcel to the heroes themselves, it has to be something that just pops. You know what I mean? Like the Buddy Christ, any of you guys ever saw Dogma? I don't know if any of you guys ever saw Dogma, but like there's this amazing moment when George Carlin is talking about how like the Catholic Church is viewed as like old and archaic and behind the times. And so in order to make them look more progressive, he came up with this idea called Buddy Christ. And so it's like, doesn't it just pop? It's literally Buddy Christ just pointing at people. He looks cool as hell. But the cool thing here is that, of course, you have Mark in school, and kind of switching over to him in his class. He's kind of left with this bit of a homework assignment for himself from this tailor, which is like create an identity for yourself. And once you create this identity, then I can tailor a suit around this idea of how you identify yourself as a superhero. And so, when the teacher kind of dismisses them, of course, he ends up holding back Derek, who's like the football star, the jock. And then Mark kind of goes forward and does his thing. Now, this is when you get into one of the hallmark moments of comic books. And it's usually kind of a coming of age thing for younger superhero stories. Spider-Man had it. And it's one of these things you just sort of see, right? The bully who's giving everybody a tough time, and the young kid who has newly realized powers who confronts the bully. And so of course this guy is picking on this young kid, picking on this young guy, whose locker is next to Mark. And Mark of course stands up the way that you would expect him to. Like, hey man, like back off, right? And this is the moment that everybody loves, right? The cool moment where the bully starts giving him crap because the bully doesn't quite understand his place in the bigger picture. And so Mark helps him to understand his place in the bigger picture, right? That he's not as important as he thinks he is, right? That he's not that special. Mark basically shoves him into the lockers, right? I mean, he doesn't like pummel him to death, where like Mark beats him to death and then becomes a villain. It'd be funny if that happened. But that's not really what happens here. Instead, it's just, him shoving this guy into a locker, and then ultimately he's sent to the principal's office, right? Now, one of the cool things is that Mark's kind of given a bit of a pass here by the principal, not insofar as saying, hey man, like that guy definitely had it coming, good on you, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, more of that around here and you'll be going places. Instead, he takes the standard administrative approach, which is don't stand up for yourself or other people in that way. Go and get a teacher or go and get a security guard, right? Now, we as people who live in the real world, we know this doesn't work, right? That like, if you rely on other people to fix your problems, then you're never going to be able to develop the wherewithal to be able to solve problems on your own, right? So we know this kind of isolated standard of teaching kids problem solving skills doesn't really work because you're not actually teaching them problem solving skills. And so, it kind of gives them the standard explanation. Hey, look, like you're a good kid. I don't want you to go down the same path as that guy, keep your nose on the books, that kind of a thing. And makes this offhanded remark that like, it's not your responsibility to protect all the other kids around here. You're not invincible. And that's when the name kicks in, right? That's when he's like, that's the name, right? That's the name. Like that's the one that I have to go with. And so you end up having this robbery that goes on at a savings and loan. And of course, these guys end up making off with a whole bunch of money and taking off. And as soon as they turn a corner, there's Invincible, right? With their getaway car lifted into the air. And it's just, and literally just kind of like throws it and just says like, if you guys are looking for this, then that's fine. And when one of the guys like pulls a gun on him, he's like, I wouldn't try that. I'm invincible, right? So like fully coming into his own as a superhero. It's a really, really, really good first issue. And it only gets better from here. I mean, like any comic book story, it's got its lulls, it's slow moments where it's, a bit of a dredge to try to get through, but it was like that with The Walking Dead, where it's just kind of like, all right, I don't whatever, I'll read it because I'll probably need to understand what's going on later on, but like, Kirkman, let's beef it up a little bit. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like no comic book run is 100% perfect. The only exception to that is Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. All right, what's going on, patrons? This is Rob, and we are continuing part 2 of Invincible. God, this series is really, really good. Okay, so this starts really kind of gives us this origin of Omni-Man, right? This origin of Omni-Man, and it's depicted here. And it's kind of this opening segment that's told to his son when he's really, really young. But Omni-Man basically says that, like, you know, kind of revealing his origin story here, he says he's basically from a planet that's called Viltrum. And the idea was that Viltrum had kind of achieved this perfect utopia, right? There was no illness, there was no war, no famine, no nothing. And so the initial idea was to kind of keep themselves contained in their world and almost to kind of cut themselves off from the rest of the universe. But ultimately it was decided that that was a poor idea, that because they had achieved such a high level of enlightenment, that they wanted to basically spread that throughout the rest of the universe, to kind of come across these worlds where they were advanced enough that the members of the Viltrum community could actually help them achieve a utopia in and of themselves, because their future was not really guaranteed, right? And so the result of this is that what ended up happening is the High Council had approved this idea where it was called the World Betterment Community. They would essentially send individuals out into the universe for the purpose of visiting these various worlds and then helping them to achieve higher states of enlightenment. And so ultimately, Omni-Man was one of these individuals who emerged and was old enough to join it, you know, a few years after it was created, and had essentially become interested in Earth, right? After observing Earth and looking at its history and all that kind of stuff, he became wildly intrigued by the nature of humanity, the things that we've done, the things that we could do, what our potential is, and ultimately wanted to join it. The problem with this is that the Betterment community had determined that the Earth was simply just too primitive, right? Too primitive, too crude, that we as humans were too far of a warring community, and that there was no real interest in trying to make humans better. And so ultimately, Omni-Man basically volunteered to go here on his own, right? To go here by himself, to visit the world, and then to potentially even become its protector, to kind of help move humanity into a higher stage. And then potentially, at some future point in time, the Viltrum community would reconsider their offer and then possibly, you know, kind of full on allow Earth to become part of the Betterment community. And so ultimately, he's basically told that if he goes to Earth, because it's so far and so remote, that there may be no chance of him coming back, but he accepts the mission anyway. And so when he arrives here, that his work is basically cut out for him, right? By virtue of the various threats that the Earth faces, and even, you know, with Earthlings themselves, right? The fact that, you know, humanity wars and conflicts consistently, that it would be a tough job to kind of lead humanity into becoming better. When his son's exceedingly young, he tells him this story because he's like, a time will come when you will develop powers, right? You will develop super abilities. And when that time comes, it'll be my job to train you and to teach you on how to use your powers and to go forward accordingly. And so picking up in the modern day, Invincible is just kind of like, you know, like, I can fly, man. And so like, he's kind of laying in bed trying to figure out what to do. And he does what any of us would do. He just takes off and just like, I'm gonna go fly. I'm just gonna go do stuff with my powers. And then comes across a guy who's basically stealing boxes of toys. Now on the surface, it seems pretty childish, right? Facing off against a guy who's stealing toys. There's a little more to this than that, but an initial fight kind of breaks out between the two. And then while the two of them are fighting, suddenly there's a bit of an explosion between them. And what we're met is by a guy named Rexplode, who's very similar to Gambit in terms of his abilities, right? He's like, you know, like, I did that with a BB, right? Imagine what I can do with a golf ball, right? I can take down this whole building. Imagine what he could do with like a beach ball, right? He could take down the whole city block. But they're basically called the Teen Team, right? They are by all standards of measurement like the Teen Titans, kind of for the Invincible line of comics. But what you have here are individuals like Robot, Rexplode, Adam Eve, and Dupli-Kate. And they've all got their own individual powers here. Now, of course, this guy Mauler is basically taken, you know, he's busted and that's it. You know, his scheme is more or less over. But what Invincible finds out is that Adam Eve is actually one of the girls from his school. Like, they go to school together, and he's kind of, okay, so like, please don't tell anybody that I have powers. I won't tell anybody you have powers. And it's one of these things where the teenage superhero community, at least as it's given to us as the teen team, seems pretty well organized and pretty well structured. And I dig that, right? I dig the idea that like they kind of have their thing together, right? And so ultimately, you know, Invincible's kind of taken to the base where the teen team operates, and Robot basically reveals that what he had done is he had essentially wiped the mind of Mauler of that night's events, and he'll just kind of wake up outside that toy store. He'll be kind of confused, and the hope is that in his confusion, he'll lead them to his base of operations, which is exactly what he does, right? And we end up finding out that like their leader, right, this guy that's creating these robots, is intending to do so for some nefarious purposes. And the reason why they were stealing these video game machines is because inside those are microchips that this guy needs, little processors, in order to help him kind of activate his robot army and then do whatever it is that he intends on doing here. Now, of course, the teen team busts in to the whole place, and it's just kind of like, we've heard enough, right? And literally the fight is on, right? And initially the guys kind of show, you know, these henchmen show to be a little much for the teen team, but not for Invincible, right? He's able to like take these guys out, right? Able to just absolutely pummel these guys, and things are over pretty quickly. And so he has this conversation with them, right? Has this bit of a conversation here And they're like, man, like that ended pretty fast. And he's like, yeah, man, like, I mean, is it always this easy, right? Because they extend him an invitation to join the group. And he's like, I mean, is it always this easy? I mean, I have to think about it, right? Because I got school and I've got, you know, a home life and things like that. One thing to know, they're not aware of the fact that he's the son of Omni-Man. And that's something to keep in the back of your head, right? That's something to keep in mind there. But they're kind of like, I mean, you know, like, do you want to join? He's like, I'll consider it, you know? So it's our first real chance at seeing him become part of something bigger. The problem with all this, and actually a funny moment here, you see Charlie Brown there, if you're if you're a little keen with your eyes, some poor sap wakes up on a park bench, right? And when he does, like, he's just like, where in the world am I? Only to have a bomb strapped to his chest with 1 second left. That thing goes off, blows up the entirety of Twin Pines Mall, right? The mall that has it all just gets blown to smithereens. Hello, patrons, members of the Rob Corps. How are you guys doing today? I am doing good. Here's a crazy thing. I just recently started watching Invincible. Dude, that show is amazing. And dude, I feel like a majority of America is just sleeping on that show. Dude, it's so good. Like, nobody's really talking about it. And that's kind of disappointing because I think so far it's better than like Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Don't tell anybody I told you guys that, but I feel like it is, man. Like it's really, 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 really good. Okay, so in the last video that we did, we basically ended it with like some poor sap waking up on a park bench and a bomb strapped to his chest. So what we end up doing is actually picking up before that goes off, right? Before that bomb goes off. And we essentially have the principal kind of talking to the students and really talking about how like a couple of the kids from the high school are basically missing, right? So right off the bat, we know that like this guy who woke up on the park bench is effectively one of those. And so from there, it kind of switches over to the conversation between Mark or Invincible and Eve. Right? We're just gonna call her Eve. I think it's just easier to call her that. But the funny thing is like they're kind of talking back and forth and having this bit of a conversation. And initially it's, you know, one of the kids that's missing is a guy named Todd Jefferson, right? And he's just kind of like, well, I mean, you know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, right? I mean, you guy was kind of a dick. And then she's kind of like, well, I mean, he was always nice to me. And it's like, yeah, imagine that, right? A guy being like a guy who's a jerk being nice to the hot girl in school. Like who could possibly imagine a situation like that? You know, how crazy is it? But it's almost one of these things where because of the conversation that's going on, she almost kind of takes the approach that like she feels like he's kind of hitting on her, and to a degree he is, right? I mean, he's not really hitting on her, but there's definitely a romantic interest there. And she goes as far as to say like, you know, I'm dating Rex right now. If you guys are current with the show, well, I mean, you know, you guys know, like it's having said that, I don't fault Rex, right? I don't fault him one bit. Well, we'll cross that bridge once we get to it, right? The important thing here is he's trying to maintain some level of friendliness here, but let's be honest with ourselves. If you've ever been a guy who's stuck in this situation, you kind of hang around for a minute or two to see whether or not like there's a chance. You don't hang around forever, right? That's just being a loser, right? You don't hang around, you just move on to the next one. But it's kind of like, I mean, you know, we'll kind of see what's going on. But what you end up getting here is him going to his job at the Burger Mart and then getting a whole bunch of flack from the manager who's there. Right now, here's the important thing to understand. I want to talk about this for a second. I think every young person should have a job working in the fast food industry once in their life, right? Preferably sometime when you're working in like high school or something like that. But I think it's an important thing, right? Because what this does is it helps to build resilience. You will never develop more of a hatred for humanity than you will working in the service industry. You will learn to hate people. But not only that, it builds character, right? Because when you're the guy who's flipping burgers or making fries, people, you know, seemingly don't take you seriously when you're that young, right? And so you just kind of end up going with the flow. And it teaches you to appreciate good management styles. It teaches you to appreciate what it means to actually put in some hard work, right? When you're burning yourself from the fry grease and all that kind of stuff, it teaches you the value of those things, right? I was a fry cook for about a year or two, right? I mean, I've done that time. I've done that. And that's not even when I was in high school. Like I did that as my first job out of high school. But the important thing is ultimately he's just kind of like, you know what? I'm tired of getting a whole bunch of flack from you, right? So you know what? Like you can take this job and you can shove it. But the problem with this is that he initially got that job at the request of his dad from Omni-Man in order to help him build character, right? To build resolve and understand you got to work for the things that you get in this life. And so what you end up getting is dinner time, right? The guy gets back home. Mark gets back home and he's like, okay, I got to find out a way to tell my dad that I basically quit my job. Which if you've ever been in that boat, right? You ever been in high school, you had a job, your parents made you get a job. The last thing you want to do is go home and quit unless you have a really good reason, right? You know, your boss is cussing you out or something like that. You know, initially the topic changes super fast, right? Because they're doing the dishes, kind of putting, you know, getting everything cleaned up. And he's like, so how was work today? And he's like, it's fine. Do you want to wash or do you want to rinse? And so the funny thing is Omni-Man kind of chimes in and says, you know what? Like, I don't, you know, with you being a superhero now, having powers, like you should just kind of be a superhero full time. You don't really need this job anymore, right? So just kind of stay with school and then go do superhero stuff. So, you know, I don't really think it's a huge issue if you quit your job. And it's like perfect timing. Perfect timing, absolutely perfect timing, right? And so from there, you end up getting Mark and his dad who go out on a bit of a superhero adventure. Now, this is one of the big changes from the TV show, right? If I remember correctly on the TV show, and I could be wrong here, that the first real outing the two of them have, he basically goes with him and then like punches him in the gut, right? It's just kind of like, bam, you know, like, and basically teaches him how to take a hit. There's a reason for that, and well, there's a lot more to Omni-Man's story than you think if all you're watching is a TV show and you've never read the comics. While the two of them are talking, of course, Omni-Man doing his thing is kind of whisking down, saying stuff, and then jumping back and kind of going back and forth and back and forth. But one of the things that's established very early on here is that despite having the same powers as his dad, his powers are not on the same level as his dad. And so the implication here from Omni-Man is that the longer Mark is alive, the more his powers will begin to expand and they'll begin to grow. Now, we're not given an indication here in the outset if there's like an upper limit, right? Or if his powers will just grow indefinitely the longer that he's alive, right? We do get an answer to that, but in the moment, we're not definitively getting one. And so instead, what ends up happening is Omni-Man basically gets a beep, right? Because, you know, he's got a beeper. 2003, is that you? And ultimately, he ends up racing off to this alien invasion. Now, this is another big moment, a big differentiation between the TV show and the comic book. In the TV show, if you guys are watching that, what basically went down there is these alien invaders showed up essentially in downtown, right? And it was the forces of Mark and those guys who were showing up and facing off against them time and time again, right? Like they showed up and then like they were basically fought off and then they ran into their portals and disappeared. And they did it like 2 or 3 more times. This is one of the things to understand, and we saw the same thing play out with Kirkman's The Walking Dead, is that because we're dealing with essentially a finite level of comics, that what Amazon wants to do is not necessarily drag it out to the point that it's detrimental to the show, but basically not really wrap things up in an instant, right? Because the truth about you know, Invincible is if they fell in line with the comic, like literally just a page for page remake, they would run through the whole series in 1 season. But it would just be that, it'd be that fast, right? I mean, maybe 2 or 3 seasons, because technically there's 25 volumes, but like we've seen them roll through in the first 3 episodes, they've passed through the first story arc like that, right? I mean, it's amazing how, like I'd say in the first episode or 2, they blew through the first story arc, right? And like they're already into the second and the third story arc. And so it's just kind of like, okay, they're gonna have to definitely find some way to kind of expand things and beef things up a little bit. So because of that, in the comic, what ends up happening is that as Omni-Man and as Mark, and it's really just them, as they're facing off against these alien invaders, that you end up having this realization from Mark that like they're suddenly aging up super fast. And that's when the hypothesis is put out there that they're from a dimension where basically time just simply works differently, right? That like, you know, time passes differently in their dimension. And so when they're here, they age up a whole lot faster, right? Time seems to pass slower over there. And so what you end up getting here is them basically retreating into their portal, just like you saw in the show. The difference here is that you end up having Omni-Man who looks and says, okay, they're retreating back through that portal. And he basically ends up just kind of racing off. They retreat back into the portal, and then like the portal closes up and basically it's done, right? It's like, okay, cool. Like these guys are effectively defeated. But as the two of them are essentially taking back off again and continuing to go and basically patrol, you know, their superhero antics, that Omni-Man essentially takes off to Lakeside Mall. And that's when we pick up in that moment where this guy essentially wakes up with a bomb strapped to his chest, and Omni-Man's just like, who did this to you, right? Tell me as fast as you can who did this to you. And this kid's like what, like did what? And that's when you kind of realize this kid has no idea. Like he literally woke up, suddenly a bomb was there, he has no idea what it is, doesn't even have time to respond. Omni-Man does the only thing he can do, just takes him and throws him out, right? And the kid just explodes, right? He's ultimately killed because there's no way to really save that kid, right? There's no conceivable way to like defuse that bomb and save this kid's life in the span of 3 seconds, right? It's not humanly possible. And even for Omni-Man, it's really not possible. The big difference here comes between the TV show and the comics when you have Omni-Man talking directly to Mark, when Mark says like, that's one of the kids from my school. And Omni-Man's like, well, I mean, that would mean, and then suddenly the portal opens and he gets snatched through, right? That's how he ends up in the other world where the aliens are. Mark ends up going back home, telling his mom, hey, look, so dad was taken by aliens. And she's like, okay, well, I guess it just means more pork chops for us, right? I mean, it's just business as usual when it comes to Omni-Man. And I guess when you're the wife of a character like him, you kind of see stuff like that happen regularly. You know, that kind of stuff happens, and he usually always ends up coming back, right? The cool thing about this is something that I want you guys to keep in mind. Omni-Man has an amazing story. It's so good. I'm excited to get to like the big reveal for Omni-Man. It's mind-blowing. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back, and we're settled or getting settled into our place here in Colorado, still unpacking a few things, but we are back on our normal schedule with our videos regarding Invincible. So I apologize for the delay, but you know, can't really record audio when I'm driving across the country. So, in the last video that we did here, we basically had these kids who were going missing at Invincible School, and then ultimately were reappearing with bombs strapped to their chests, right? And so kind of the big mystery that was going on here is who in the world is doing that? While all that happened, you had a kind of extra-dimensional alien invasion that was taking place, and then Omni-Man basically chased after those guys and then disappeared, right? And so at the moment, we're largely just focusing on Invincible and what's going on here. Now, of course, he ends up traveling to meet with Robot, who's part of like the kind of Invincible universe style Teen Titans type guys. They're kind of like their own little version of Cyborg. And essentially he's kind of like, okay, so I have no idea what's happening here. All I know is that like kids are missing and like they're reappearing as bombs, and I don't know what to do. Now, ultimately, he was basically trying to get a hold of Eve. And of course, when he hits up Robot, Robot's like, hey, you know she's dating Rex, right? And he's like, yeah, man. Like every time he asks anybody where Eve is, that's the response they give. And he's like, hey, I don't know if you know this, man, but it's okay for like a guy and a chick to just be friends, right? It doesn't necessarily mean I'm trying to bang her. I mean, he is, you know, I mean, come on. You know, that's exactly what he's trying to do. You know, he's trying to get her between the sheets. But at the moment, he's kind of pawning it off, right? They're just friends, which they kind of are. Now, ultimately, Eve shows up with Rex. And one of the things that's kind of given to us here, and something that you probably figured out from watching the show already, is that Rex is kind of a borderline narcissist, right? He just kind of really cares about himself, doesn't really seem to care about much else. And so you have this thing where when he shows up with Eve and Invincible's kind of like, I think the kids that are going missing in our school are the ones who are basically being turned into bombs. Rex is like, man, that's awful. Okay, I'll catch you guys later, and then leaves, right? As opposed to sharing or showing any real measure of concern to what's actually happening. And so ultimately you end up kind of picking up the next day, and there's this kind of idea between Eve and Invincible, which is to, at the very least, keep their ears out. Now, I love the way that Kirkman does this because he doesn't really treat the Invincible comics the way that Marvel or DC treats their characters, which is, you know, Batman is kind of walking down the street and he finds a stick, and when he finds that stick, he realizes it comes from a tree, and that tree belongs to a place that's near a guy's house, and he's like, oh my god, it's that guy, right? It's just not like, you know, just kind of spur of the moment because the plot needs it to happen kind of thing, right? It's one of these things where like they're young kids and they don't really know what they're doing, and they're trying to be heroes as best they can, but they don't have all the answers, right? We're not dealing with like super smart people. They just have abilities, right? And they're just trying to do good in the world. And so all they can really do is keep their ear to the ground and just kind of keep a lookout for things that seem a little suspicious with regards to the kids that are missing in their school, potentially other kids going missing. So I don't know, somebody throws one into the back of a van with no windows and drives off. I mean, something like that, right? I mean, that's kind of what they end up having to look out for. And so it's a little bit of a cool thing because when that happens, you kind of pick up with Invincible in class alongside Eve. And once they, you know, by the time they get to this class, they're kind of like, I mean, we haven't really seen anything suspicious. Like, I don't really know what in the world is going on here. Now, this cues their teacher, who basically just starts yelling at him, right? Just literally just starts screaming at him. And it's just kind of like, look, like, you know, just because, you know, I allowed you to switch seats does not mean that you can just kind of talk to your boyfriend anytime you want to during your lectures. And hey, Mark, just because of the fact that like you don't really leave a lot of time to talk to your girl, you spend most of your time just making out with her or whatever, and you want to make up for that time here, doesn't mean it's okay, right? It just immediately jumps off, kind of snaps at him, right? Now, it's not like he's freaking out and throwing stuff at him, right? It's not like the teacher, Mr. Crab, I had in middle school who would call us stupid. It's not really anything like that. And I really did have a teacher who would do that. In reality, he's just, you know, he kind of jumps to the idea that they're kind of together and they're dating, right? Now, Mark's like, look, she's not my girlfriend. He's like, okay, look, I kind of apologize there. I was a little carried away, but like, don't do it again, right? That kind of a thing, right? And so this kind of leads to Mark sort of walking with Eve and just kind of musing over what's happening. It's like, yeah, man, it's kind of weird. Now, by all standards of measurement, they look like they're dating, right? They look like they're together. And so ultimately, you have Eve, who's contacted by Robot, who had basically kind of been running background checks, right? And comes to this realization that their teacher had essentially worked as a weapons developer, right? And it's kind of like, okay, like there's no real evidence to link this guy to what's going on. But if anybody in your school has the wherewithal to basically turn people into bombs or strap bombs to their chests, then it's that guy, right? So like you should at the very least go look into it or investigate it and just kind of see, you know, what kind of conclusion you can come to. And so ultimately they do, right? They kind of end up, you know, showing up at this guy's house. And when they get there, he's like, you know, I never really expected to get caught this early, right? Just right off the bat, it's just like, yep, I'm the one who did it, right? I'm the one who's been doing this. And that's what's kind of the crazy thing, is because when he explains his rationale, it's kind of cliche, but it's kind of not, right? And it's almost a little relatable to a degree, right? So what this guy basically reveals is that it's not as though he just hates kids or anything along those lines, that in essence, you know, the kids that they kind of seem to represent, right? The kids that just kind of goof off, they do, you know, drink alcohol and they go party all the time and that kind of stuff, right? What you would define as like, quote unquote, the cool kids as far as Hollywood depicts them, that those kids basically basically drove his son to kill himself. And so as a result of that, his wife left him, he lost his job, and essentially his whole life came crumbling down, all because, as he blames it, those kids. And so in essence, he's kind of gone on this bit of a crusade to basically take out those kids. Now, why it is he's strapping them to bombs and that kind of stuff really only makes sense to him. But at the end of the day, like, that's his motivation. And he's like, what better way to make an example and to get society to realize that, like, those kids, like those types of kids are a problem than to basically kill a couple of superheroes, right? To get the world to know what it is that I've done here, the reason why I've done here, and to get the world to listen, right? To get the world to pay attention. And so, of course, Invincible kind of sees this and is like, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to take place. You know, it's kind of nuts, right? And so, of course, Mark's just like grabs him and just flies him into the air and really ends him the same way his dad did, which was grabbing him and then just throwing him, right? And just allowing the bomb to explode. Now, that's a very important point. Mark handling things the same way he sees his dad handle things, that's exceedingly important. And that's something that you need to keep in mind, right? Because it'll become very, very, very important later on down the line. But at the end of the day, this is more or less solved, right? And so he goes back to meet with Eve, and ultimately she's like, you know, Robot's coming to do a sweep and to make sure everything's all clear, and we're going to kind of call it a day, right? So the situation's been resolved quite readily, right? So Mark comes back and it's just, you know, he's like, is dad back yet? And she's like, no, not yet. Go upstairs, you know, get yourself cleaned up so we can eat, I have dinner, you know, for us. And then like Omni-Man just appears out of nowhere. It's like, I need to shave, and then just leaves. And his wife's like, thank God. That's one of the things I love about this is that, like, you know, you do have these moments like this moment right here where, you know, Omni-Man's wife is, and obviously you would expect her to be legitimately concerned, but you see her express emotion in this way. And it's not meant to say that she's an emotionless person, but it is meant to highlight the idea that, like, the various escapades that Omni-Man gets up to, where like he almost dies or gets the crap beat out of him or some crazy superhero antic, that is business as usual. But the fact that, like, he disappears and she doesn't know where he is and doesn't know what's happening to him, while she does have hope that he'll come back, it's good to see that it's like, thank God my husband returned, right? It's a great concept. It's a great idea. So she's kind of like, okay, so like, did anything interesting happen to either of you guys today? And Mark's like, yeah, so it turned out that my physics teacher was basically turning kids in school into organic bombs and then blowing them up in order to get revenge on the kids that he felt were the ones that drove his son to commit suicide. And his dad's like, well, I mean, I spent 8 months enslaved in an other dimensional prison, and I helped to lead a revolt, got my powers back, and the science team finally managed to find a way to get me back here. So yeah, that's kind of what we've been doing. And she's like, who's ready for dessert? I love how it's just, everybody's just so cavalier about the kind of things that happen, right? Because it makes sense, right? Like when you have a family of superheroes, it's like, yep, this is the kind of stuff that happens when you're a superhero. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I'm a little late to the party here, but it's been a super busy day today. But we are picking up with more of Invincible right now. This part that we pick up with here is a part that already aired with regards to the TV show. But we basically end up kind of joining with Mark when he gets a call from his dad, right? When Nolan calls him up and says, hey man, you know, I got to go do a thing with the Guardians of the Globe, but there's going to be an alien showing up here. He's a pretty bad guy. Make sure you deal with him. And so Mark ultimately ends up taking off into space. Now, the funny thing is this is the first time we learn that Nolan can actually hold his breath for like 2 weeks. Mark can hold his breath for like an hour or something along those lines. Once Mark gets to space, then suddenly he's met by the arrival of Alan the alien. Now, here's a cool thing. Alan the alien is probably one of the most important characters of Invincible. But initially you don't get that. Instead, he's just kind of here, and there's a bit of a fight that breaks out between the two of them. Now, Alan also uses telepathy, which is how he and Mark are able to communicate with each other. And for the most part, Alan demonstrates a pretty good amount of proficiency in fighting, right? In hand-to-hand combat. Certainly more so than Mark, because Mark's still pretty much brand new to the whole thing, but ultimately Mark takes him into the moon, right? Just like crashes him into the moon. And then they kind of start talking things out. And that's when Alan reveals that he's part of a group called the Coalition of Planets, right? And the whole idea behind this is basically when these individuals are sent off into space for the purpose of like safeguarding planets, now the Coalition sends what is basically somebody like Alan to kind of test them, to see how capable they are in terms of protecting various worlds. So he's what's called a champion evaluation officer. Now the funny thing about this is that he is actually at the wrong planet. that in essence, he basically says that he's here to visit a planet called Urath, and in reality, he's actually at Earth. Now the crazy thing is he's kind of like, okay, definitely the wrong world. And then they kind of go through like these 50-year rotations, more or less, and that he's up for like a new rotation or really an evaluation in like 20 years, and he's been basically coming to the wrong world for the last 15 years, right? So it's kind of nuts. He's basically been doing terrible at his job, and then ultimately kind of takes off, right? Once he realizes that he's basically in the wrong place, and he and Mark more or less, I wouldn't say become friends, but they have kind of a familiar relationship, right? Where it's kind of like, okay, cool, you're a cool guy. Well, you're a cool guy too. Awesome. You know, let's kind of call it a day. From there, when Mark gets gets back, he kind of tells his dad about, everything that had gone on, and the fact that this guy, Alan the alien, had been showing up to the wrong planet for the last 15 years. And initially, Nolan kind of takes it in a funny way. And then he's like, okay, well, I'm pretty impressed you were able to handle it that way, that kind of a thing. And so, of course, Mark has homework and stuff to take care of. But from there, things actually get particularly interesting here. And the reason why is because William, of course, as most of you guys know, a friend of Mark, is coming to see Mark the next day because they're actually going to Upstate University to kind of check out, the college campus, right, where he's going to be going to school at. And so the funny thing is that while they're doing that, basically Nolan and his wife are kind of like, all right, I mean, time to touch naughty bits, right? It's just, it's time to do the damn thing because the kid's gone. While that's going on, Robot basically calls together the remainder, or really the other members of Team and kind of says, look, I've been, kind of moved up to the Guardians of the Globe, right? I've been promoted to their ranks, but I'm also disbanding this team because I cannot efficiently be a part of both, right? And so it's really kind of a last goodbye to Robot where they're kind of like, cool, go on ahead and do your thing and sort of call it a day. And then you also have a guy by the name of Sanford. Now, Sanford is a guy who had powers at one point in time, and by whatever manner and whatever means, which we won't reveal here, basically lost them. And the result was that he was essentially kicked off the Guardians team, right? Because he didn't have any powers. They didn't really have any use for him. And he's basically waiting on like a replacement suit, right, from the tailor, a guy who can kind of give him a new suit that'll essentially give him his powers back, or at least some measure of powers, and he can regain his rightful place on the Guardians, right? So that's where it's kind of given to us that Robot is essentially taking the place of Sanford on the team. It's more or less what's happening. And it's going to be 2 days until it happens, which is really more than just Sanford seems to be able to wait. Now, at this point, he seems to have been out of the team for a little while. So what's 2 days, right, in comparison to all that? And so kind of jumping on with Mark and William kind of pisses a few people off just because of the fact that, because his name's William, Bill is a shorthand name for that. And a few people are like, hey man, like, do you prefer Bill? And that's one of those social etiquette things where it's a person saying like, can I call you Bill? But not really saying that. And it's like, it's actually William, right? And it just seems to kind of rub people the wrong way. I don't know why. This is why I don't really care about social norms, right? They're really more annoying than anything else. It's not that I don't understand them. It's just that I find social norms to be a nuisance. So more often than not, I usually just ignore them and just kind of do my own thing. It does kind of rub people the wrong way, but at the end of the day, I don't really care. They'll be fine. They'll get over it. And it's one of the kind of discussions that goes on. And even William kind of puts that idea forward. Like, man, here's the thing. He's like, it's kind of irritating. He's like, if I tell them, sure, you can call me Bill, then they don't call me by the name that I prefer. But if I say I prefer William, then they see me as kind of like rude or snooty because I'm William instead of Bill, So he's like, it's lose-lose. And I'm like, you know what, William? Who cares, man? It doesn't really matter all that much. And they kind of run into this issue a couple of different times. But then something amazing happens, right? It's one of the funniest things ever. So you basically end up having this really like a villain, more or less, that seemingly shows up out of nowhere and then goes to attack Mark while he's with William, right? And the reality is he's actually heading in a direction. It's just everybody else there is more or less collateral damage. But Mark's like, oh my God, oh man, like what was that? And he's like, William, get out of the way. And then Mark takes off, changes into his costume, comes back, and then basically destroys the robot. And then just kind of like disappears and returns as Mark. And he's like, William, man, are you okay? I can't believe that happened. And William's like, dude, why didn't you tell me you had superpowers? Right off the bat, William figures out that Mark is invincible, right? And honestly, it kind of makes sense. And I love that Robert Kirkman did this because only an idiot would fall for like the Superman thing, where like somebody's attacking the city and Clark's like, oh man, I forgot something in the office, and then he goes and, changes into a Superman costume or like takes off his shirt and Superman underneath, and then he defeats the villain, and then he comes back and nobody's any the wiser. Like, man, Clark, you missed the whole thing, It's things like that never made any sense to me. It's one of the things we always kind of poke at, and it's kind of funny, right, when you're reading it, but nonetheless, it's a little weird there. Of course, we also get a little bit of a visit between Mark and Nolan showing up to meet the tailor, only for the tailor to basically reveal that he had been in the process of developing a suit for Sanford that would basically give him his powers back, but the suit has essentially been stolen. Now, and the implication as it's given here by the tailor is that it looks like a Sanford. He doesn't say that it is. He's just kind of like, man, it's a little weird, right? Like, this guy was supposed to get his powers back in a couple days. He indicated he couldn't wait. Suddenly the suit goes missing, right? Like, he's the only person that really knew that I was working on the suit for him, that kind of a thing. And so that's it kind of points to, and kind of really points to the idea that he was the reason why it happened, right? The Sanford was the reason why this all kind of went down. And so from there, what we end up doing here is basically picking up with something pretty interesting, but it's really something that you've already seen before. You do get kind of like the who are the Guardians of the Globe. The reality is the Guardians of the Globe are basically the Justice League. So there's really not anything here of any significance that you didn't probably catch in the TV show, but basically the Guardians have all kind of been called together, and then they're all basically killed by Nolan. Now, something that I do want to point out here is the quickness in which they died here was much faster than it was in the show. In the show, the Guardians put up a fight. In the comic, it happened like within the span of seconds, right? And that was really designed, I imagine, by Kirkman to really show us just how powerful Nolan is, and in relation to everybody else, that like none of them really have a chance on him. He's just that damn powerful. But it's also kind of this revelation that Nolan's a bad guy, right? Like Nolan killed the entire Guardians of the Globe. And so it's kind of like, okay, like now here's the crazy thing. As nuts as this revelation is, it only gets crazier, right? Like the story of Nolan only gets more and more insane. But it's one of these things where like, as soon as this dropped, I remember reading this, as soon as this dropped, it was mind blowing. It was like, holy cow. Now, of course, following that, Nolan, of course, doesn't tell anybody he killed the Guardians of the Globe, and he kind of lets everybody go on the operation that like, man, the Guardians have been taken out by somebody, and it's kind of nuts. He sort of plays into it, and he's like, I'm still kind of in shock, by knowing that happened. That's absolutely bonkers, And again, it's a little bit of detective work going on, trying to figure out how the Guardians die, but one of the things that I want you guys to notice here is nobody suspects Nolan, right? And that's something that we're going to find later on, but you end up picking up with Mark when he gets back home and finds Eve in his bedroom. And I mean, she's crying, right? So obviously the circumstances could be much, much better. And that's when you basically end up finding out that Rex had cheated on Eve. As soon as Mark's mom shows up in the bedroom and realizes Eve's there, Eve's like is basically laying her head in Mark's lap. So like from behind, it looks like the worst case scenario, right? It looks like Mark's getting some dome. And so she calls him downstairs and really kind of starts reading the riot act. And it's like, look, you don't understand, right? Like we're not banging, like we're not touching naughty boots. But at the end of the day, like, it's just one of these things where I'm kind of helping her get through a situation, right? That kind of a thing. Now, of course, Nolan also reveals the Guardians of the Globe are dead, which is kind of a crazy thing. And that's what's also sort of nuts, is that it's really Eve in a lot of ways kind of figuring out that like Mark is the son of Omni-Man, right? Which is a pretty big deal, right? That's a huge thing to go down. But ultimately, you kind of have Mark and Nolan who are going to the funeral for the Guardians. And again, like one of the things that you notice here, you actually don't see it in the TV show. You've got Savage Dragon. This is one of those few instances when characters from Image Comics will cross over with each other. Doesn't happen very often, but you do get Savage Dragon, which is kind of cool. But again, this is one of those instances where like Nolan gets up there and starts making a speech. And then you have the Mauler twins who show up. Now the Mauler twins again are like these evil geniuses. One of them's a clone, the other's the original. And for the most part, they're always usually up to some nefarious purposes. But it's one of these things where they kind of seem to show up here for like literally offering their genuine respects to a great team, right? To a powerful team. And so ultimately, no one here suspects Nolan. Like no one here looks at Nolan and is like, dude, I bet Nolan did it. Right? I bet Nolan was the guy who killed the Guardians of the Globe. Nobody says that, right? Because Nolan is considered such a prodigious character. The sort of ambiance he puts off, right? The kind of personality he puts off is beyond reproach. He's so respected. Nobody thinks it would be him, right? So it's like the perfect guys. And so ultimately, like the whole funeral's like literally interrupted. Like somebody literally hits a funeral, right? It's nuts. Like they hit a funeral and it turns out to be like the butler to Sanford, right? That's the crazy thing, is like the butler kind of went nuts and was pissed off because of what happened to Sanford, right? And so when that whole thing goes down, like literally everybody moves, right? Everybody starts getting into action, going after the butler, which for the most part, they're able to kind of take this guy out, right? Like Omni-Man just takes him out with a swiftness, and that's essentially it. And then from there, it's kind of like, okay, like the whole crowd kind of disperses, and that's it, right? There's not a whole lot going on there. And so from there, you get a couple things that happen. One of them is pretty cool, right? Like William shows up to Mark's house and is like, hey man, look, so I know you have powers, and I know this seems kind of weird, but like, can you fly me into the sky? And so Mark flies his friend around for a little while, which is pretty awesome. And then the kind of conclusion here, right? The kind of finale is, again, like you end up having one of these guys who is basically, kind of converted into a bomb by David Hiles, right? You guys remember him from the last story that we did, where he was essentially a villain, right? He was a guy who was turning kids into bombs and then detonating them. One of these kids, of course, survived the whole experience, but the bomb stays attached to him, right? I mean, it's more or less neutralized, but like he has to have those components as part of his body in order to survive. And he literally starts to take, like he just unzips his pants and just pisses on the guy's grave. But then you have a couple kids who also show up here to basically, dig up or to really kind of really dig up the graves of these guys. And part of this is just nonsense, right? Like supposedly, if you drink from the immortal skull, you'll live forever, right? Immortal being one of the members of the Guardians of the Globe. It's kind of nuts. Like, they read about it on the internet. It's a complete dick move, right? To like go to the grave of superheroes and like dig their graves up. But as they kind of get further down and as they ultimately hit to where the graves are, suddenly they're met with the arrival of the Mauler twins. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I know we're a little bit late here, but we are covering Invincible yet again. You know, I do have a question for you guys. Do you guys care if we put this on the main YouTube channel? I feel like most of you guys won't, but at the same time, I kind of also don't want to, or if I do, I'll do it differently, because I kind of like the idea of having content that's on Patreon and just nowhere else, right? Like nobody else can find it anywhere on YouTube, right? I kind of like the idea of you guys having that exclusive stuff. So let me know. I'm just kind of curious. But we are covering the next little installment here, right? So initially we pick up with these handful of guys out in space who are basically losing control of their ship and it's careening into the sun, right? And they're basically about to crash into a star and die. Fortunately for them, Alan the alien basically steps in and helps these guys, right? Basically gets these guys back to safety. Now the reality is he's a little bit late here and he actually starts talking about how he has to head back to Earth, which is kind of interesting because as we know, the conversation he had with Mark previously was that he was actually at the wrong planet. Now, that's one of these instances when I tell you, there's a lot more to the character of Alan the alien than you initially think, right? There's a whole lot happening there. But following that, we kind of jump forward to Mark and them when they basically had a movie night, which is kind of cool. And they're watching a whole bunch of zombie movies and different things like that. And basically it's a moment for Mark and his dad to kind of sit down and watch Day of the Dead. Now, if I'm an honest man here, I never thought Day of the Dead was very good. Technically it's a trilogy, right? Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and then Day of the Dead, but I never liked Day of the Dead. I always thought it was kind of overrated. I mean, it was interesting, but the Dawn of the Dead remake by what was it, Zack Snyder, I think he did that, or maybe it was James Gunn. One of those, I think James Gunn did the screenplay for it. That movie was great, right? That movie was really, really good. But it's a little bit of a kind of comforting thing for Mark's mom to sort of watch her husband and her son just kind of sitting down and enjoying movie night because it's a bit of normalcy. I mean, one of the crazy things when your husband is like the Superman of your world and your son's not far behind him, is kind of cool to see them just sort of sitting down and just kind of watching a movie together. And so from there you switch over to Cecil. Now Cecil, of course, kind of being the government liaison more or less to the superhero community, having a conversation with Robot. And one of the big talking points here is that the intention was to have Robot join the Guardians of the Globe, but now that they're all dead there's no team for Robot to join. So instead it's one of these things where it's kind of like, we basically want you to launch a new team, right? Like we want you to kind of create a new team, you know, that can be as effective, if not more effective, than the Guardians of the Globe were. And that's kind of the crazy thing, because you ultimately end up having Donald, who's basically going to be the kind of contact point between the Guardians of the Globe and the US Pentagon. But it's kind of cool to see things sort of continuing on and picking up as they previously did before. And so what you end up doing is you end up kind of joining up with Eve and Mark. Now here's the big thing about this, right? The idea of Eve and Mark, we all kind of knew that there was sort of a romance blossoming there, right? We all kind of knew that was going to happen. But the funny thing about this is that it wasn't one of those situations that Kirkman kind of throws out fast and loose, largely because it's too easy. And Kirkman, and, you know, I don't care what anybody says, Kirkman, this guy knows how to write comics. It's just the way it is, right? Kirkman's an amazing writer. And the whole thing behind this is he kind of does the slow burn here. And so one of the funny things that you get, especially when it comes to the age of high school, where we were all just like super angsty, we all knew how we felt, but we were terrible at communicating it, right? Just like teenage struggles. You end up having this situation where you have Mark, who's kind of talking to Eve and they're kind of doing their thing. And once everything settles back down, where they're kind of talking and they're doing their thing, and it's one of these things where they're kind of being a little flirty with each other, right? You know, and ultimately they kind of get into their costumes and go to do some patrol work, right? Nothing too spectacular there. But then you have this moment where like you pick up with them and you've got like what's called the Lizard League that'll strike again, right? That's what they say, like the Lizard League will strike again. I love the Lizard League. I'm not even gonna lie. These guys were amazing. But of course the Lizard League is done in pretty well. This is one of the things that I love the most about Invincible, is because the way that this is done here, it's kind of given to us in this circumstance where it's kind of like business as usual. Like if you go and you read Marvel comics or you go and you read DC comics, there's like a whole lead-in to this conflict with the Lizard League, right? You get like the origin of the Lizard League, and then somehow they made their way to Earth, and then like now they're here and they're facing off against the superheroes, and there's like what the superheroes were doing at the time, and then how it all led into this. I like how Kirkman's just like, meanwhile, with Mark and Eve, they're fighting the Lizard League. I dig that, right? I kind of dig that, because the idea of like these extra dimensional forces, these beings out there who are hugely powerful, that's just not really the main thing, right? That's not really the main talking point. The big talking point is what's going on with Mark and what's going on with Eve, and how, you know, the kind of bigger story that's unraveling there. Everything's just kind of background and unnecessary fluff. And that's kind of how you see it go down, right? They're like, you got Eve and you got Mark, who are kind of, you know, flirting a little bit. And I'll be honest, man, Eve is kind of digging him, right? Eve is like, hey Mark, what's going on? Oh, hi Mark. For any of you guys who ever saw, what was it, The Room? You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Tommy Wiseau, please tell me you guys know about The Room. But it's kind of a funny thing because you have Robot who shows up out of nowhere and is like, hey guys, I know you're having kind of like a little bit of a flirtatious moment here, but we're holding auditions for a new Guardians of the Globe and I would love for you guys to show up. And Mark, being as clueless as he is like, yeah, I mean, that's cool. Eve, do you want to go? Of course, Eve is kind of pissed. Now, she's mad because they were having a moment. And Eve was kind of like, let's kind of continue having this moment. I'm not going to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm going to just kind of hope you understand as time goes on and then get frustrated when you don't instead of using my words like an adult. And of course, Mark doesn't really understand why she's so mad, right? So from here, you kind of jump up to the formation or kind of the auditions for the new Guardians of the Globe. Now, one of the big differences between the show and the comic is that the auditions are nowhere near as drawn out. And again, this is something that I've noticed when it comes to comic book shows, especially shows based off an existing comic book run, that with Invincible, this is not an endless comic, right? It's a finite run. One of the things like with The Walking Dead, for example, when Kirkman was doing that, the comic was still ongoing at the time the show was being made. And so there was no definitive statement on when the comic was going to end. And literally Kirkman just showed up one day and was like, we're done, and just ended the comic. Like, I don't know how many of you guys remember that, but like it just ended, right? And it was like, damn, the show should have ended a long time ago. The thing about this is that the whole audition period happened so fast, right? You get the moment where like Rex basically calls out Monster Girl. Monster Girl starts freaking out, right? She just like turns into her monster form and just like one-shots Rex, or really hits him a couple times and like, that's it, right? I mean, it's like a little bit of a skirmish and that's it, right? It's not great, big, huge. It's not drawn out. You don't really see many of the battles with anybody else or really any of the battles with anybody else. It's a super short thing. This happens, at least it happened the way it did in the show, if we're being honest, partly because of the fact that, you know, they wanted to add a little bit more entertainment, but two, because they wanted to draw things out. Now, one of the things to understand about Kirkman, this is why you're going to see a lot of differences between the show and the comic, is like with The Walking Dead, for example, Kirkman wanted the show to basically do things the way that he would have done it with the comics in hindsight, right? So basically, the show fixed a lot of the things that he wanted to change with the comic book. Right, wrong, or otherwise, that's just kind of the intention there. But they were also drawing it out a little bit to make sure they could kind of keep the seasons going and all that kind of good stuff. With Invincible, it's the exact same thing, right? You know, it's just kind of drawing stuff out a little bit for the purpose of keeping the show going so they can get presumably as many seasons as they can. Now, one of the things that happens here, of course, Mark has a little bit of a conversation with Rex where Mark kind of got Monster Girl off of Rex, and the Monster Girl's like, yeah, my bad, I got a little carried away. Anybody got a cigarette? You know, but ultimately, like with Rex, because of the fact that Rex cheated on Eve because he's an idiot, he's kind of like, look, man, like I don't like the way that you treated Eve. So make no mistake, just because I saved Monster Girl from beating you to death does not mean that like I like you or that like we're friends, right? We're not friends, man. I'm never going to be your best friend. Like you're just a terrible, terrible person, and I don't really want to have anything to do with you. And so following that, you do have one lone guy who's there for the auditions and is just doing terrible. He's literally just cowering in fear. And it's kind of a crazy little thing there, right? Just kind of cower down and that's basically it. Robot kind of tells Mark, hey man, come with me and Donald, right? We're going to kind of go through and basically announce the people who were on the team, right? So you get Dupli-Kate, which of course we kind of knew she was going to be there. You get Shrinking Ray, who's a really cool character. Monster Girl, who's just really OP. Black Samson, and then Rex Splode. One of the funny things is like an invitation is extended to Mark if he wants to be a part of the team. But ultimately, again, Mark kind of turns it down just because of the fact that he's just got a little bit too much going on. And so what you end up switching to is Mark later on that night kind of meeting with his mom, you know, having dinner, and then she's like, I don't know what your dad is, right? He's off saving the world or doing whatever in the heck it is that he's doing. And so where she kind of asks him what he has going on, he's like, well, you know, Amber's coming over, right? You know, Amber, you know, we're coming over and you know, we're just friends, right? She's just coming over to study, right? That's never true. Anytime a guy has a girl over to study, it's like, yeah, we're going to study each other's lips. But that's exactly what happens, right? Like him and Amber start making out. Now, of course, Eve shows up, and Eve is, of course, you know, kind of sees the two of them getting together, which Eve, if you've been a little intelligent and actually told Mark how you feel, you'd be amazed what happens when you use your words. But of course, she flies away, realizing that Mark is kind of with another girl, and that's kind of it, right? You know, and so ultimately we kind of pick up with the Mauler twins here. And this is a really cool moment with the Mauler twins, and it's really significant when it comes to the character of the Immortal, right? So the Mauler twins, again, this is the body that they basically took out of the grave when it was dug up by a couple of those crazy kids. But the Mauler has a great big huge harness around his neck. And the reason why is because while we don't really know anything about the Immortal's origins, like really, we don't really know much of anything about his origins. We just know like at some point along the line, something happened and he's effectively immortal. He's the closest you get to like an Eternal in the Invincible comics, the Eternals from Marvel. He's basically like that, or an External rather from Marvel Comics. It's the closest you get to that. But the overall gist here is that so long in his head and his body remain in contact with each other that he'll always survive. The issue with this is that he he does have a healing factor, and the idea behind the Mahler twins was to basically use this harness to essentially keep his head attached to his body and then install like obedience controls, so that over time his head would basically heal and reattach to his body, and then using the obedience controls, they could essentially control the immortal, right? The problem with this is it doesn't work. The immortal wakes up, right? Just snaps up, and it's just starts freaking out, and then just immediately flies off, presumably with the intention of taking out Omni-Man. Okay, so the second video that we did on Invincible actually did pretty well, or relatively speaking, right? Like, I usually use 100,000 views as a litmus test or really as kind of like a benchmark to determine whether or not a video performs well, right? If it breaks 100,000 views, we do it again, right? If it doesn't, well, we maybe try a different version of it, or we just kind of drop it, right? It sort of depends. I know it's a high number, but if you're a YouTuber, that's how you grow your channel. Would you guys believe me if I told you that with this video, it'll be the end of season 1 in the TV show, right? Like that. It happens so fast, right? That's one of the crazy things. Like the TV show was what, something like 8 or 9 episodes in the first season, and like we're already caught up. 12 or 13 issues in, and like you're caught up with the end of the show, right? It's kind of crazy. But one of the things that happens here is you pick up with Mark during his birthday, right? And like all his friends are out kind of, they're like, hey man, it was a cool party and all that kind of stuff, and they basically leave. And Mark sits down and watches movies with his dad. Now, the reality is that Debbie absolutely loves this, right? And the reason why is because it's one of the first real instances, or at least one of those kind of reminders of normalcy, right? One of the things to kind of keep in mind when you're looking at this from Debbie's perspective is that she's dealing with a husband who is, by all standards of measurement, what would equate to like a Superman-esque character, and a son who's almost as strong as his father is, right? So literally it's just superhero antics all the time, right? They're always here and there, and they're always off, and they're always doing things, and so on and so forth. And so the notion of having like a normal family is long gone, right? That was gone before they even had their family in the first place, right? As soon as she started banging Omni-Man and they popped out a kid, like that normalcy went right out the window, right? And so because of that, to kind of see this small little moment where like a father and son are watching Day of the Dead is kind of cool. I will say this, I said the same thing on Patreon, I think Day of the Dead is overrated. Night of the Living Dead, honestly, I think the 1990s version of Night of the Living Dead with Tony Todd is much better than like the Day of the Dead, or even like the original Night of the Living Dead. But nonetheless, one of the other things that comes out of this is that because the Guardians of the Globe were destroyed by Omni-Man, that you have Cecil who meets with Robot and basically says, we need you to form a new team. Now, one of the big things that goes on here, and this is one of the most important things that I think you got a glimpse of in the TV show, and I would like to have seen them do a little more justice with this, is Nolan trying to figure out how to talk to his son, right? One of the things that was so great about the comic, the way that Kirkman did it, is in so many ways, it humanized Nolan, right? That like Nolan, as he's presented in the show, is almost this guy who's just disconnected from morality. And the idea, like he's a guy who's like a sociopath. And like the things he does where he looks like he's being a good dad, or he looks like he's being a good husband, because we know his true nature now, that it looks like he was just going through the motions. And in some ways he was, right? Like he's pretending to be a good person so that he can fit in, quote unquote, with society, the way a sociopath would actually do. But the reality is in the comics, and one of the things, again, I feel like they only touched on in the show, is he's trying to figure out how to tell his son the truth. And he's genuinely struggling with it, right? He's genuinely just not really sure how to do it. Again, it's only for a moment, and so I guess maybe it was around the same time spent, but it's one of those things that kind of becomes recurring over the course of the show, right? One of those things that you see a few times here and there. Now, one of the other funny moments that goes on here is that you do have Adam Eve who's digging Mark, right? Like she's kind of like, I mean, here's the thing, man, right? Like she's about Mark, right? I mean, we all kind of know, right? She's kind of like, hey, like I'm gonna do the girl thing and play hard to get, right? Which is kind of a hassle, but like, she's like, I'm gonna do that stuff where I'm not gonna make it easy for you, so on and so forth. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm thinking, right? I'm just gonna hope you get it right when you assume. Like it's one of those weird things. But when you have this kind of shared moment between the two of them where they destroy like this crazy lizard group, which is kind of funny, but when you have this shared moment where they're kind of talking about superhero escapades and how they work well together as a team, Robot comes by and is like, hey guys, I'm doing auditions for the new Guardians of the Globe. Mark, I'd love it if you did it. And he was like, yeah man, I'll be right there. And he's like, Adam Eve, what do you think? Right? And then she just gets pissed and flies off, right? Now the whole reason why that happened is because she was kind of enjoying the moment, right? And instead of saying, actually, I think it'd be kind of cool if we stayed here and talked some more, instead she just kind of runs off in a huff, right? With nobody knowing why she's upset. So it's one of those funny things. Now, the funny thing about the TV show is they went a lot more in depth into the audition ceremony than Kirkman did in the comics. Now, again, I think a lot of this is kind of Kirkman's philosophy coming out of The Walking Dead, that if you guys ever saw any of the interviews that he did when he was talking about the TV show versus The Walking Dead comics, is he wanted the show to fix a lot of the things or to expand on a lot of the things that he didn't really like or didn't really care for the way he originally did it in the comics. And that kind of seems to be the theme here, right? The auditions don't really happen, you don't really see much going on there. The only thing you really see is Rex and Monster Girl get into a fight with each other when he starts mouthing off and she helps him to understand his place in the bigger picture, which is exactly what he needed because Rex is a dick. But when all you really get is that, right? That's the only thing you really get. Mark steps in and like pummels Monster Girl because seemingly she's losing control and she's gonna kill Rex. And then that's it, right? That's literally all you get, right? Now, one of the things that kind of goes on is Mark is given the offer to join the team if he wants to, but this is kind of an important aspect of Mark's character is he turns it down. One of the big differences between Mark and Nolan is that Nolan took on the role of becoming the world's superhero because it was the easiest way to gain the trust of humanity, right? To make it easier and more malleable for him to basically invade the world, right? To actually conquer the world, or at least to set the stage for the Viltrumites to invade the world and conquer it. That's one of the reasons why he kind of took that role unto himself. I imagine there also might be a little bit of narcissism involved in there, but for Mark, he's a far more humble person than his father is, right? Partially seemingly because of his upbringing, but also because of the people that he spends time with and the friends that he has. And so that's why he kind of prioritizes everything else that he has going on over the notion of like being a superhero and part of the Guardians of the Globe. So ultimately you end up getting Dupli-Kate, Shrinking Ray, Monster Girl, Black Samson, and Rexplode as the official roster of the team, with Mark kind of having an open slot to join up whenever he's ready. Now, one of the other things that kind of happens here, and this is kind of an important moment that'll become significant much later on in the comics, is when Adam Eve shows up and then sees Mark kissing Amber, right? It's not a super significant moment, it's a relatively small moment, but it's kind of important nonetheless, right? And so what you end up doing here is basically transitioning to essentially the arrival of the Immortal. Now, the Immortal had basically been brought back by the Mauler twins. Of course, the idea was that he'd been dug up by a couple of kids, and then the Mauler twins essentially stepped in with the purpose of bringing the Immortal back, and that's kind of the nature of his character, that so long as the Immortal's head is reattached to his body, that he can be reanimated, right? He can come back. We don't really know much about his history beyond that. We don't know the exact way in which he gained his powers. We simply just know that he has them, but it is kind of an important little tidbit here, because what you end up having is the Immortal kind of, initially the Mauler twins looking to use the Immortal for their own ends and planting like a mind control device. It doesn't work, right? Immortal wakes up seemingly, as far as he's concerned, the moment that he died, right? So kind of basically experiencing this rush of memories and watching all the other Guardians die, only to find out in these final moments that it was Nolan who did it, and then dying himself, and then immediately goes after Nolan. Right now, this is incredibly important here because the fight that takes place between the two is one where you could easily misconstrue it and see as it being something that's evenly matched. And to a degree it is, but one of the reasons why it looks like it's evenly matched is because it's Nolan trying to figure out what's going on. If Nolan's desire was to kill the Immortal, he'd be dead, right? We saw him do it before. We saw him kill him in an instant. And it wasn't one of those things where he caught him off guard. I mean, I guess at the time that he did, but what'll happen here in a minute will basically lay that to rest, in the sense that the Immortal is exceedingly pissed off. Now understand, it's not just rage here, it's hurt, right? It's betrayal. It's the feeling that like he had this guy who he thought was a friend that turned against him and then killed him along with the rest of his allies. The problem with this is that once the Immortal is killed by Nolan, that Mark is right there, right? Mark sees the whole thing happen when he's kind of hearing about his father being caught in a fight, and that's when his dad's like, we need to talk, right? We need to have a conversation here. And that's the important thing, is because what you get is this full-on origin of the Viltrumites, right? Or at least most of the origin of the Viltrumites. Now, most of this you guys already know just from watching the TV show, right? That the Viltrumites themselves essentially turned into like a planet-conquering race. And so it wasn't one of these things where they would go to a planet, wholesale slaughter it, and then they would call it conquered. Instead, they would go there and then they would basically expand their empire. And they would give people a choice, right? Either you serve us or we will destroy you. Those individuals who rebelled and who refused to bend the knee to the Viltrumites were eradicated, right? They were wiped out. Those individuals who chose to bend the knee would be brought into the Viltrum Empire, right? And so ultimately what you ended up having is Nolan, who ended up becoming a part of the group that would actually go out and conquer these various worlds, right? Now, a lot of this was really predicated on the lifespan of the Viltrumite race, right? Because they lived for so incredibly long, why not use that lifespan to start conquering worlds, right? In a more efficient way, to infiltrate those worlds, as opposed to like sending the entirety of the Viltrumite race into a world and then forcing that world to bend the knee or eradicating everybody who doesn't. Then why not just go there and infiltrate those worlds? Now, it also made a lot more sense because there aren't that many Viltrumites left. And so why put all your eggs in one basket, right? Diversify your stocks. That's basically what this was. It was in a lot of ways them hedging their bets, that if they sent a Viltrumite to a world and the superhero population on that world was of such a degree to where they either either fought the Viltrumite off or they even killed them, then it would give the other Viltrumites a better understanding of what that world's capable of and to be able to plan accordingly. Maybe it meant sending the entirety of the Viltrumite race there, whatever the case happens to be. Now, one thing that I do also want to specify here, that this is only a part of the origin of the Viltrumite race. There's a lot more that goes on here, right? There's a lot more that takes place here. But essentially, the entire origin story that Nolan is spilling out to his son is one of deception and subterfuge, one of espionage, trickery, manipulation, that he's basically saying, I'm a villain. I was sent here as a bad guy, and I was supposed to basically lead the way for your world to be conquered. But then ultimately, I saved your mom, and because your mom was pretty hot, I ended up basically, getting with her, right? We banged a bunch of times, and then you came out, right? So like that's, and then over time, other superheroes began to manifest for any number of reasons, and they ultimately ended up forming the Guardians of the Globe. But regardless of how it was sliced, no matter how this origin is told here, the entire thing was predicated on the idea, on the notion that Nolan was sent to infiltrate the world and to basically set the stage for it to be conquered. But something changed, right? Things switched. And what ended up switching here is Nolan fell in love. And Nolan began to realize that, what it means to have a meaningful life. I mean, up to this point, he was a hammer, right? So everything was a nail. But then suddenly he was kind of woken up to this idea that there's something bigger out there than just arbitrarily conquering various worlds in the name of some empire and not giving it any real credible thought. By having a child, by having a wife, having a family, he found a greater meaning in his life. He found value in his life. And that's one of the things that he kind of hit on, is that even when he was serving as part of the Viltrumite race, he always kind of felt like something was missing, something was off. There was a kind of hole in him that he couldn't quite fill. But despite what he's gained, and despite the life that he has now, and the love that he feels for his wife, and the love that he feels for his son, at the end of the day, he still holds true to his Viltrumite convictions. And the one thing that really keeps him separated from being able to truly connect with his wife and turncoat against the Viltrumite Empire in favor of his family is his longevity. That because of how old he is, and because of how long his life will be, at the end of the day, no relationship that he believes he has will ever truly be meaningful, because in the end, he will always outlive everything. Now, if I'm a betting man here, I think this is just a defense mechanism, right? And it's one of the things that I think will prove to be true as you get further and further into the story. That in this bit of a thing here, his whole stance is like, well, I mean, I'm gonna outlive everybody, Mark, so there's no point in having any kind of a meaningful relationship. But that's the nature of life, right? I mean, in his situation, it is for the most part guaranteed. But the fact that we don't really know what the future holds is what makes the relationships that we have so significant. You and a friend could be walking across the street tomorrow and they get hit by a bus and die. And the only thing that's going to be able to kind of get you through that pain and that anguish are the times you shared. And what Nolan is basically doing is cutting himself off to all of that, right? He's cutting himself off to all that valuable human interaction. So when the time comes when he does outlive Debbie and Debbie dies of old age, that he won't really allow himself to relish in those beautiful moments that they had. Instead, it'll be, and this is why I never have any real meaningful relationships, right? It's approaching it from a place of negativity. It's focusing on the loss instead of focusing on the gain. And that's what makes Nolan, it really puts him in this mindset. And that's why when he tells Mark, instead of saying, you're my son, I love you, and therefore, to hell with the Viltrumite race, right? You and I will stand against them when the time comes that they arrive on this world. Instead, he says, now I need you to stand along with me. I destroy the Guardians of the Globe to weaken the Earth's defenses, and so now I need you to join me and to prepare this world for conquering at the hands of the Viltrumite race. What follows is Mark, of course, standing up to his father and basically saying, no, right? I don't want to have anything to do with that. And for Mark, it's a massive betrayal, right? Because this comes from a variety of places, right? Under normal circumstances, you and I and anybody out here in the real world, assuming that we have a positive relationship with our fathers, we look up to them, right? We look to our fathers as kind of the standard on what a man should be. And in a lot of ways, they're the guiding force on how we operate as men through the world. We've talked about that in a multitude of different videos, right? That we're born into the world, that we are taught by our parents the moral compass that they use to see the world, and then eventually we graduate out into the greater tribe. And the moral compass they gave us comes into conflict with the moral compasses of the people around us. And that in turn, we adopt and we take on different moral viewpoints from other people and combine it with our own. It's what keeps us from being stagnant, right? It's what keeps us or allows us to grow as human beings, to grow beyond what our parents originally taught us. For Mark, his experiences over the course of his life have taught him his father is an admirable man, that his father is a great man, his father is a champion of the world, his father is a great man even just on a personal level. And now he's being confronted with the fact that secretly all of it is a lie, right? His father's a terrible person. His father's a villain. He was sent here for to conquer the world. And now he wants his son to conquer the world too, that he's telling him none of his relationships matter, that none of Nolan's relationships with his friends, with his allies, even with his own wife, none of them are relevant, that Debbie's some kind of a pet, right? She's just a thing that's there. And a time will come when she will die and Nolan will not really care all that much because again, he focuses on the loss instead of on the gain. Mark refuses to accept that, right? That in the end, he sees himself as a human. He sees himself as a champion, a true champion of the people. And ultimately, in the end, he says like, this is my world, right? This is my home. These are my friends, and I'm not going to let you destroy any of it. And ultimately, Mark gets into a conflict with his father. Now, here's the thing. What follows is probably one of the most spectacular ass whoopings in the history of comic books. And I don't think that the TV show did it justice. It really, really, really did. It was amazing because literally, like his father sends him pummeling into the building. This entire building collapses and all the people inside of it die. And he's like, this is like, do you not understand now? This is not your world, right? One punch from one of our people and thousands of people lose their lives. It's one of these things where it's kind of like we are on a much higher level of power than they are, right? If anything, it's pride and it's hubris. Just because you've achieved a certain station in life does not mean that you're better than those individuals who are below your station in life. At the end of the day, you still put your pants on the same way, you still need water, you still need food. I guess in Nolan's case, it's a little bit different here, and again, it's kind of reaffirming this betrayal in the eyes of Mark. How could you on one hand claim to be a champion of the people, and then on the other hand, seek to stab them in the back, right? Like you're shaking their hand with your right hand, and then stabbing them in the back with your left, right? Like that's a terrible thing. More so than that, in a lot of ways, it does kind of flip the traditional superhero mythos on its head in an interesting way, right? Because if you were to take this principle that one punch can destroy thousands of people, that applies to Superman. The difference between Superman and Nolan is that Superman chose to be a good guy. Nolan chose to be a bad guy. But what happens when a person with that level of power uses it for nefarious purposes? And that's what you get here. The power of Nolan and Mark, even with Mark being as young and as weak as he is, and his strength, of course, will increase over time. Even being in that state, he's powerful enough to level cities, and there's really nothing anybody can do here to stop him. And that's what's kind of nuts about this, is because one of the things to notice here is the fight between Mark and the fight between Nolan is a lot more drawn out here in the comic than it is in the show. In the show, it's a huge conflict, right? And you've got Debbie watching everything unfold when she was taken to a command center by Cecil, hearing everything it is that Nolan's saying and all that kind of stuff. But the fight's pretty intense, right? Mark is just getting wrecked. Now, one of the big differences here, and this is a huge thing to focus on here, it's a huge thing to understand. Despite all the experience Mark has in being a superhero, he is still woefully unprepared. And the reason why is because Nolan, if you notice, is not really fighting with emotion. He's not fighting out of anger. He's not fighting out of wrath. Mark is. His emotions are getting the better of him. And when you fight in an emotional state, you're almost guaranteed to lose, unless you're just that much better than your opponent. But Mark is not. Mark is not that much better than Omni-Man. Instead, he's getting absolutely decimated because he's letting his emotions get the better of him. And so again, like that's when Nolan, even himself, starts to become emotional, screaming at his son, like, why do you resist, right? Like, why do you fight on behalf of these people whose lives don't matter, right? Like, these people's lives will be a blink of an eye in comparison to your life. Most of these people that you know, you will not even know that they were alive in the first place. You will have forgotten about them. Like, there'll be some name on the tip of your tongue that you can vaguely remember in 200 years, right? Like, there'll be a thought that might creep up in the back of your head and dismissed just as quickly in 300 years, right? No one in 500 years, no one here is going to have any significance to you. So why do you stay here and fight? What are you fighting for? Why does any of this matter to you? And at the end of the day, when he says, like, what are you going to have after 500 years? Mark's response is, you. I would still have you. When it's all said and done, I would still have you, Dad. And ultimately, because of the emotional toll, because of everything that's gone on here, and because of the fact that Mark was just kind of so open with Nolan and really treats him as a dad, it opens Nolan up in a way that he hasn't really experienced before, right? It makes him feel vulnerable in a way that he hasn't really experienced. So ultimately, Nolan bails. Now, the big question everybody has to ask here, which of course is, this is the end of basically season 1, what happens to Nolan? Where does Nolan go? Where does all this end up taking off to? Like, how does all this come together? What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we're picking back up with Invincible, and this one kind of answers the question that I think a lot of people have, which is, what happened to Omni-Man at the end of the series, right? I know we're like super late on this, right? You know, it's just kind of the way it gets played. So honestly, I don't really expect any of the Invincible videos that I make to get any real traction or to be successful, probably until the second season of the show, right? So for about a year or so, which I don't really mind. But here's the thing, right? There are a couple volumes that take place, a couple story arcs takes place between the one that we left off on and the one that we're in right now. That's why we went from volume 3 and just jumped to 6. We can cover, like, we are going to cover those on Patreon. We can cover them here if you guys are super interested, but by and large, there really isn't anything that happens in those volumes that you have not seen on the TV show. In the comics, there's a huge difference in terms of the timeline, right, between when certain things happen. For example, Robot having his consciousness put in like the body of a kid, right? Like that happens after Omni-Man leaves Earth in the comics, but it happens before he does in the TV show, right? So it's just little things like that. The reality is that in those volumes, there's two main things that happen that are kind of specific to this. So the first thing that we have to kind of talk about here is the state of Mark's mom, right? So in the TV show, you guys saw the ending episode where you had Mark's mom who was watching the whole conflict between Mark and Omni-Man and heard everything that he said, right? That he loved his wife like he loves a pet or something like that, because he'll outlive them all. So the idea of having like a meaningful attachment to a person is really kind of nonsensical in his eyes. In the comics, Mark's mom never saw any of that. All she really knew initially is that Omni-Man kind of seemed to be a bad guy, and that was basically it. What ended up happening is a couple different things. One, she started falling into the realm of alcoholism because of the fact that Omni-Man had essentially taken off, and even to a degree kind of blamed Mark, right? There's a moment in the comics where she asks Mark, why did you drive your father away, right? That kind of a thing. Now, she does it when she's in a drunken stupor, but she does it nonetheless, right? And it's like they say, drunk actions are sober thoughts. And so because of that, the next big thing that happened, and the way she found out the truth, is that while there wasn't really a broadcast of everything happening with regards to Mark and Omni-Man, that it was more or less being recorded by like Cecil and those guys and the government. And so what ended up happening is the entire recording was leaked to the press. And that's how Mark's mom found out that Omni-Man never really cared about her, that he loved her, quote unquote, like a pet, that kind of thing. That sent her further down into alcoholism. And so that's kind of the big thing about Mark's mom, is she becomes like a full-blown alcoholic. Like literally, Mark comes home pretty consistently and she's drunk like all the time, right? That kind of a thing. But the other big thing here is that Mark revealed his identity to Amber. And so ultimately, that's where things get a little crazy, is because there comes a point where she's kind of like, okay, she'd more or less kind of figured it out, but nonetheless, right? Those are the two big things that we kind of need to discuss going into this little tidbit here, or going into this story here. So what ends up happening here is he's basically met by the arrival of a character named Science Dog. Now, this right off the bat seems ridiculous because Science Dog is a comic book character that Mark reads, right? So like he knows right off the bat Science Dog isn't real. And that's why like a fight immediately breaks out between the two of them, because he refuses to believe that Science Dog is an actual person, right? That it's an actual character, that somebody somewhere is more or less messing with his mind. Now, one of the things to understand here is under normal circumstances, Mark wouldn't react this way. But coming off the heels of everything that happened with his dad, he's kind of on edge, right? So like he immediately freaks out and goes after Science Dog. And then of course, things more or less calm down. And then Science Dog reveals that he's not actually Science Dog, right? That instead, he's an alien called a Thraxan. Now, he put on the guise of the Science Dog because it seemed like it would make the most sense to approach Mark and to be able to talk to him. But in effect, the idea is like, you know, we essentially need you, right, to basically help us save our life. And the leader of our planet has requested your presence on our world, right? And so it takes something like 2 weeks or some odd amount of time to get there. But when Mark arrives, the Thraxans are basically like these grasshopper looking people, right? And it's kind of wild. But the idea is that, like, you know, again, like the leader of our world needs you. And as soon as Mark gets to the throne room, his dad is standing there. Omni-Man is essentially on this world now, right? And that's kind of the big question, is where has Omni-Man been all this time, right? Like what happened here and why is Omni-Man on this world? So the way this explanation goes down, and this is pretty cool, is initially they're pissed off and they go to attack each other, but they ultimately don't. Instead, they embrace, right? Which is a pretty cool and interesting moment here. Now, at that point, it turns into, okay, where have you been? That kind of thing. And so we get this really, really cool explanation from Omni-Man, basically saying that like when he was a Viltrumite, right? When he was initially brought in, or really kind of born into the Viltrumite race, that he really fulfilled the purpose the way he was supposed to, right? That for the most part, they were all about expanding their empire. That's all they really, really ever cared about. But when he was on Earth, and particularly when he had a son, that his perspective of the world began to change, that Earth began to change him. And so ultimately, when the choice came down, or when the chance came down for him to kill Mark, he couldn't do it, especially when Mark said, like, no matter what happens here, I'll always have you, show that Mark cared so much about his father, and it revealed to Omni-Man how much he actually cared about his son, and really the life that he had back there. And so ultimately, it's one of these things where he kind of, where Mark tells him, like, come back home, right? Like, come back home, come see mom. She's in a wreck. And ultimately, he's like, no, like, I can't go back. Even if I wanted to, there's no way humanity and Earth would accept me now knowing what I've done, right? Like, that Pandora's box has been opened. There's no letting the cat out of the bag, right? They're not going to let some world conqueror back into their ranks with open arms because he just apologized, right? That's not going to happen. And so ultimately, he says that kind of on this world that he transitioned to, that because of the fact that he abandoned his post, the Viltrumites are going to be coming for him. And one of the big concerns that he has here is that when he settled on this world, the reason why he's the leader is because they determine who the leader is going to be based on the oldest member of their society. But these guys only live for like 9 months at a time, right? These Thraxians have a super short lifespan. But because Omni-Man's been around for thousands of years, they're kind of like, okay, cool, you get to be our leader now, just right off the bat, right? Just like that. I mean, it is kind of implied that he had to do a few things to earn their trust, that he saved their world from different threats and things like that, right? It wasn't just, how old are you? It's like, well, I'm a few thousand years old. Cool, you're our leader, right? They didn't just appoint him sight unseen, right? It didn't really happen. But he's also basically formed a family here, right? He's got a wife, which is a weird alien thing that he's kissing, a giant grasshopper. He's married to a praying mantis, and then he's got a son, right? Now, the caveat about his son is that he basically has purple skin. And this is really the big concern that Omni-Man has here, is that the Viltrumites basically stand against anybody that they consider to be quote-unquote genetically impure, right? And so if a Viltrumite has a child with somebody else that's not considered to be a pure looking person, then the Viltrumites will kill him, right? They'll kill that kid. And under normal circumstances, Omni-Man never would have done this in the first place. Or if he did, it would have been part of the process of infiltrating the world, and then he wouldn't have cared if his kid was killed, right? All that would have mattered was the success of the mission. But ultimately, he's just kind of like, no, right? Like, I need my son to survive, right? Like, I cannot let the Viltrumites destroy my kid. So it's only a matter of time before they get here, and I need you to help me get my son to safety, right? The big problem with this is that the idea is to have Mark essentially be here and help his father defend this world against the Viltrumites when they arrive. The Viltrumites are already here. Now, there's only a few of them, right? But this is really kind of Robert Kirkman speaking to the power of this race, that there's like 3 of them here, and that's really it, right? That's really all you need. There's only a handful here. When the Viltrumite War kicks off, that's when things get crazy. And let me tell you something, man, with all the power you've seen from Omni-Man and all that kind of stuff, it's nothing in comparison to Freddie Mercury, right? To Thrag. You guys call Thrag Freddie Mercury, so I'm gonna call him Freddie Mercury, but it's nothing in comparison to the power of Thrag, right? Like Freddie's he's got a whole different level of power. Now, when this all kicks off, immediately Omni-Man tells Mark, get my family to safety. There's a couple reasons why he does this. The first is because of the fact that 1, Mark is not experienced facing off against the Viltrumites. All he knows is facing off against his dad. 2, it's implied that his dad is more or less on the same level as the other Viltrumites. So if Mark couldn't topple his dad, what chance does he have against 2 or 3, right? I mean, he would just get decimated so fast. It wouldn't even be a contest. And 2, Mark's he's the second most powerful person on this world outside of Omni-Man, right? So he's the most capable person of being able to keep this family safe and get them to what are called the caves, right? Now, the caves are kind of this hidden location that's out there somewhere. And this is the segment where I kind of talk about how it's more or less implied or stated that Omni-Man was not arbitrarily chosen, that he had performed various deeds to more or less keep this world safe. The problem here is that Mark was followed by a Viltrumite by the name of Lucan. Now, Lucan's a cool character, man. You don't really get to see a whole lot of him here, but like later on you do, and he's cool. I like him, man. Like, I like this guy. He's interesting. But ultimately, it's one of these things where he shows up and he's like, okay, this kid's got to go, right? That's kind of the funny thing about Mark is Mark could be passed off as a Viltrumite because there's no real differentiation between the appearance of Mark and the appearance of a standard Viltrumite. And unless they scan his DNA, they would never really know that he was part human. And had the plan of Omni-Man come to fruition, right? So like the bond between himself and Mark was strong, and say, for example, that Mark decided to side with Omni-Man and say, okay, fine, I will help you conquer Earth at the end of the fight between the two of them, then like it would have, like the Earth would have been prepared, and that would have been it. And maybe there would have been some questions asked, like, how did this guy sire a kid? Like, if he didn't really bang a Viltrumite or anything like that. But at the end of the day, they would have just kind of, turned a blind eye, and more or less that seems to kind of be what would happen. And this instance with Omni-Man's new son, who's basically Omni-Kid, is more or less the name he adopts, that doesn't happen. He's got purple skin, right? How do you avoid that? So ultimately, Mark is able to kind of get the upper hand on Lucan for a moment, right? Just kind of sucker punch him and then just like take off, right? And that's kind of like, okay, cool. Like Lucan kind of calms himself down for a second and is like, all right, let's get to this kid. Ultimately, Lucan catches up with him super fast, right? And that's one of the big things here. Again, like, these guys are no joke, man. Like, these Viltrumites are on a whole different level from anything that Mark's used to fighting outside of his dad. Lucan catches up, Omni-Man saves the day, right? Like, just literally crashes into this guy and then just goes to pummel him. Now, one of the things that happens, you don't really see exactly what takes place. All you see is Omni-Man coming back with blood all over him, right? So presumably, he's either beat Lucan to death or incapacitated him to the point where Lucan can't really do anything, right? He's more or less out of the picture. And that's kind of what he says, right? Like, it's not my blood. And when they're like, so what happened to the Viltrumite? He's like, dead, right? And that's it, right? Just left him for dead by the caves, and that's it, right? So ultimately, when they end up getting back to the city, which seemingly Omni-Man had to abandon in order to make sure that his family was taken to safety, once he realized that Lucan had followed Mark. Once he gets back there, a huge portion of these Thraxans are destroyed, right? The city's totally trashed, and a huge number of these guys are all killed. And that's kind of the crazy thing, right? Under any other circumstance, Omni-Man would have been like, well, I mean, I guess it's just part and parcel to the nature of the thing, and that's it, right? You wouldn't have seen a great big huge stink about it. But Omni-Man's trying to reform himself. He's trying to become a good guy, right? He's trying to be a hero. It's one of the things that he says. He says, I should not care that they're all dead. I've had blood on my hands before, far more than this, and yet I care. I am enraged, right? Now, the thing about this is because of the fact that Omni-Man, and this is one of those aspects of the character that's easy to overlook. Omni-Man has never been a person who's had to deal with his emotions in this capacity before. When you spend your life as a sociopath, right? That like people in the world around you are baubles to be used for your own individual goals, and you don't really have any emotional attachment to those people, then suddenly when you start developing emotional attachments to people, you don't know how to handle it, right? It's like seeing color for the first time. What do you do, right? You start to go into a panic, but emotions are far stronger than seeing a color, right? And so because of that, Omni-Man doesn't really know how to process this feeling of grief that he's experiencing. And so he lashes out. And in this instance, he lashes out at Mark and actually goes to start pummeling Mark. But then suddenly the two Viltrumites who basically destroyed everything, they essentially appear. And that's when Omni-Man targets them. And that's kind of the crazy thing, right? Is that under normal circumstances, when these Viltrumites are fighting, and it seems to be a major focal point of their characters, they fight cleanly, right? Meaning they don't let their emotions get the better of them. They stay focused on the target at hand, right? They're precise, right? It's just precision combat skills. And it's cool to see, right? The problem with this is that Omni-Man's fighting full of emotion. And so ultimately, Mark kind of jumps in to do what he can. And Mark's being wildly overwhelmed by these guys, right? Just being wildly overwhelmed. Omni-Man more or less steps in and then saves the day, right? Crushes both of these guys, smashes their heads together, and that's more or less the end of them, right? And then from there, it's like, okay, like they're gonna be on their way back, right? So like, calm down, like we need to relax, we need to focus, right? Like up to this point in your life as a superhero, like I get you're young, you're a teenager, you're full of hormones and emotion, that's fine, but you need to get that under control, right? Like facing off against these guys, you need to be precise, you need to be focused, you need to make sure that you are essentially at peace with yourself. It's going to be the only way that you can come out on top, because these guys have been fighting for thousands of years, right? It's not like they've been fighting for a few years or so. They're not fresh off the assembly line, right? They've been doing this for a long time, and they have their skills honed down to a T. You need to get as close to that level as you possibly can, despite the fact that it's not a tried and true teaching lesson in the sense of, Omni-Man sitting down with Mark and like, hey, here's a couple of spar buddies that I know who are going to help you hone your skills. It's about as real of a lesson as Mark is ever going to get. And so ultimately you end up having like Mark, who's totally overwhelmed, right? Omni-Man gets the upper hand on his, and then Mark starts calling out for help and literally just like crushes this guy, right? And is like, you're gonna die for this, right? Like that's it. And just kills this guy, literally headbutts him to death. He headbutts him so hard, his eye pops out of his head. It's kind of nuts, right? But Mark is just absolutely decimated. Now at that point, Omni-Man goes to kind of help Mark tend to his wounds, and then here comes Lucan out of nowhere, right? Like literally the guy that Omni-Man left for dead, impaled this guy, right? Like disemboweled this guy. Lucan's holding his intestines in, right? He's got his pants held up and keeping his intestines held in place, man. This is what we're talking about. And yet, none of these Viltrumites have anything on Thrag. That's the craziness about it, man. But the guy basically incapacitates Omni-Man, knocks him out, and leaves Mark for dead. Because at the end of the day, the target's not Mark. The target is Nolan, right? That's the whole thing behind this. And so ultimately, the Viltrumites end up, a whole another group of Viltrumites show up. They end up rounding up, like, they kind of tend to Mark. Because to a degree, if I'm being honest, there's probably, Mark's probably earned a little bit of respect here, right? Because it's one of the things that I've kind of said, the Viltrumites are very much like Spartans. And so even if Mark wasn't strong enough to overpower the Viltrumites, the fact that he was able to do some damage and he fought with a lot of heart kind of earned their respect a little bit. Not enough that they're like, hey, you're one of us now, come hang out with us, right? He can't sit at the cool kids table, but they're not going to throw paper wads at him. You know what I mean? Like, you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, it's that kind of a thing, And so at the end of the day, where Omni-Man's taken away, the thing he tells Mark is, read my books, right? My books, make sure you read those. And so that's kind of the cool thing, is because again, like one of these Viltrumites kind of shows up to Mark and says, we tended to your wounds. And when he asks why, he's like, by all accounts, you've proven yourself worthy a member of the Viltrumite Empire. And they almost kind of say, like, you are going to be designated Viltrumite, agent of Earth. Like, you are basically going to serve our empire on Earth. That's kind of the role that we're going to give you. Now, the caveat to this is that if, with Mark more or less being assigned this role, even unwillingly by the Viltrumites, if he doesn't follow through with it, they'll kill him, right? That's kind of the crazy thing about this. And they know they can, right? I mean, the amount of time it would take for him to become strong enough to stop any of them from killing him is lengthy, right? Far longer than the amount of time they would give him to like conquer Earth, right? To prepare Earth for the end of things. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is because Mark gets back to Nolan's, his grasshopper wife, and she's like, where's my husband? He's like, he's basically gone, right? Like they took him, right? That kind of a thing. And so Mark kind of helps them rebuild and all that kind of stuff. And then essentially ends up kind of taking his brother back to the world, back to Earth, if for no other reason than to kind of help him experience what his family life could be like. Now, something to know, Mark did not initially want to do this, right? He did not initially want to like take this kid back to Earth. And now that he's doing it, it's kind of a cool opportunity. But the reality is that because the lifespan of these Thraxians is so incredibly short, his mom doesn't have, like, she's not long for this world, right? She's basically almost done with all her living. And the kind of question is, what's going to happen when I die, right? I mean, the Viltrumites are going to try to come back for him eventually. And so at the end of the day, like at the very least, if he's with you, he's with somebody that has the potential to keep him safe, even if it's getting him somewhere else. And so ultimately, Mark kind of becomes the caretaker for his younger brother. The problem with this is that when he gets home, back to Earth, he's like, hey mom. She's like, oh my God, Mark, you're back. That's awesome. He's like, yeah, I brought a little gift. It's the gift that keeps on giving. A couple things. One, dad sent for me, and that's why I went to that world. And she's like, wait a minute, what was your father doing? And he's like, okay, so like, he'd more or less conquered that, is kind of what he did. And he kind of like reiterates everything that's going on. And it kind of sucks, right? Because she's kind of like, like, did he say anything about me? I mean, I know he said he was wrong and that Earth changed him and that kind of stuff. So, obviously he's trying to turn over a new leaf. And she's like, did he say anything about me? And honestly, if we're being honest with ourselves, one of the things to say here is like, yeah, he said he misses you, right? And that would go a long way towards making her feel better. There is such a thing as being honest to a fault. This is one of those instances when he's like, no, he didn't say anything about you, right? You're going to tell an alcoholic woman who misses her husband that he didn't say anything about her. And so she's like, I need a drink. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because at that point, Mark piles on even more. And then he's like, we need to talk about we need to talk about my brother, right? And that's when she learns not only did he go to a different world and not say anything about her, indicating he doesn't really seem to miss her at all, but then he popped out another kid, man. So like literally just moved on like that, right? And it's kind of crushing. But the cool little thing about this is that once she's able to kind of grasp the reality of the situation that she's in, right? And she's kind of like, okay, like it's weird that my son was summoned to a different world by his father who tried to conquer this world, who I miss, but I also have kind of conflicted feelings about. Once she gets past all that stuff, then she's kind of like, I mean, he's kind of cute, right? And so it's this little kid represents hope for Debbie. I think is probably the best way to say it, right? That whenever you're dealing with a person who's struggling with alcoholism, that oftentimes it's not enough to simply just pull themselves up, right? I mean, you can't really pull yourself up by your bootstraps when it comes to alcoholism. You can, right? It's possible, but it's much easier if you have a reason to not want to be an alcoholic anymore. And the reality is, even if she can't necessarily be with Nolan, that at the very least, the son that like needs to be taken care of because Nolan's currently incapacitated kind of gives her a second chance, right? Gives her a kind of second wind, right? Somebody else to care for besides herself. And I know it seems a little strange and it seems a little odd, but in a lot of ways, it really helps her, right? Because it's kind of like taking care of the legacy of her husband. It's as close as she can get to Nolan, even if she's struggling with him, because a time will come when they will meet again and it will not go the way you think it does. It's one of the coolest moments in the whole comics. It's one of the coolest moments in Invincible. But then you also end up having Mark, who shows back up to Amber. Now, the crazy thing about this is that when he finally shows up again, initially he kind of gave her like a quick little explanation, but not a whole lot, right? He didn't really tell her a whole lot. It was kind of like one of those, you got to trust me, everything will be okay, I'll be back, that kind of situation. And the biggest issue is that he was gone 2 months. She initially thought he was gonna be gone for a much shorter amount of time, but ultimately Mark told her, like, I don't know exactly how long I'm gonna be gone for. And so in this situation, Amber is as much a victim of her own expectation as she is the fact that Mark is a superhero and is oftentimes kind of flaky. And so the result of this is that she's kind of like, you were gone for 2 months, man, you know, and it really kind of sits her on a big issue, because what this did is it almost kind of sent her into an existential crisis on the relationship. If Mark is going to be a superhero and Mark is going to be engaged in superhero antics and superhero activities, but at the same time he's going to be going on missions where without any real definitive end date, you know, in terms of when he's going to be back, is that something she can live with? Is that something she can cope with? And that's a question she kind of has to ask herself, right? Like, if my man's going to be gone for 2 or 3 months at a time, or possibly even years, if we're really being honest with ourselves, no definitive end date on when he might return, can I really put my life and my romantic happiness on hold in the hopes that he will come back? There are people who would say yes, right? Like, at this point, like, if the two of you guys ever end up slapping rings on each other's fingers, then yeah, that's part of the bargain, right? Like, you knew what you were getting into, that's just part of it, right? You can't change your mind all of a sudden, but at the same time, you can't, right? Because people change, people grow, right? It's just the nature of things. And what was acceptable and okay at the beginning of things, or at some point along the line, may not be acceptable later on. And this is exceedingly important, because if we're being honest, the relationship is becoming serious. They're at that college age now, right? And college age is, one, either you're partying or you're finding the person that you're most likely going to start settling down with at some point along the line. While you build your career, they build their career, you kind of build a family together, right? And if that's the case, then Amber's most likely looking to the future, right? She's not looking at this as like a fling. She's looking at this like, hey, this could be something serious, right? I mean, sure, I'm not in a position right now where I want to marry the guy, but like, if the relationship becomes serious enough, then maybe we can consider that. If nothing else, it's a fleeting thought in the back of her head. And if the idea of slapping a ring on it is a fleeting thought, then if she's ever considering more of a serious life, that becomes a thought as well. Can you really bank on a person who's going to vanish for months at a time without giving you any real definitive answer, because they don't even know why they're going, right? Can you rely on that? And ultimately, Amber has mixed feelings about it. She's like, look, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I'm okay with it, if I'm not okay with it. I'm not really sure if I can handle that. So at the end of the day, she's just kind of like, I'll figure it out, right? But at the moment, the relationship's on the rocks, right? It's one of these things where it's kind of teetering. Whether or not the relationship survives, it's dependent on whether or not this is something she can handle. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are. Okay, cool. So here's the thing, right? Like, if you guys remember the last video that we did, you ended up having Mark, who basically brought his stepbrother back home. And I'll have the playlist for Invincible down in the description. But Mark brought his stepbrother back home, right? So basically the son of Omni-Man on a different planet, right? And what this does is it kind of picks up with this idea of like Mark's mom raising him, right? Now, initially when Mark brought him back, it was really kind of a shock for Mark's mom, right? Just because of the fact that, one, like, everything had seemingly happened so fast and she never really had a chance to cope. We talked about that in the last video. That was the biggest issue that Mark's mom had, is I guess she coped, but her method of coping was alcohol, right? She just kind of delved into alcoholism. Now, that's one of the things that I loved about Invincible. For us as regular people, we all have our own coping mechanisms, right? Some of us work out, some of us make comic book YouTube videos. Others end up kind of jumping into less productive things. And alcohol is a very easy thing to fall into. The trap of alcoholism is all too easy, right? I've got members of my family who have fallen prey to that, because it's very easy to kind of numb the pain, right? To just sort of succumb to that drunken stupor, and then you just don't feel anything, right? You don't feel any real sadness, you don't really feel any real remorse, you just kind of don't really feel a whole lot, and the result is that it makes the pain go away. And that really, I think, is a testament more to what Deborah was going through than anything else, because seemingly her entire world came crashing down like that, right? In the blink of an eye. Your husband turns out to be a villain from a different planet who openly admits that he never really cared about you at all, right? Your son is this walking, talking reminder of the man that you loved, that you essentially lost, right? I mean, that's kind of the crazy thing. And so for Mark's mom, having a little kid to take care of here is a great thing for her, because it kind of gives her a chance to sort of start fresh, right? To kind of start over to a degree. And it sort of gives her something to live for beyond herself, right? A chance to look at something and to say, like, I can work for this thing, right? I can build on this thing. I can raise this child into somebody productive, and admittedly hold on to a portion of her husband, the part of her husband that she loved so much. And so from there, you switch over to a villain named Mastermind. Not a whole lot doing here. This guy's kind of a dick, and he does exactly what a man with the name Mastermind would do. He controls the minds of other people. And so ultimately Mark and the Guardians basically get the upper hand on him, and that's more or less it. But then you basically end up jumping to Mark meeting with Amber. But the whole conversation with Amber is kind of this funny moment, right? Because Mark has a tendency to kind of get caught up in the moment, right? Not really caught up in himself. Mark's pretty far from being a person who's full of arrogance and hubris. But it's one of these things where he's kind of like, okay. So he's like, you look pretty tired. She's like, yeah, I was up really late, and I've got like a big test in an hour. He's like, okay, well, do you want to ditch class and go with me to Africa? And she's like, what did I just say? I got a test in an hour, Mark. Mark doesn't listen. But then she's kind of like, Africa? It's Africa. You know, like how often do people get to go to Africa? Now, here's one of the things that I want to draw your attention to, because we actually kind of skipped over this in the previous videos that we've done, but here's one of the things that I want to draw your attention to. If you guys remember, probably from the TV show, assuming that you never read the comics, which I don't know why you wouldn't be reading the comics, but in the TV show, you had that mission to Mars, right? You had those weird little aliens that had the capability of like taking over and conquering whole worlds by possessing people, things like that, right? So one of the astronauts, a guy by the name of Russ Livingston, is basically a guy who was left behind, right? That guy you saw with like the really dark eyes, and he's like, nah, he looks like he would have like the kind of laugh a man would have if he had like a handlebar mustache and he was a villain, like, you know, like that kind of a thing. Well, one of the Martians actually made it back to Earth, right? And so the result of this is that you do kind of get a little bit of discussion there, but this guy kind of realizes, like, given the powers that he has, the ability to shapeshift, because he's more or less Invincible's version of Martian Manhunter, that he can in turn become a superhero. And so that kind of gives you this answer of what happened with this alien that ended up taking on the form of Russ Livingston and then showing up on Earth. Now, there are caveats here, right? The way the explanation's given to us, he can't necessarily hold the position for an exceedingly long amount of time. And even then, like with him being on Earth, he still is concerned about his race back on Mars. Now, when I say that he's concerned about his people, it's more like just the rebels, right? Because like in the end, he's just kind of like, I mean, I hated our monarch, right? Our monarch was like super corrupt. I'm kind of glad that I got away from them. You know, I hate this. It is kind of interesting in terms of how he sees his own people. So I imagine he probably only really longs for the rebels. And he kind of goes as far as to say that, right? Like himself and the other rebels hated the enslavement of the squids and so on and so forth. But when you basically transition to Africa, it's kind of this funny moment, right? Because Mark was basically invited here by Eve, that Mark's mom had given him, you know, Eve's number when she was out in Africa, and then he had called her and she was like, yeah, you know, come hang out. So Mark brings Amber. All right, here's the thing, gentlemen, fellas, guys out there who are not very good at picking up on clues, right? One of the most frustrating things with the nature of the game when it comes to the lady folk, to the women folk, is that they never really tell you when they're digging you, right? Sometimes they do, but it's usually dropping subtle hints. And I guess part of the game is if you can pick up on it and kind of build up that tension, right? Other times it's a pain in the ass, you know, it's just like, all right, whatever, man, I got more important things to do. But this is one of those times, man, when a girl that you know digs you is in another part of the world and says, hey, come hang out. You do one of two things, right? Either you're with, like, you're Mark and you're with a girl and you say, look, I'd love to, but like, you know, I'm with a girl right now, so let's table this right now. Or if you're single, you're like, let's go, man. That's all that is. And she's dropping all the hints, man. Like she's literally telling him that she digs him. And it's kind of funny because Mark just seems oblivious to it, right? Like that guy. Like Mark is that guy. And so it's just like, okay, Mark, come on, man. And this is one of the cool things about Adam Eve's character too, though. Robert Kirkman, and he does it so subtly. Adam Eve, I would argue, is probably the most powerful of all the characters that exist out there because she can alter matter on an atomic level. Now, if this was a Marvel comic, Mark would be like, man, like how advanced can this be? And she's like, I can conquer the universe. And then she would just ascend and become a cosmic entity. And then she would just hover in the stars forevermore and then appear every once in a while because she's a plot device now. Like that's what Marvel Comics would do. I love what Kirkman does, right? This is a girl that can control matter on the molecular level. And it's just kind of like, yeah, man, like it's a thing that she can do, right? She can just kind of will things into existence. But it's also a little bit of a learning curve here because not even Adam Eve is fully aware of everything that she can do. And she even says that, right? Like she's learning to use her powers in a more complex way. It's one of the reasons why she came out here, one, to kind of get away from everything, but two, to explore her full capabilities. When Adam Eve reaches like her full potential, which she will, she is a demon. It's insane how powerful she is, right? Like she just gets to this ridiculously OP level. But Mark also does like a little bit of catching up with her, right? Because like he basically tells her like, I've got a little brother. And it's like, what? You talk to your dad? What? Like your dad's married to like a bug? What? Like what is going on here? And so he does like the whole kind of spilling the beans, right? And more or less everything that we've kind of caught up with here, everything that we've sort of discussed here. And then while the two of them are talking, they realize Amber's over there. Now this is a funny depiction of her character because one of the things that Kirkman kind of hits on here when it comes to the various parts of Invincible is he almost kind of portrays people who are superheroes as kind of a higher caste or a higher order. Not insofar as how they conduct themselves, right? I mean, you don't have Mark, flying around, I look down on you. That's not really what the kind of philosophy he has, but that's not really how he operates. It's really more of the depiction of Amber. Like one of the things that Adam Eve really picks up on here is like Amber never looks up, right? She almost never ever looks up to the sky. She's always just kind of looking forward or just kind of of looking around, right? Just, just kind of minding your own business. But it's one of these things where Amber's kind of depicted here as a person that in the grand scheme of things isn't really striving for much in this life, right? She's just kind of striving for just good enough. And I say just good enough in relation to people like Mark or people like Adam Eve. I mean, granted, they have abilities that Amber simply just doesn't have. But with having enhanced capabilities, not just powers, but with enhanced capabilities, enhanced access to things, comes enhanced abilities to achieve more in this world, right? It's really kind of establishing this idea that Amber's just not for Mark, right? I mean, it's just not really supposed to be that way. But it also kind of reflects itself in the conversation that like Adam, Eve, and Mark had. And the sense that Mark was kind of talking to her about how her and Amber have kind of gotten into a few fights here and there, and that's par for the course. When you're in a relationship, you do get into arguments, you do get into fights, you do get into disagreements, right? Because what's a relationship if you're not taking two people who don't know anything about each other, slapping them together and saying, now make it work? Basically what it is. So of course you're going to have some disagreements and so on and so forth. But the various issues that Amber and Mark have been dealing with, a lot of it came from Mark's deception, right? In the sense that Mark didn't really tell her he was a superhero initially. He would just disappear for huge amounts of time and then return home, and she'll just be there with open arms. That in effect, she would kind of put her life on hold to a degree insofar as like what it means to have a significant other because of his superhero escapades. We don't know if that's something that she can cope with. Adam Eve is far more of a compatible person for Mark than Amber is, at least on that level. But Mark kind of counters that, and he says, yeah, but like we have a lot in common. There's a lot of things that we like. But one of the things to know about relationships, that 1% makes all the difference. You can find somebody who's 99.9% compatible with you, but depending on what that 0.1% makes up, it could be a deal breaker, right? Like it's like that 0.1% could be, I don't want to have kids. And that right there totally torches the relationship, right? Your deal breakers. And so it's kind of an interesting thing there because you end up having Mark, who really kind of gets a phone call here while he and Adam Eve and Amber are hanging out. And it's just kind of like, Mark, help, right? She's in trouble, Mark. How fast can you get home? Like it's his mom, and then somebody basically answers alongside his mom, and Mark bolts. He's just like, Eve, can you get Amber home? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, cool, gotta go. Bam! And then just bolts, right? Just like immediately takes off. When he gets back home, he's met with Angstrom Levy. Now, Angstrom Levy is a character that we haven't really talked about yet, right? And he was kind of covered a little bit in the previous stories that we did. In all honesty, I didn't cover him at the time because I didn't want to mess up the pacing of the story to kind of have this cohesive discussion about what happened to Omni-Man after he left Earth and then suddenly sidetracked to Angstrom Levy. But the idea behind this is that at a previous point in time, Angstrom Levy had actually come into contact with an alternate reality version of himself. And the reason why is because Angstrom can make portals to different dimensions. And so what he wanted to do, or at least kind of look to bolster his abilities and so on and so forth, that he ended up having himself hooked to a kind of machine of sorts by the Mauler twins. The problem with this is that when Invincible showed up, that Angstrom Levy started summoning all these Mauler twins from other dimensions, and then Mark was actually on the verge of being killed, right, being beat to death. And so Angstrom took the harness off his head, and it created a kind of feedback where it basically turned him into the version of himself that you see now. But Angstrom is a wildly powerful character. It's one of these things where his powers are kind of unique in that way, right? I mean, it's not as though he's powerful because he can just look at Mark and disintegrate him or like beat him to death because of his astronomical strength. It's just one of these things where he can just kind of open portals. And that's what he tells Mark, right? You know, ultimately, the whole reason why he comes after Mark for this is because one, the whole experiment or the whole, kind of situation that led him to becoming who he was, it ultimately kind of erased portions of the entire incident. So he doesn't really remember things as they happened. Instead, all he really remembers is kind of like the big picture, the big chunks, but missing the nuance. And so it's, I was a regular guy, and then Invincible showed up, and then Invincible faced off against the Mauler twins that I brought from other dimensions, and then like something happened, and then now I'm like this, right? So Invincible caused this. When Mark goes to attack him, he opens a portal and then sends Mark to a different dimension where dinosaurs have more or less become sentient, where they can actually talk. And he escapes by the skin of his teeth and then comes back through the portal again and then goes to attack him yet again. And then like another portal's opened up and he ends up in the Marvel universe. And then he actually encounters Dr. Octopus and like crashes him into a building. And he's like, oh dude, man, I'm so sorry about that. And then bailed, right? Like for one page, he meets Dr. Octopus, right? So then he comes back to the portal again, only this time the webbing of Spider-Man follows him, right? So hence the title, Invincible meets Spider-Man for like 2 seconds. Like it's kind of nuts, but it's small little stuff like this. One thing that I do want to point out here, this concept of like alternate dimensions, that's something that I want you guys to keep in the back of your head, but it's kind of this cat and mouse game, right? Mark is fighting out of emotion. He's not fighting out of logic. And remember, that's one of the lessons that his dad was trying to teach him. You cannot fight emotionally. You have to fight logically. Whenever you fight emotionally, you're going to make just ridiculous decisions. And it's one of the things that Angstrom Levy's counting on, right? I remember, Mark is young, right? He's a college-age kid, but at the same time, he doesn't really have have the experience to know what kind of rational decisions he should be making. And so it's one of these things where he goes to attack yet again, because Angstrom knows, like, the more that the angrier that Mark gets, the more reckless he gets, and the more reckless he gets, the less he thinks. And so it's one of these things where he's just kind of playing games with him. And so he sends him into a dimension where there was a zombie breakout, right? And like everybody in that world was essentially infected by zombies. And it happens like that over and over and over again. Every time he goes to attack, he's sent to a different dimension. Now he's beaten, he's not necessarily broken, he's kind of tattered. He comes across Batman, like literally he's like, I mean, you dress like a bat and your name's what? Like, isn't that kind of lazy? Isn't it lazy to dress as a bat and call yourself Batman? Like, kind of a lazy name. And so it's one of these sort of weird things where, like, he finally just kind of sits and waits, and then eventually a portal opens up and Angstrom sticks his head through, and then he immediately goes through the portal, right? And then goes to attack Angstrom Levy again. And then yet again, Angstrom Levy opens a portal, and the two of them actually end up fighting through these kind of like dimensional waves, right? Like literally fighting throughout the multiverse. That's basically what's happening here. They're jumping from universe to universe, and the fight's just the two of them, until it gets to a point where Mark basically gets the upper hand and gets so mad that Angstrom had threatened his family that he actually beats him to death. This is really the first big moment where the actions of Mark just cost a person their life in extreme rage, right? Where he remembers him, so he kind of thinks about his dad, right? Like he like literally reminds himself of his dad. And so in that moment, there's a huge kind of crushing sensation here, because it's like, oh my God, I'm like my dad. I've basically become my dad. Like this is the person that I've turned into. And so what you end up having is a portal that opens up, and essentially the Guardians of the Globe end up popping out, but it's a future version of their characters, including Adam Eve. Now the conversation here is not overly lengthy. Instead, what had happened is that in the main universe, right, the main dimension of Invincible, that Mark had just vanished, right? So as far as he's concerned, it's been virtually no time at all, right? Within like a few hours, right, all this stuff's gone on for him. For these Guardians of the Globe, they've been hunting for Mark for 15 years. They've been trying to find him for 15 years, and they were finally able to locate him, right? Like they were finally able to pick him up. Now it's one of these things where Adam Eve goes running to Mark and says, okay, here's what you have to do. Go talk to the younger version of me and tell her anything, right? Tell her you love her, tell her you don't love her, tell her you just want to be good friends, whatever. But if you never ever tell her how you potentially feel about her, she's going to forever hold on to this possibility that the two of you will end up being together. She'll never have anybody else. She'll never really be able to live a meaningful life, because she will always hope that the two of you are going to get together. So tell her whatever it is you need to tell her. Like tell her whether you love her or not, it doesn't matter, but tell her something. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is because this sort of sets the stage on what we saw in this issue, that Amber is not the best fit for Mark, that Adam Eve is. And it's going to seemingly, at least it kind of appears to, go in that direction of Mark possibly saying something to Adam Eve. Whether he does or not is something that I'm not going to reveal to you, at least not now anyway. Following that, you end up having essentially a person associated with Cecil who actually shows up to the house of Deborah to kind of get things organized, insofar as like the little boy, the little kid that kind of was brought here by Mark. And so when the question is asked, like, have you decided on a name, the response is Oliver, right? Like, I'm gonna name this kid Oliver, it's my father's name. Like, Mark's mom is effectively adopting the stepbrother of Mark and the son of Omni-Man, right? He's officially going to be kind of brought into the family there. And so following this, what you do is you actually pick up with Mark going and visiting the tailor, right? You guys know him, Arthur Rosenbaum, but it's one of these things where the two of them are kind of talking and having a conversation, and Mark's actually coming to terms with this idea of the fact that he had basically beat a man to death, right? And he's coming to terms with a look on Adam Eve's face from the future when she said she loved him, right? Just desperation and sorrow as he describes it. He's kind of like, I mean, Adam Eve is my friend, you know, and I like her, you know, I'm attracted to her, but like at the end of the day, if I did that, it wouldn't really be fair to Amber. And he says he loves Amber, but here's the important thing to understand. The heart wants what the heart wants, and no apologies need to be made for it, right? That's just the way that it is. I mean, in the game of love, somebody's bound to get their heart broken, right? It's the nature of things. If everybody returned the affections of everybody who made advances towards them, then monogamy just couldn't exist, right? So in order to fall in love, hearts have to be broken. It's just the way that goes. It sucks and it's not fair, but honestly, the world's not necessarily a fair place. And so ultimately it's kind of like, what are you gonna do? And so he's just kind of like, I'm gonna stay with Amber at the moment, right? Like Amber's the one that I'm gonna stay with because she's just been so supportive of me, right? I mean, like all these superhero antics, disappearing for days or even months or weeks at a time, you know, like all the stuff that comes with this package of what it means to be with somebody like me. She's been through it, right? She's been, I wouldn't say thick and thin. They haven't been together long enough to really know, but he's just kind of like, she's been there for me. And I feel like it'd be wrong to betray that, to destroy that, and then to go with somebody else because a future version of herself said, hey, like, I really love you, right? Just because a person says they love you doesn't mean you have to love them back. And so ultimately the tailor kind of goes to a back room and then comes back and presents Mark with these books. Now these books are ridiculously important. And the reason why is because when they're presented to Mark, Mark's just kind of like, what is this? And the tailor's like, well, your father would try to be a science fiction writer when he first got here. And he wrote a little bit and he made a little bit of money, but after that they were all just basically huge failures, right? So he just started writing like travel books and different things like that. And so ultimately these are all handed over to Mark. And Mark starts looking at him and says look at the names. These names are terrible, right? Hate tribes on the planet Wreck, right? This one, the man with the invincible gun. And so he kind of starts combing through it and reading it. And as Mark begins to read it, he begins to realize his father's books, right? When in the last video, when his dad said, find my books and read my books, it wasn't because he just wanted his son to know that he tried to write science fiction at some point. He's actually going through, and Mark realizes he's writing himself. That literally he's just writing his own stories about tracking down individuals and hunting people who were basically enemies of the Viltrumite Empire. But each one of these books deals with like an artifact or a weapon or a person with extraordinary skills. And that's when Mark starts to realize all these things, they're basically instructions on how to destroy the Viltrumites. It's literally a blueprint on how to win. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Now, here's the thing. I am trying my best to avoid spoilers in the titles. I'm absolutely doing the best that I can to avoid spoilers. Granted, having spoilers is part of the super clickbait title scheme, but I'm avoiding it for Invincible because I don't want to ruin anything for you guys. So, this story does technically kick off with Sinclair. A lot of you guys remember him from the TV show where he was basically making killer robots out of people. The way it plays out in the comics is almost identical to the way it plays out in the show. It just happens that a different point in time, right? Like this point where all the robots show up and people are being transformed, all that kind of stuff. That was a plot thread that was kind of being built on over the course of the comics in the time that Omni-Man was on Earth. When like the great big huge event happens and like Invincible learns that like these guys are being turned into robots, that happens after Omni-Man leaves. So again, just kind of a little bit of a difference between the show and the comics. It doesn't screw up the continuity because one of the cool things about Invincible is you do have like the main story and then you have like little smaller plot thread stories that kind of take place over the course of the comic itself. Right, but what we end up doing here, once Sinclair's caught, thrown in prison, he's met by Cecil, right? And Cecil's kind of like, okay, like if you accept our offer that we're going to give you, you will not go to jail, right? You won't face any kind of any charges. You won't have a criminal record or anything like that. Like you'll work for us, right? So a lot of you guys are kind of familiar with that already. But what you're not familiar with is when we switch over to Alan the Alien. Now, here's the cool thing. Alan the Alien is on the planet that's referred to as Telestria, which is the home of the Coalition of Planets. We'll talk a little bit more about them as we kind of get further into the comic book story. But what you end up doing here is picking up with Thaddeus, right? Now, Thaddeus, of course, meets with Alan and then kind of has this conversation with him about how Alan's kind of growing and becoming stronger. And again, that's the nature of the character of Alan, right? We talked about that before, that the way his character was portrayed is that initially he was like an experiment, an attempt to create a race or to genetically modify a race that would basically put them on par with the Viltrumites in terms of strength and durability. The issue with this is that while Alan was super strong, there was nothing to indicate he was on the same level as the Viltrumites. But what we're learning here is that as time progresses, specifically in the aftermath of a battle and when he heals, that Alan's strength level right now is close to that of a Viltrumite, if it's not directly on par with a Viltrumite. No, we're not really given an absolute answer here. The explanation that we're given is that they're actually doing more tests and they're kind of exploring a little bit more to see where he's at. But by all standards of measurement, he's equal to the Viltrumites. And so while it's not necessarily a full army, it is certainly a winning move. The funny thing about this is the question that Alan has is, how could you possibly know all this information about the Viltrumites? Where are you getting all this information from? And a lot of it's just kind of chalked up to the fact that it's the coalition of worlds, right? It's a coalition of planets. They have just information all over the place. Instead, what Thaddeus reveals is that he's actually a Viltrumite, right? That Thaddeus was essentially the first of the Viltrumites to rebel against the Empire, to turn against them and to defect. Now, there is a much more significant story to Thaddeus than what we're given here, but essentially he just kind of establishes that he founded the coalition of planets to defend the universe against the evils of his own people, right? To basically face face off against the Viltrumites and to really kind of slow them down as best he could. And a lot of that's rooted in the fact that he realized, given the strength of the Viltrumites, you can't really kill them per se, or at least there was nobody else in the universe that seemed to be on the same level in capabilities as being able to kill the Viltrumites, right? They're just far too strong and far too capable. But for the longest time, Thaddeus thought he was the only person that was really able to stand against the Viltrumites outside of those individuals who were executed, right? Because he wasn't the only one. There were individuals who rebelled along with him, but in the end, they were all more or less killed. And so the question is, was there anybody else capable of doing that? And then Alan the Alien showed up with the story of Invincible. And that's when he realizes, even if Omni-Man has kind of defected and more or less taken up his role on a different world, in the end, both Omni-Man and Invincible can be swayed to the side of the coalition of worlds, and essentially they can have a few Viltrumites on their side. Is it enough to win the war? Well, honestly, we'll have to wait until we get to the Viltrumite War story in order to find out. But one of the cool things that goes on here is you get this cool moment when you have Amber talking to her friends. Now, one of the things we've kind of discussed here is the relationship between Amber and Mark has largely been on the rocks, mostly because of the fact, and really only because of the fact, that with Mark being invincible and effectively being a guy who's a superhero, and he's really the first line of defense in protecting the world from the various threats that are there, that there's not really a whole lot of time for a relationship. And this really comes into fruition in the fact that he's always blowing her off, right? They're always out on dates and stuff like that, then he just gets up and leaves in the middle of it all. The reality is, despite the role that Mark plays, and while his role as a superhero is, in truth, more important than the relationship he has with Amber, she's feeling that lack of importance. And unlike Debbie, who, of course, Mark's mom and the wife of Omni-Man, that Amber can't really cope with it, right? It's just one of these things where she's just kind of like, I mean, yeah, like talking to her friends, like, I'm in love with Mark, I care about Mark, but the reality is she's been spending time with a friend of hers named Gary. Now, Gary is a guy that she just kind of throws away, right? She's like, he's a guy that I know, yeah, he's funny, but like at the end of the day, like, I'm in love with Mark, right? I'm not gonna cheat on Mark, I'm not stepping out on him, you know, just to kind of get with this guy Gary because you guys see twinkles in my eyes and you guys have never met Mark and you guys don't really understand why, that kind of a thing. But the reality of this, and this is what's kind of ironic, is you have this kind of situation where you kind of have to look at Mark for what he is, right? You have to look at him for the role that he plays, in the sense that, you know, that when Mark kind of shows up out of nowhere, and even when her friends are kind of talking to her about that, the reality is you kind of always have to ask yourself the question, like, what does this person bring to my life that makes them worthwhile? And at the same time, like, what would my life look like if I didn't have them? And it's an important thing to understand with Mark, because of the role that he plays and because of the power he has and his place in society, the reality is his life would not be bad without Amber, right? And it's just kind of one of these things where you look around, it's like, what would I lose if I didn't have you? Well, I wouldn't lose anything. So, I mean, you can stay if you want to or go if you want to. In all honesty, I don't really care. And that lack of concern, I mean, Mark does care about her, but that lack of concern, which is really evidenced by the fact that he just takes off because he has some mission to go on or something like that, is enough to kill the relationship. The real question to ask is, does it matter if it dies? And that's really the ultimate question when it comes to any relationship that you're in. If this relationship dies, does it matter? And if the answer to that question is no, well then that's only a reflection of one of two things. Either it means that you've more or less got your life sorted out and relationships are just not a necessity for you, which is perfectly fine. There are people that find a measure of happiness in their life by just traveling around and just doing things on their own. Or it may be that you just don't need to be in a relationship because you just don't care about people. So it really kind of depends on the situation. It is a little more nuanced than that, but it really kind of depends on the situation. But one of the other big things that kind of goes on here is we actually transition to Mars. Now, this is one of the big talking points here, one of the big moments, which was the Sequids. A lot of you guys remember them, just kind of these little squid looking things with brains. They basically conquered Mars or kind of escaped and took over Mars. But we basically had this situation where, in effect, the Sequids have more or less kind of taken over everything, right? They're just sort of spread all throughout, all over the place, and are kind of forcing the Martians to their will, right? Now, there is a way in which this works, and the whole idea behind the Sequids is pretty cool here. But one of the things that happens is you basically switch over to the Martian himself. Now, for those of you guys who don't really recall this, the way it played out is the astronaut that you see, who's basically covered in the Sequids, that's actually Russ Livingston. The guy you see who initially was portraying Russ Livingston on Earth, that's the Martian. He's basically a shapeshifter. He calls himself the Shapesmith, which is a pretty cool name, if I'm being honest with you guys. That's a pretty badass name. But the reality of this is he's kind of made a little bit of a home for himself among the Guardians of the Globe, right? And that's one of the funny things about the Guardians is they seem to be far less discerning than traditional superhero teams. If this was the Justice League, they would be like, dude, we don't know you, right? We're just not gonna let you on the team. Like, that's ridiculous. Now, some of this also has to do with the fact that the Guardians of the Globe are kind of desperate. They need as much help as they can get, right? Because they're kind of reforming. You also get a cool moment where like the Immortal is married Dupli-Kate. Kind of a little bit of a side plot that was going on is the two of them were just kind of together for a little while. It pissed off Rexplode when he walked in and found Dupli-Kate banging the Immortal. And it's like, what did you expect, man, right? This guy is like, he's got experience. He's been around for a while. You're like an immature prick. What did you think was going to happen, man? But the cool thing is that you kind of end up having Shapesmith who's kind of here and everybody's sort of talking. And then ultimately he just sort of reveals himself to Cecil, right? Because Cecil's basically talking about how like long range sensors and things like that are indicating that like a ship or some kind of a vehicle is headed straight for them and is coming from Mars. Now, while that's going on, you actually have Mark, after his conversation with Amber, who takes off to Africa, meets with Adam Eve, and then while the two of them are kind of talking, bam, he kisses her, right? So it's just like, he doesn't quite know how to interpret that, right? Like, how do I interpret the fact that I just basically made out with like this smoking hot redheaded girl who I basically kind of like, but am not really willing to admit it? And so it's kind of cool to see that little bit of a romance blossoming there, kind of coming off the heels of Mark's previous experience when he was jumping through the future and talking to these various iterations of Eve. But then you basically have, you know, again, kind of jumping back to Cecil and them, Shapesmith is just kind of like, okay, so like, I really need to be honest with you guys. I didn't get these powers that I have from like an unauthorized NASA experiment. Basically, I have these powers because everybody on my planet has them. I'm from Mars. And Cecil's like, what? But how can Cecil be mad? Cecil's probably the most inept government official ever, right? Cecil sucks at his job. And I feel like a simple phone call would have like confirmed this guy was lying through his teeth. You know, like Cecil's terrible at his job. He's awful. But nonetheless, he's pissed because he's like, okay, and I think more of it's like he's pissed at himself, but nonetheless, we basically end up getting this explanation from Shapesmith where he talks about the nature of the sequence. And what he basically says is that at some point along the line, at least the story that's been told year over year among the Martians, especially for the younger kids, so they're kind of aware of that history and legacy, is that you ended up having this race that kind of crash landed on Mars, and that a massive war broke out that lasted, you know, nearly a century. Ultimately, the Martians came out on top, only for them to realize, you know, as the battle sort of went on, that the conflict was not really with this alien race, but it was actually with the Sequids. That the Sequids themselves are really more of just like, you know, this kind of hive mind, but not really capable of anything beyond just simple movements and simple chores and you know, different things like that, right? Simple tasks. But when they bond to a host, they're capable of so much more. And that's when they realize like the main enemies, the Sequids. Like these aliens, these blue aliens that showed up, they were just the host for the Sequids. Now the desire is to expand themselves across the universe and to conquer world after world. So not that different from the Viltrumites, just going about it by a different means. But because of the nature of the Martians, the Sequids couldn't bond to them. And so what the Martians did in turn is they actually used them as more or less a slave force. The problem with this is that the powers that be, right, the more or less government of the Martian group was actually going through and experimenting on them, performing these heinous acts, experimenting on the Sequids, different things like that, which in turn, the kind of rebels out there who had a sort of disdain for this realized it would lead to nothing but animosity. Because if the Sequids, after all this experimentation and all these kind of heinous things that were done to them, if they successfully bonded themselves to a host, it would be revenge time. And that's exactly what happened. The NASA mission came to Mars, and anybody out there who basically arrives on Mars and is a potential host for the Sequids is immediately executed. Hence the reason why the astronauts were going to be killed. But ultimately what ended up happening is the rebels realized the astronauts were there, and they basically forced or took Russ and exposed him to the Sequids, and then in turn, Shapesmith took the place of Russ and then came back to Earth. And the idea behind this is that the Sequids would basically allow the rebels to kind of cast off the government, and the hopes is not necessarily they would live in unity, but that the Sequids would realize what the rebels had done, and then in turn say, okay, fine, we'll spare your world, and then just sort of move on. That's not what's gonna happen. And in fact, Cecil's pissed. He's like, wait a minute, so you left an American citizen to be attacked by parasites on Mars? Like, that's what you did here? Really, man? Like, that's your whole thing? Okay, like, I'll deal with you later. I need to make some phone calls. And so ultimately, you end up having Mark and Adam Eve, who show up to the Guardians of the Globe base of operations, being summoned there by Cecil, and Cecil's like, okay, so like, we're all basically gonna get together, right? Like, we're gonna go to Mars. The only ones who are basically gonna stay behind are gonna be Rexplode, Dupli-Kate, and Shrinking Ray, which is kind of funny because Shrinking Ray's like, man, I get sidelined, but it's like, look, man, I mean, all you can do is shrink, right? I mean, they'll find you anyway, right? They'll seek you out. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do. But basically, you get Robot, Monster Girl, the Immortal, Bulletproof, and Black Samson, who all end up going out there for this mission, right? And of course, you end up having Immortal and Adam Eve who go there as well. Now, while this goes on, you have Mark who leaves a message for Amber and is just being like super ambiguous, right? Like, you know, there's nothing I can do, Amber. I have to go, Amber, right? There's, you know, they need me. And like, ultimately she's pissed off because she got a call yet again from Mark that like he's gonna blow her off. I mean, the reality is, even if Mark really is a superhero, he's kind of being a dick. And so ultimately Amber does exactly what you would expect in the most predictable way ever. And she calls Gary as quote unquote a shoulder to cry on. Now, let me tell you something, guys. Any woman out there who's having struggles with her boyfriend and then calls up another guy and says like, I just need a shoulder to cry on, they're probably gonna end up banging. That's just the way it goes, right? That's just the way it is. And so ultimately you end up having this kind of crazy thing where once they're on their way to Mars, the question's kind of asked like, what weapons do we have on this ship? Because we are getting ready to fly towards like like literally a giant spaceship that's making its way to Earth with the intention of conquering it. And it's like, dude, this is a space shuttle, man. This thing's literally the equivalent of like a space version of a city bus. There's no weapons here, man. When was the last time that you saw like laser beams on the side of a city bus? Although admittedly, that'd be cool as hell, man. Like, imagine if like Killdozer had laser beams on it. That would be nuts. Nonetheless, like rockets get fired, the ship blows up, Kate saves everybody, right? Like literally just creates a force field and saves everybody. This is kind of a cool moment, but you also get a little realism here. One of the big questions you always had to ask whenever like the Green Lanterns were like, okay guys, we're gonna fly to the other side of the known universe. Let's all make our green bubbles and just go there, is like, what do they do for oxygen? And like literally you literally people in there are like, we can't breathe. We're running out of air. So I love that little bit of realism that goes on there, because it's like, I mean, this is a great idea, but like, we need air to breathe and there's no air in space and we're running out of air here. So we need to do something. Now, of course, they end up getting aboard the ship, but as soon as they do, you kind of have the rebels who are in the engine room trying to find some way to overcome this whole situation. Now, ultimately, one of the guys are just kind of like, hey, I found a squid. And like they smash it and it's like, no, they have a hive mind. They're all gonna know you're here now, right? Like if you'd left it alone, it wouldn't have known. But now that you've done something, they're all gonna know. And literally they all just come pouring in. And so at that point, there's a few things that go on that I kind of want to talk about here. The first is that back on Earth, you ended up having this kind of crazy lizard organization, right? Just these crazy guys. They're more or less modeled after the Serpent Society from the Captain America comics, but they've more or less taken control of like a nuclear base with the intent of just unleashing absolute hell and just kind of showing that like they're a force to be reckoned with. And so you end up having like those who are left behind, right? So like Rexplode, Dupli-Kate, Shrinking Ray, who all basically, you know, kind of jump into the attack and take these guys out. Dupli-Kate is just totally obliterated, right? Like Dupli-Kate's killed and she's just like smashed and ripped to pieces, right? Like all the versions of her are just like ripped apart, just killed. And so Dupli-Kate's gone, right? After that, like Rexplode gets shot in the head. He survives, but he gets shot in the head. And it's just kind of like, damn, right? Now, more or less the day's kind of saved after that, minus the death of Dupli-Kate, which, you know, I guess maybe it's kind of, you know, crappy of me to kind of skim over her death, but I mean, you know, come on, a girl that can make copies of herself, not the most impressive character ever in the history of comic books. I'm just saying, she's hardly relevant to the story. But nonetheless, as far as everybody else goes, right, back in space, that while Adam Eve is doing everything she can to hold this force field, and you've got Robot who essentially managed to find a way to temporarily disrupt the hive mind of the sequence, it only lasted for a minute or two. And so what he's more or less doing is trying to work on a way to actually amplify it and to make it more powerful so we can shut them all down for quite some time, right? Just knock them out as opposed to just kind of daze them and just kind of shock them like, man, what was that, right? That kind of a thing. The problem is that Adam Eve can't quite hold her power in the way that she needs to in order to keep everybody protected. Now, this is simply just the learning process, right? This is one of the ways in which, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with comics, this is how you see characters grow, right? That their powers are usually pushed in extreme situations, whether it's agility or something like that, or in the case of Adam Eve, trying to hold up I guess a molecularly structured force field as long as she possibly can. Her powers just aren't quite on that level yet to do it for a lengthy, meaningful amount of time. And so what you end up getting here is kind of Russ Livingston just kind of going nuts and rambling about how like they can't be stopped, you know, and they're ultra powerful and they're going to conquer all of known existence and so on, you know, so on and so forth. Like you end up having Immortal who sort of jumps into the fray and starts, you know, literally going against this guy as best he can, as well as like all the different sequins who are there. And then Shapesmith has this genius idea, right, where he's like, okay, if we have to protect this guy, then I'll just cover everybody. And that's what he does. He basically covers Robot literally as best he can because he cannot be infected by the sequence, right? He can't be turned. He can't be forced into one of their own. And so he literally just forms a giant ball around this guy while everybody else fights the sequence off. And then suddenly he hears Robot basically saying like, I've done it, I've fixed it. And so initially Immortal takes it to go and use it. But the biggest problem Immortal has, and it's one of the things that Invincible seems to hit up on, his ego seems to come into play. That Immortal is an exceedingly proud character. A lot of it's because he sees himself as somebody who's been around for a very long time, the guy who is the leader of the Guardians of the Globe in his previous form, therefore he should be the leader now. But the truth about this, and Mark makes a good point, he's like, I'm faster than you, I'm stronger than you. This is too important for your ego to get in the way. The reality is that if anybody should be doing this, it should be me. And so ultimately, because of the fact that Invincible can move faster than the sequence can counter, which Immortal doesn't seem to be on that level, he just runs up on Russ Livingston and activates the beacon, and all of the sequence get knocked out. From there, he basically snatches up Russ and is just kind of like, okay, cool, we've basically saved the day, these guys are knocked out, there's no more hosts, so they're just going to go back to doing, regular meaningless tasks according to, the Martian Empire, and that'll more or less be it. But the problem is, the Martians don't want to let Shapesmith go, because at the end of the day, he more or less is the one that caused all this, right? He's the reason why all this happened when he body swapped with Russ Livingston and allowed Russ Livingston to be taken over by the sequence. The problem is that they're going to execute him, and so the Guardians are just like, no, that ain't going to happen. So they basically snatch him up and just fly into space as fast as they can. They take off as quick as they possibly can. Now, one of the other things that kind of goes on here, you kind of get a little bit of a follow-up to some of the things that we've seen over the course of the story so far. And so one of the first things that happens here is you basically have Mark and everybody getting back to Earth, and you have a little bit of a discussion between Adam, Eve, and Mark, and they don't really know where this is going. Insofar as the fact that they kissed, do they have feelings for each other? Mark isn't really sure. He's just kind of like, I don't know if I really have feelings for her at all. And even if he does, there's a few things he needs to resolve. And then he gets to Amber's place, and Gary's in there, right? Like Gary's in her room, and like he's overhearing this conversation they're having, where he's like, I mean, it was a good movie, Amber. I had a great time, and that's the thing. She's like, well, I mean, it was cool, but like I have a boyfriend. And then Gary plays a smart move, right? I hear about your boyfriend a lot. Like, where is he? Where exactly is your boyfriend at? And she's like, well, I don't really know. And he's like, and where am I? And she's like, you're here, right? Like, you're right here. Now, under normal circumstances, that never would have worked, right? She would have been like, man, come on, and like probably would have kicked him out. But given the vulnerable position that she's in, it works, right? Like he's able to pull it off. Gary read her like a book and was just kind of like, bam, right? Like as soon as like she says, like, you're here, and he touches her hand, boom, he's in, right? Like that door, it's not a foot in the door anymore, right? That door's blown wide open, blown off the hinges, right? Like that guy is gonna be nailing Amber in no time. And so Mark's just kind of like, okay, right? Seeing this whole thing unfold, he actually does really what he should do here, right? Which is going to her and saying, look, like, it's over, right? Like, I mean, there's no reason for us to date anymore. Now he kind of falls on his sword here, which I don't really agree with, where he's kind of like, I really haven't been the best boyfriend, which is true. He hasn't really been a great boyfriend or anything like that. But the reality is, people date according to their station in life. And the truth about this is that Mark dating Amber, that ain't gonna work, because Amber she's not on Mark's level, right? I mean, Mark's literally a protector of the world. He's got all these capabilities going for him. Adam Eve is a much better match for Mark than Amber is, right? Because Adam Eve is on Mark's level. Actually, she's a little higher than him because she's more powerful than he is. But nonetheless, right? I mean, like, she's more or less equal to him on a societal level. And so that's why it's gonna work, right? That's why, like, it's kind of like those two need to be the ones who get together. Amber, ultimately, when he tells her everything, that it's just kind of like, I mean, it was cool when we first got together and I first told you I was invincible, and then you were like, yeah, I'm banging a superhero, right? Like, it was kind of cool and everything. But now that we're really in the thick of it, right? And we're kind of at that point where it's like, where's this really going, right? Ultimately, it's like, I can't be the kind of boyfriend that you need, honestly, because I got more important things to worry about. And so ultimately, he breaks up with her, and she's kind of like, yeah, I mean, I was gonna break up with you, but I'm glad you did it first, so like ultimately they just kind of stay friends and they go their separate ways. And you kind of have this little bit of a mourning moment with the Immortal where he loses Dupli-Kate. Now, this is a big thing. Like, after they'd had the whole funeral for Dupli-Kate, with the Immortal, it sucks, right? And this is actually a great moment for his character, because the Immortal's been around for a long time, and it's one of these things where and it almost kind of contrasts what's going on with Mark, right? In the sense that with the Immortal having this conversation and just kind of like, yeah, like, it's nothing that I haven't been through before, it's nothing that I'm not used to. At the end, it's just like, she was so young, right? And I didn't know that I'd lose her so soon. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is an expectation. The Immortal has lived for a pretty lengthy amount of time, and he's been in love and he's lost them. Oftentimes he's had to outlive them, different things like that. But at the end of the day, Dupli-Kate was young. And despite the fact that he's been through this time and time again, he was genuinely in love with her. And he was hoping that even though he would ultimately outlive her, presumably outlive her, assuming that her power didn't keep her from aging, that at the end of the day, they'd have a pretty long and healthy life together, likely having kids, different things things like that, and then suddenly she was gone. Not only was she gone, he wasn't there. He wasn't there to protect her. He wasn't there to keep her safe. And so it's kind of a crazy situation because it's like, there's a lot of regret there. A lot of things that he wish he'd done with regards to Dupli-Kate. Now, the truth is, they hadn't been together for all that long, and so there wasn't really a whole lot of time for him to have been able to do those things in the first place. So the reality is, it's more or less him just kind of desiring and mourning the future they could have had, as opposed to the time they had, which the future they could have had could have been fantastic. And so following that, you basically pick up with Russ Livingston returning home, and his life is more or less going back to normal to a degree, in the sense that he was offered his old job back at NASA, different things along those lines. After going through some testing and so on and so forth, he's kind of able to return back to normal. But as soon as he gets home, he starts coughing like crazy. And the reason for this is he starts coughing up sequins. They literally embedded themselves inside of his body. They bond themselves to Russ, and they're like, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the world. Certainly the most corny ending ever to a comic, but amazing nonetheless. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. We're back with Invincible. Yes, we are. And where the last video that we did was it was okay for what it was, this one's a lot more interesting, right? This is a lot more intriguing. That's one of the funny things about Invincible is once it kind of starts to build and then you get into like the post Omni-Man era, there's like one or two stories where things are a little murky and then it just takes off, right? Like I've been saying, especially when you get to the Viltrumite War, that's when things are super cool, right? But there's a couple things that go on here. And one of the things that I want to talk about is kind of the aftermath of everything that happened with Omni-Man. And one of the things that plays out here is that with Mark continuing its role as a superhero that's kind of out there doing his thing, and because the whole surveillance footage of Mark and Omni-Man fighting was leaked, basically the world being aware of the fact that Mark is the son of Omni-Man, then in turn, it's kind of like this press conference that's basically done here. And is one of the things where one part of it is information gathering, right? The public's just curious, but the other part is the public's a little bit scared, right? Because like a man tried to conquer the world. And his son is still here. They don't know what the deal is. They don't really know what's going on. And so Mark kind of being out here and talking about what his dad did, the fact that Omni-Man was really here for the purpose of conquering the world, the power he possessed, things like that, is really more of just trying to reassure the public and simply saying like, I'm doing this because I believe I'm doing the right thing. Now, while the public is coming at it from two directions, so is Mark. The first part is really Mark just kind of being a good guy here and just saying, look, like this is really where I'm coming from. But the second is because, as most of you guys know, fear gives way to terrible things, and human beings are nothing if not a fearful race. And so the response to the fear of Omni-Man and the threat he represented would then turn into other superheroes. Well, can we trust them? Are they inherently good people? Do we have to worry about them trying to conquer the world and things along those lines? So Mark, whether he knows it or not, is kind of doing double duty here and is really kind of standing out in front of the general public and saying, look, like I'm doing what I'm doing because I genuinely believe it's the right thing. And the hope is that because of who he chooses to associate himself with, they're in the same train of thought as well. Now, we as the reader know they are. I mean, the Guardians of the Globe really kind of solidify that like not every hero out there is there to attack people, but like the first thing a hysterical person says is, I'm not hysterical, meaning people are not inherently logical, right? We are emotional first, logical second. And so because of that, it's one of these things where you kind of have to approach it from that perspective. And it's smart for Mark to do that. The second thing that goes on here, and this is kind of a little bit of a subplot in the sense that Kirkman was kind of building up to it, and it's going to become something more significant later on down the line. Mark's younger brother's developing powers, which is awesome. I mean, we kind of knew it was only a matter of time. The insectoid race that his mother comes from does not inherently have powers. The powers he's getting, he inherited from Omni-Man, right? Which is kind of a cool thing to see. And it's really Mark's first time in seeing him being able to fly. The big concern here is that once this revelation is presented to Deborah, right, and Mark's mom, how is she going to respond to it? And when she learns that essentially Omni-Kid is what we can kind of call him, because he basically learns how to fly, or at least demonstrates the ability to fly, then it turns into a kind of conversation where this is dangerous. Now, this is kind of a funny thing about this, is it'd be very easy for us to approach this from the perspective that Mark's mom is just being overprotective and she doesn't want her son to become like Omni-Man, and because she still struggles with him, she's basically projecting that onto her kid. That's not necessarily the case here. One of the things that she kind of talks about is one of the things that's kind of nipped in the bud right off the bat when Mark brings it up, is she kind of talks about how this whole thing is he's so young. And while he is aging pretty fast and he is intelligent, at the end of the day, he's still a kid. And what kid who has powers, or even what kid in general, really grasps and understands what it means to be in danger, right? Like a kid running out in the street to chase a ball. That's a perfect example of that. And so because kids usually just kind of act first and then think second, it's one of these things where she kind of has to safeguard him. And this is important because it's really Deborah kind of looking at this kid very much as her own child. But at the same time, because Mark was older and because Mark had his father to guide him, this kid doesn't necessarily have that. While Mark could offer some sort of guidance here, and in fact he will over time, the important thing is Mark is still learning about himself and Mark's still figuring his powers out. Mark's not nearly as confident or even as old and experienced as his father was. And so because of that, he can't quite bring that kind of wisdom to the table. And so quite literally, Mark and this kid are essentially flying by the seat of their pants. Now, in the midst of all this, as you have a kind of conversation taking place between the Immortal and Cecil, Cecil essentially picks up on a kind of projectile that's headed towards Earth and appears to be sentient, and that it might be some kind of an attack. Now, this is really more of just kind of Cecil sort of figuring out or talking out loud as he's learning about this, but the Immortal takes it as gospel truth and immediately goes and attacks, only for us to find out it's Alan the Alien. Now, the funny thing about this is we know Alan the Alien would crush the Immortal, and not even by a little bit, right? It would be an absolute devastating situation. And so in response to the Immortal taking off, Mark's contacted, and Mark goes and tries to intervene, which he successfully does, right? He kind of gets between the Immortal and Alan the Alien, and it's one of these things where Mark's just kind of like, okay, look, like, I know this whole telepathy thing only works both ways, so it's not as though like I'm a conduit and you can talk to the Immortal through me or anything along those lines. It's one of these things where Alan the Alien seems to be able to have the ability to pick and choose who can hear his telepathic thoughts, which makes sense. That's kind of par for the course when it comes to telepathy. But he kind of talks to Mark about, hey, here, like, I'm here to see you. I'm not really here to see the Immortal. This guy just kind of freaked out and attacked me. And Mark's like, yeah, man, he's kind of been through a lot and that kind of a thing. And so it's kind of funny because when everything kind of starts to calm down, the Immortal apologizes and he's like, I didn't hurt you, did I? And Alan is like, no, not one bit, not even a little bit. Don't worry, man. I'm not worried about you hurting me. Like, I promise I'll be okay. He doesn't really say it in so many words, but I mean, come on, right? Like, the Immortal's cool and everything, but, you know, he's just not on the same level, right? It's just not there in terms of the ability to take on even Mark or Alan the Alien. And so once they get back to Mark's dorm room, Mark kind of spills the beans, and so does Alan the Alien. And that's one of the things where Mark's basically told, like, I was basically asked by Thaddeus, the leader of the Coalition of Planets, to bring you back to Telestria, right? Because you and your father present the only real known instances that we're aware of outside of Thaddeus himself, where a Viltrumite has defected from the Empire. Now with Mark, it's a little bit different of a situation just because he was raised along Earthlings, and so he wasn't really indoctrinated full on into the Viltrumite ideology like his father was. But it was really kind of Kirkman sort of hitting at the nature of people that, yeah, we screw stuff up more than we get things right. But at the end of the day, like, humanity is kind of infectious, right? Empathy, different things like that. And it changed Omni-Man. And so really, Omni-Man's a big talking point here, right? Omni-Man was a full-blown Viltrumite who lived among the Empire for decades and decades and decades and hundreds and thousands of years. And so because of that, the fact that he defected, the fact that he left the Viltrumite Empire and sided with Earthlings and ultimately took on a different planet instead of just like setting Earth up to be conquered was kind of mind-blowing. And it's something that we just didn't really expect. It's something that not even the Viltrumites expected or even like Thaddeus expected. It's one of those things that's just unheard of. When you're a Viltrumite, you're a Viltrumite, right? Like, you follow the ideology. And so Mark actually presents Alan with the books that his father left behind for. Now, in the last video we talked about how these books were written by Omni-Man, written by Nolan, for the purpose of basically lining out how to defeat the Viltrumites, right? They were written under the guise of like science fiction, but they were basically artifacts and weapons that exist. And while Alan's experience in space and in escapades across the universe is probably not on the same level as Thaddeus, and in fact, it actually is not, he has enough experience to know the things that are written in this book, they're real. They exist, right? They're actual things that exist out there. Now, when the offer is extended to Mark to join Alan on Telestria, Mark's like, no, that's not gonna happen, right? I've got too much going on. Like, I'm failing my classes. I just broke up with my girlfriend. Like, my younger brother just developed powers. I got things I need to focus on here. And it's one of these things where there's not a whole lot of animosity, right? It's not as though Alan the Alien's like, oh, you're coming to Telestria, whether I have to bring you conscious or unconscious. It's not necessarily like that. It's just one of those things where it's kind of like, okay, like, I'll it'll be disappointing you could make it, but I'll let Thaddeus know that you didn't show up here. The other thing that happens is that while Mark's hanging out with William, suddenly Eve comes busting in, and she's like, so I heard that you're single now. Are we gonna bang or what? And like, that's the woman you want, man. That's the kind of girl you want. That's the kind of woman you want, man. One who speaks her mind. Like, that's the kind you want, right? Who tells you what she's thinking. You don't want the kind of girls who like play games and they expect you to figure stuff out and things like that. I don't have the time or the energy for that. That's the kind of girl you want. That's why I love Mariah. One of the reasons why I love Mariah so much. But that's the thing you want, right? Like, a girl who just tells you what she's thinking. But one of the things that kind of goes on is like Adam Eve just full on reveals everything, and it really kind of talks about how her interest in Mark went back quite some way, but at the time she was with Rex, so it was kind of one of those, hey look, I'm not going to make a move on you while I'm with somebody else. And then ultimately once Rex cheated on her, then like all bets were off, right? And she was like, okay, like we're done. And then she started gunning for Mark. But the crazy thing was Mark ended up with Amber at almost that exact same time. And so it was one of those things where it was just kind of like, he was tied up, then she was tied up, and then he was tied up, and so on. And they just couldn't quite get the Mark at the same time. The funny thing about this is Mark knew all this, right? Like Amber spilled the beans on it all. And Adam Eve is just kind of like, I mean, you already knew all this? And he's like, yeah, we know Mark knew all this because he saw the future version of Adam Eve and she revealed the whole thing to him. And so he's kind of like, yeah, like I saw a future version of yourself, and she'd been obsessed with me, right? All these years because I never really gave her an answer. I never really told her whether or not we were going to get together. I always kind of beat around the bush, never quite made time for her or anything like that. And that's kind of how he knows. And it's kind of a funny thing, because it's almost like they treat that version of Adam Eve as a totally different person. And so one of the things, like with that kind of big revelation coming out, she sort of asks, like, are we entertaining this conversation because you feel sorry for me? Because you don't want me to become that old, lonely, bitter version of myself? Is that why all this is happening? And Mark doesn't, I mean, I guess he says no. He's like, I don't think I'm doing it for that reason. And that right there, that lack of certainty is enough to put Adam Eve on the path of believing that's actually the case, right? Mark's like this. He's having this conversation with her because he feels bad for her. And that's not what anybody wants to hear, right? Nobody wants to have like a pity party thrown for them by somebody else, right? Especially when it comes to matters of the heart. And so because of that, you kind of switch over to Mark the next day, spending time with his mom, right? He was kind of told that he's guaranteed to fail his classes. And honestly, Mark's just considering dropping out of school because he gets paid more working for Cecil than he would ever have working a real job. And the reality isn't really see a necessity for it. The thing that ends up happening though, is he's basically met by the arrival of a female Viltrumite. Now she will become very important later on down the line for reasons that are pretty screwed up. And people who have read Invincible are just like, yeah, it was very screwed up. It was very messed up. But like she becomes important later on down the line, right? The important thing that goes on here is she basically threatens Mark with killing his mom if Mark doesn't go with her, right? So he ends up meeting her about 2 miles up in about a minute, and they kind of have this bit of a conversation. And one of the things that goes on here is it's really her as a Viltrumite almost appealing to Mark's better sense, right? In the idea of saying like, Viltrumites, we as a race are not inherently desiring to destroy people, right? We're looking to expand our empire, but we're not inherently looking for violence, right? We're not arbitrarily violent. We invoke violence when we need to, right? Violence is not always the answer, but it is a answer, and it's a very effective answer, right? Violence gets things done. And so because of that, one of the things that she kind of hits on here is this world that you live in here, right? This world that you live on, this world, Earth, home of humanity, is plagued by like illness and disease and violence and like inequality and all that kind of stuff. Like this world sucks, and there's literally no reason anybody of your caliber should be here. What are you protecting, right? Like what are you saving these people from, right? I mean, you're not saving them from anything tangible. I mean, sure, there's a few villains here and there, but in the grand scheme of your race's history, these villains won't really amount for anything. So you're saving humanity for a day and you're dooming it for a lifetime. So what are you looking to save here? Like we as the Viltrumites, from the other hand, sure, we'll conquer this world, but we'll also bring a level of peace and prosperity it's never experienced before. We'll make it a utopia. Sure, they'll lose their freedom in the process, but how valuable could the freedom of humanity possibly be if this is where their freedom brought them to, right? To a world of inequality and disease, war, violence. Like, sure, they have freedom and they've used it to screw the world up. So we're going to take that away, right? And it's one of these things where Mark's kind of like, no. And this is the argument that we've had so many times before on this YouTube channel. And it's one of those debates that I love to have, right? Like, I mean, I guess the benefit of freedom is that it gives humanity the ability to look at its past mistakes and correct those without the yoke of oppression, I guess. But humanity in its current form has been around for something like 200,000 years, right? I guess the age of industrialization didn't really begin until the 1800s. The point that I'm making here is we've had time. So if we were going to fix ourselves, we would have. Basically, people don't want to. And so it's one of these things where it's kind of like, yeah, like she's not necessarily wrong, right? I mean, and that's what makes it so interesting, is because Mark kind of responds to this. So like the whole point is you would be making slaves complacent until you basically suck this planet dry. And the response of her is, I mean, yeah, we're going to kind of destroy the world, but your humanity will have a few hundred years of peace and prosperity on a level that they've never experienced before. And in turn, maybe they can make something out of themselves. Maybe over the course of that couple hundred years, they can achieve interstellar travel. Who really knows? But whatever the case is, yeah. And so that's why it's kind of interesting here, right? Because it's like on one hand, you have a free society who has used that freedom to make the world into a cesspool. And then on the other hand, you have somebody showing up who's saying, we're going to strip freedom away from society. So they're going to live under our authoritarian authoritarian rule, but you're also going to have peace and prosperity in a way that you've never had it before. And I know people will say, well, no, freedom's most important, but like, I mean, what are you really getting out of it, right? Like, I mean, what, like, how is your life better now? And so it's kind of interesting in that way, right? The philosophical argument that goes into that is pretty fantastic, and it's really, really cool. And so ultimately, it's one of these things where Mark's like, okay, fine, then let's see what you're about. Like, if you tell me that you really are compassionate towards humanity, that you're not going to be some abusive, dictating race, then show me. Then show me what kind of a person you are, right? Like, come with me on superhero escapades. Now, the reality of this is, on one hand, while Mark doesn't necessarily say it, it looks like it's kind of done from the desire to actually turn her to his cause, right? To actually, have the same effect on her that Earth had on his father. The big difference is that Nolan lived on Earth for years, and it took quite some time for it to get to that point. And even then, by the time he got to the final battle between Mark and Nolan, he still wasn't necessarily swayed by humanity as a whole. It was his relationship with his son that swayed him towards basically abandoning Earth and taking up residence on a different planet instead. One of the things to understand here when it comes to Nolan, sure, he left Earth and he didn't pave the way for the Viltrumites to conquer it, but there was nothing about the conversation he had with his son in that final battle where it was, humanity has changed my view, I believe the Earth is a place to save, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to do everything I can to show that I'm actually a good guy, and when the Viltrumites come, which they will, I'm going to fight side by side with you and protect the world. No, he was like, leave this world and come with me, or help me conquer this world, right? Like, it was only because Mark loved his father so much and vocalized that, and the relationship between Mark and his dad, that Nolan left Earth, right? So that's an important distinction to understand. The point that I'm making when I say that is, this girl's been here for 15 minutes. There's no way Mark's going to change her mind. And that's exactly what happens when she's just like, so what do you say? Are you going to work with us? And he's like, no, I'm still not convinced. And she's like, fine, this is not a negotiation, and just starts pummeling him, right? Just absolutely thrashes this guy. And it's really kind of designed to show, again, where Mark resides with regards to the other Viltrumites who are out there. And so she essentially tells him, here's the deal, right? Like, you have been deemed a failure of a protector of this world in the name of the Viltrumite Empire. You're part Viltrumite, which means you operate under the service of us. And because of the fact that you have essentially abandoned your post among the Viltrumites and you're remaining on this world standing against the Empire, a replacement will be sent. And when that time comes, either you can agree to stand beside us and the replacement will be recalled, or you can continue to stand against us and the replacement will kill you and then get the world ready for conquering for the Viltrumite Empire. Either way, you got some period of time, and she doesn't give him a definitive time frame. She says it could be like 5 months or 5 years, right? It could be any number of things, but like a replacement will be sent. And so the reality of this is Mark kind of responds by like, okay, I have to get ready for this, right? I have to prep for this. If this is just one Viltrumite and they're going to send some kind of replacement after me who may very well be as strong or stronger than her, then I have to be ready for that, right? Mark has kind of shown time and time again that while he's got the fortitude and the desire to face off against the Viltrumites, at the end of the day, he doesn't have the same kind of experience or the same strength level they have. And so he's got to beef himself up, right? Now, while that goes on, Alan the alien, after having left, Mark behind on Earth, kind of starts traveling back to Telestria and is passed by a Viltrumite ship. And in hoping that they had noticed him, they ended up doing that. And so he ends up facing off against this same Viltrumite woman that had interrogated Mark, or had met Mark on Earth. Now, the funny thing about this is that as the two of them are fighting, she kind of talks about this idea that because of the power he possesses and so on, because he refused to stand for the Viltrumite Empire, that like so many other people they've come across who refuse to bend the knee, that he'll be executed. And first and foremost, he'll be taken to a Viltrumite prison. And that's when he recalls a conversation he had with Mark, where Mark had revealed his father had been taken and he was going to be executed. And that's when Alan's like, that's my ticket, right? That's my ticket to get a hold of Nolan. And so ultimately he kind of goes in a fight and then plays possum, right? She goes in for a punch and then he's like, oh my God, you got it, right? And then just kind of makes it look like he's knocked out. She snatches him up, takes him aboard the ship, and then he's basically gonna be taken to the same place that Mark is. And that's kind of a great thing there, is because what you end up doing is actually transitioning to the Viltrumite prison planet, or really prison asteroid, where you have Nolan, and Nolan kind of struggling and dealing with all these internal emotional issues that he's had to cope with, comes to this kind of realization that he misses his wife on Earth. That Nolan, at least on an emotional level, is becoming human more and more with each passing day, right? With each passing experience. As he thinks back on his life on Earth, it's really nostalgia that kind of gets the better of him, right? This idea of looking back to the life that he lived, looking back to his time in that world, raising Mark, his time with his wife, all the experiences he had, what it meant to live among humanity, to be so perfect among imperfect beings, has really just sort of brought him to a place where he misses that companionship. He misses the connection that he had with his wife. And so the result of this is a couple things go on. One of the first things that happens is you have Mark, who actually meets with Cecil and basically all the government guys who have more or less constructed this gigantic hydraulic press, right? And Mark's essentially using it to try to bench press and increase his weights. Now, like most Viltrumites, as he gets into conflicts and as he pushes himself in the most extreme, he recovers at seemingly an exponential rate, right? We don't really get a kind of mathematical comparison. So it's not as though for every one battle and every beating, and so it's not as though if on a scale of like 1 to 10, the beating he received is like a 9, and so his strength increases proportionally to that particular beating that he got. But we're not really given any kind of explanation in that way. It's simply enough that his strength increases exceedingly fast, right? And he's exceedingly capable in that way. And so following that, what you have here is Nolan, who almost tries to instigate this kind of prison break, right? Tries to break out of this Viltrumite prison, and in doing so, of course, he's ultimately captured by General Craig. And General Craig basically beats him within an inch of his life, and they drag him back to his cell. But when that happens, Alan is also brought on board the ship, right? And that's when Alan tells him telepathically, we'll have a conversation later. You and I will talk later. And that's one of the things where basically it's setting the stage for this idea that Alan the alien and Nolan are going to end up teaming up. And then ultimately, we're going to see what road that takes for Nolan. And I'm going to tell you right now, the story of Omni-Man following the time he leaves Earth is amazing. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I'm actually recording in a different audio space, so let me know if you guys hear a difference at all. I'm kind of curious. But we're picking back up with Invincible. And this one basically this is kind of interesting. This deals with a huge change to the Invincible mythos based on what we've known so far, right? So what this initially does, or what I want to do here, is I want to start out where you end up having Cecil having a conversation with Invincible's mom. And the funny thing about this is that Deborah had largely kept the existence of Omni-Kid or Kid Omni-Man, or whatever you want to call him, had largely kept him a secret from Cecil. And this was done for a couple different reasons. The first is because of the fact that, one, she just doesn't trust him, right? That's pretty straightforward based on her experiences dealing with Nolan and so on and so forth, and the fact that he's a government agent. And the second thing is because she's taken this kid to raise. So in a lot of ways, she looks at him as this young boy that she needs to take care of on her own and keep him as safe as she possibly can. And that's why when Cecil shows up here and starts talking about a kind of disappointment about the fact that she didn't tell him what was going on and all that kind of stuff, at the end of the day, her response is, you're not taking my kid. And that's the thing about Cecil, is this kind of response in turn is, well, we're not really looking to take him, but it's important you understand that after everything that happened with your husband, we are a little weary about him having a child outside of Mark. And then in turn, that child showing up here. We have no idea what this kid is capable of. Now from there, he kind of gets a call where things are basically popping off and going belly up. And then you switch over to Mark meeting with Eve. Now, one of the things we talked about in the previous videos is that Mark's whole romantic interest in Eve is predicated on a couple different things. One, she's hot and they're young, right? Need I say more? Two, when Mark had his escapades where he was kind of running around and dealing with really kind of being thrown through time and so on, that when he encountered the future version of Eve, she begged him, tell me something, right? Like, tell my past self what's going on, whether we're going to date or not going to date, whether you love me, you don't love me, but tell me something, which really showed this idea that Eve was very much interested in Mark. But because she never got a definitive answer, she never moved on. She just stayed hung up on him forever. So the important thing here is that Mark had a kind of conversation with her where he told her that he seemed to be interested, but when she asked where it was coming from, he revealed the truth. And Eve took that personally because it didn't really feel like he was confessing feelings to her because he actually had feelings for her. It seemed like he was doing it because he didn't want her to become the future version that he saw, which really kind of equates to like a pity date. That's really kind of what it came across as. And of course, nobody wants to be a pity date. And so ultimately she kind of took it personally. Now, the fact that she's receptive to having conversations with him and talking to him, and the fact that she's like flying with him, you know, they're kind of going off on superhero stuff, really indicates that, okay, sure, like at the very least, she wants to spend time with him. Otherwise, she would just fly there on her own, right? So obviously there's some kind of interest there. And so once they get to this location whereby Cecil had sent them, the revelation of basically all the Guardians of the Globe who had essentially gone missing are down about 3 miles below. And so once Mark gets down there, what we end up learning is that Doc Seismic had basically kidnapped all of them. Now, the important thing about Doc Seismic, here's the thing about this guy. This guy's basically a stand-in for the Mole Man, right? For those of you guys who don't know who the Mole Man is in Marvel Comics, he leads the Moloids. He's not important, never really was. He was kind of a throwaway character in a lot of different ways. And that's one of the things that kind of gets tossed out here, right? Is that nobody really seems to take him seriously. But the fact that he was able to essentially capture all the superheroes from around the world is a pretty big achievement, right? It's no small thing. Now, of course, Mark comes into the rescue, and that basically offers a momentary distraction, which in turn allows all the various heroes to escape. But then like giant lava monsters, things like that start popping up. So not really anything crazy and out of the ordinary. The big important thing here, this is a significant significant thing is that in this moment when Mark is seemingly defeated by the forces of Doc Seismic, that you end up having Cecil, who basically sends in what he calls a secondary team. And this secondary team comes in a couple of different forms. The first bit here comes in the form of the Reanimen, which pretty much all of you guys know by the TV show, right? Like the people who were essentially turned into like robotic kind of cyborg things by D.A. Sinclair. And the second one comes in the form of Darkwing 2. Now, here's the thing. As we know, D.A. Sinclair is working with Cecil, right? That's one of the things that we saw in the previous video that we did, that in the aftermath of D.A. Sinclair doing what he'd done, he was supposed to stand trial and so on and so forth, and instead had been offered a deal by Cecil. We knew that, Mark does not. But Darkwing 2 is a little more interesting. So as you guys know, Darkwing was part of the original Guardians of the Globe who were basically killed by Nolan, by Omni-Man, before he fled Earth. This is essentially his Robin, more or less. The big difference here is that Midnight City is largely where they operate, right? So Kirkman's not even trying to hide the illusions between Darkwing and Batman, right? They're more or less the same thing. The big issue here, though, is that Darkwing snapped because of how extreme Midnight City was, and because there was so much incredible crime there. And so what he ended up doing was basically killing anybody who committed any crime. It didn't matter what that crime was, from small things all the way to big things. So the fact that he's here is kind of a crazy situation, because Mark's not a huge fan of this guy. And in fact, one of the things that actually goes on is that where Dr. Seismic is doing all these crazy things and so on and so forth, that Darkwing actually ends up leading him, or at least pulling him down into a crevasse, which more or less seems to kill him. And the response of Mark is he immediately freaks out, right? Calls him a murderer and starts pummeling this guy. Now, the big thing about this is that Mark was the only one who witnessed what it was that Darkwing was doing in Midnight City. And so for everybody here who's watching Mark doing what he's doing, at the end of the day, they see it as one of these things where he's basically losing his mind. But from Mark's perspective, this guy's crazy. He's psychotic. He has no business being any kind of a superhero whatsoever. He will always engage in extremely violent actions if he can get away with it. Now, the experience was, or really everything that was kind of happening, was technically documented, and Mark actually goes as far as to say that, like, you guys had to have seen it. It was on the news and recorded and all that kind of stuff, but there's actually a little more craziness going afoot. Instead, what ends up happening is Cecil steps in, tells Mark to stand down, things kind of pop off. He tells Mark, we'll talk about this later. And in turn, Mark has a bit of a conversation with Eve. Not a whole lot going on there, really just kind of talking about how, like, he knows the whole thing with him and Darkwing was essentially recorded. It should have been on the news, all that kind of stuff, but it wasn't. People don't know about it, which means that it seems to have been hidden. And he really seems to believe that Cecil was the one who did it. And so flying directly off to encounter Cecil directly, as the two of them are talking, D.A. Sinclair walks out. And that's when Mark comes to the realization this guy's working with D.A. Sinclair. In a pretty quick situation, we're basically given this revelation on behalf of Mark that nothing Cecil's telling him has really been true, that Cecil's basically been lying all this time. And so one of the things that happens is that Cecil basically leads him into the White Room. Now, as you guys know, that White Room is basically designed in such a way to where it skews with, or really messes with eyesight, so that those people who are in it can't actually see what's in there, right? All they see is basically white. And that's one of the things Mark kind of lets loose into Cecil, right? And it's just like, how could you have possibly worked with somebody like D.A. Sinclair, knowing the kind of things that he's done? And something has to be going on here. Like, you had to have gotten rid of that footage. You had to have done something. Like, you had to have known what was going on with Darkwing, so that now I'm led to believe that you have a hand in the reason why no one's aware of what's going on with Darkwing. Enter all these Reanimen who had basically been built for Cecil by D.A. Sinclair. Now, one of the things that goes on here, Mark just crushes these guys. I mean, and in no uncertain terms, it's quite readily these guys are defeated. And it's one of these things where Cecil almost kind of looks at Mark and talks about, like, Angstrom Levy, right? How Mark had seemingly killed a guy. But the response of Mark is, that was unintentional. It was not my goal to murder a person. But this guy Darkwing does the same thing. This guy D.A. Sinclair, they do the same thing. Like, they experimented on people, killed people, different things like that. Like, they're dark and twisted people. You can't take what is basically an accident and then in turn apply it to the concept that, like, it was an intentional killing of someone. That's not really what was going on. And so that's kind of the crazy thing, is because at the end of the day, the stance of Cecil is, it doesn't matter, right? Like, I've got my hands in everything and I believe I'm genuinely doing the right thing. If you're not with me, you're against me. And that's kind of the crazy thing here, is because Cecil seems to be taking on this exceedingly dark and really absolute standpoint. So much so that once Mark overcomes all these Reanimen and then starts going after Cecil, Cecil panics, takes off, and then there's maybe 500 Reanimen who all kind of exist here. And that's when Mark Mark's kind of like, okay, look, like, are you gonna arrest me? Like, what's gonna happen here? And basically the Reanimen start turning on Mark, and then ultimately Cecil activates this kind of sonic beacon device. And what we end up finding out is that at some point when Mark was given the kind of earpiece by Cecil, that it also had a device inside his body that basically threw off his equilibrium and would emit a sonic pulse. And the reason why this was done is because in his time having dealt with and engaged with Omni-Man, even though they'd worked together for so long, the reality of Cecil and kind of looking at this guy was like, equilibrium is a necessary thing. Because unlike a person where you gave them vertigo, they would get a little dizzy and probably have to sit down. But for somebody like Mark or somebody like Omni-Man, being able to screw with equilibrium in their head is a huge deal because it's necessary to fly. The sonic pulse is almost just crushing in terms of the sound that it emits, so much so that Mark is largely incapacitated here. And that's kind of the crazy thing, because following that, Mark actually speeds off, right? He kind of asks like, you know, how strong, how capable is this pulse? And then speeds off, where he actually starts to outrace it. Like literally Cecil's teleporting, trying to keep up with him, and then ultimately catches him. And then Mark basically lands inside the headquarters of the new Guardians of the Globe, right? Rex and all those guys, Monster Girl and so on, and basically brings to their attention Cecil's the one that's doing all this. And so it's really the first time that you see people in the superhero community who are learning that Cecil's always been sus, man. There's always been something up with this guy. And that's kind of the crazy thing, is because when he kind of makes this case, that when Mark makes this case that Cecil is employing people who are serial killers or murderers, people who are experimenting on other individuals, somebody like D.A. Sinclair, at the end of the day, it's kind of like yeah, like the whole thing with like Darkwing, that was recorded. That should have been on the news. But because of the connections that Cecil had, he had it suppressed. He basically made sure that nobody would know that Darkwing was doing that stuff. And he basically blackmailed him and said that if you don't work for me directly, I'll release this to the public and the whole world will know that you're basically a crazy psychopath. And that's how he seems to basically get people to work for him. And that leads to the rest of the Guardians of the Globe basically going on and confronting Cecil directly. And that's where things get kind of nuts, because in this process, and this is incredibly important, in this process, Mark begins to lose his control. And this is kind of a dangerous thing here, because as that happens, he starts to become somewhat bloodlusted. Now, the crazy thing about that is this is in a lot of ways kind of where Omni-Man was, but the big difference between Omni-Man and Mark is that Nolan was a guy who'd lived for so long that this idea of him just kind of giving into his emotions was very rare. But Mark does not have the experience and does not have the same kind of training that Omni-Man had, and so it's much easier for him to get into his emotions. And so that's one of the things that kind of happens, is that with everything going on with Mark and this kind of sonic pulse that's ringing through his head, it's on the verge of killing him. And that's when everybody's like, you have to shut that thing down. You're gonna kill Mark. You're gonna kill Invincible. And that's not something that Cecil wants on his conscience. So ultimately, he tells DA to basically shut off the sonic emitter. And then when Mark gets that chance to kind of recoup, he almost kills Cecil. Of course, he doesn't. And then Cecil basically fires him on the spot. And you would think that, you know, when it looks like Mark is just kind of like, okay, fine, we're gonna go ahead and let that go, Mark immediately charges Cecil and then basically says, if we're done, then that means we're done. That means you and I have no contact whatsoever. So if you come near my family, my mom, my brother, or whoever, I will kill you. If you send anybody to my family that I know works on your behalf, or I even get a whiff of the idea that they work on your behalf, I'll come back and I'll kill you. And that's one of the important things, is because what Mark's kind of demonstrated here is that at the end of the day, despite Cecil's best efforts, especially Mark knowing this device is in his brain, that was the ace in the hole, right? That was the only thing that Cecil really had to overcome Mark. Now that that's not there anymore, Mark has the ability to get rid of that, or seems to have the ability to get rid of it, then now Cecil has nothing over Mark. And so if he really does piss him off, Mark will kill him, and there'll be nothing Cecil can do about it. Absolutely nothing at all. He's an old man, right? What could he possibly hope to do against somebody like Mark? Having said that, this is kind of a crazy thing, because Mark has this conversation with Eve, right? Where she kind of hung around the house, you know, just to kind of keep an eye and make sure that Mark was going to be okay when he got back and different things like that. And Mark kind of spills the beans and says, you know, for a moment there, I thought I was going to die. I guess that was really the test, right? For a moment, I thought I was going to die. And in that moment, the only person that I could think of was you. You were the only person I could think of in the whole wide world. And so because of that, I love you. Like I'm with you, like you and me, like that's it. Now, of course, you know, Omni-Kid sees it and he's just like, gross. But it's a funny little thing there, right? But following this, there's a couple big things that happen. One of the biggest and most notable things that take place is that Mark takes his younger brother under his wing to train him. Now, as most of you guys can probably guess just from having seen things like Star Wars and so on, this is not going to end well. Mark was as effective of a hero as he is for a bunch of different reasons, the least of which has anything to do with the training that he got from Nolan. We know that just because of the experience the two of them had, and didn't really get any measure of training until his powers powers developed. The reason why Mark is the way he is because of the time he spent among humanity, right? The time that he spent among people who in almost every conceivable way were weaker than he was. Even before he knew that he had powers, he spent all this time among people and adopted a lot of human tendencies, both good and bad. For somebody like his younger brother, he doesn't have that, right? So it's literally a rush job on training, taking this kid that has these incredible abilities, who basically gained them, over a decade before Mark did in terms of age relation, and then in turn, taking him under his wing to be his trainer. The other thing about this is that because of everything that played out with Mark and Cecil, that essentially the Guardians of the Globe have split. The team's roster, as we know it for the most part, it's kind of back to its old self, right? In the sense that you've got Monster Girl, you've got Robot, who's now in a boy's body, and so on and so forth, Adam Eve, and those characters, and of course, Mark as well. And then you have the actual Guardians of the Globe, so you've got Dupli-Kate, you've got the Immortal, and so on. But it's one of these things where it's kind of like, okay, like as far as Cecil's concerned, they're the official team, right? The team is really more of like a stand-in team, right? So it's almost kind of an unspoken statement or an unspoken phrase that like they're essentially enemies, right? Like if the team steps in to confront some enemy that the Guardians of the Globe are going to kill and tries to stop them, then now they're enemies, right? They kind of work in that kind of weird capacity there. The other thing that goes on here is, of course, Mark takes his younger brother to meet the tailor, right? And then in turn, the tailor also gives Mark a new costume, which, it looks kind of cool. That's one of those little interesting tidbits there. But the cool thing about this is that you get to this interesting situation where you basically have this kind of nuclear silo that were basically taken over by the Lizard League. And of course, the Lizard League was kind of a laughable team, but the Mauler twins have basically arrived here to kind of do the same thing. Not the exact same thing, but to kind of launch their own plan. Now, this is going to be one of the most important parts of the story because one of the most interesting parts of the story. The way this plays out is that where you have a conversation between Mark and his brother, and the two of them are talking and so on, and he's kind of teaching him the ropes of like, when I tell you to stay, you stay. The threats out here are no joke. This is not a kind of time to mess around or goof off or anything like that. You could get yourself killed facing off against some of the people here, things along those lines. That word basically reaches the ears of Mark that the Mauler twins are attacking this silo, right? And when I say word reaches his ears, I mean like he walks into the room and his mom says like, look at this. And so of course he dons his costume, races off to go face off against the Mauler twins, who have basically defeated the Guardians of the Globe. And so Mark does what he can to step up against them, but then when his brother comes in and he's like, where's Mark at? His mom's like, oh, he went to go do this, and then his brother takes off and joins the fray as well. Now there's a huge difference here, and there's a huge moment here, because ultimately Mark does what he can to face off against these guys, but a nuclear weapon is basically launched, right? The whole idea of the Mauler twins is to basically take over the computer systems of the world, but at the end of the day, like this nuclear missile is launched, which is really designed as a kind of distraction to get Mark out of the scene, and then in turn allow them to complete their goal, but they're totally unaware of his younger brother stepping in. Now, as soon as he shows up, he kind of punches one of the Mauler twins in the mouth, right? They don't really take him seriously. They throw him into a wall. The kid emerges from rubble and then just kind of like flies right through one of them and kills him. This freaks out the other one, right? Because there's this kind of unwritten rule among the superheroes, like you don't kill your villains, right? It's one of these things where the villains are kind of like, I mean, you know how it is. Like we do crime, you arrest us, you take us to jail, and then we get out, and then we do crime again. And it's one of these things where literally one of the twins is like, I give up, I surrender, like please just don't hurt me. And Omni Kid's just like, so you're gonna make it easy for me, huh? And then just like punches his brains out through the top of his head. Now Immortal emerges and sees all this happening, and then Omni Kid is like, it was an accident, right? It was an accident. And this leads to Mark returning and then Cecil arriving at the same time. And as soon as Mark sees Cecil, he immediately goes in for the hit, right? It's just like, I told you to stay away from my family. And that's when Cecil's like, no, we were here to clean up your brother's mess. And realizing what it is that his younger brother had done, the two of them fly into space. This is one of the coolest conversations that we see, because ultimately he tells his younger brother, he's like, you killed those guys. And his younger brother's like, yeah, they were bad guys. Like they killed people down there. I killed them. Now they can't kill anybody else. You should be happy. Now this is sound logic, right? Like they've killed people. They've demonstrated incorrigibility. They will always kill innocent people as long as it allows them to achieve their goal. And so the only logical way to save lives is to kill those guys, right? Because the important thing about this and the big takeaway from that is Mark is sacrificing innocent lives to maintain his own personal morality. Other people's lives are not as important to him as he is to himself. And that's the crazy thing. It's one of the things about superheroes. Nobody ever considers that. The kind of almost narcissistic and psychopathic nature of what it means to be a hero. I and my morality are what are most important to me. And therefore I will sacrifice innocent lives in order to maintain that. The stance of his son is, that is doesn't make any sense, right? Like, if our job is to save people and to keep people protected, then we should kill the bad guys, especially if we know the bad guys are going to routinely kill people. And that's one of the things that he says, you know, when Mark kind of goes on this little bit of a speech and he's like, there are laws and rules, and we can't just take that kind of responsibility for someone else's life, for taking anybody's life. We're not infallible. What if we're wrong and we kill somebody innocent? Well, then what then? And he says, human life is a precious thing. The response of his brother is, no, it's not. And Mark's kind of shocked by that. And his brother's like, precious. Human life is not precious. Not in general, not everyone. People risk their lives every day. They kill each other. If they don't think their lives are important, why should I? Most of them are utterly insignificant. And Mark's response is, you sound like dad. And then his brother's response here is, so? Why is that bad? Why is he so wrong? Did anything he said make sense to you even on a small level? Have you ever thought that maybe our father was right? And that is a mind-blowing moment from this kid, is because at the end of the day, Nolan was right. Right? If humanity really wanted to fix itself, it already would have. It would have been on the road to doing that. But at the end of the day, people do terrible things to each other and other people stand by and watch it happen. And so humanity, as far as Nolan is concerned, and as far as this kid's concerned, and in some level, as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't say is a lost cause, but is certainly on its death knell, right? And so at the end of the day, it's kind of like humanity needs to be made to be better, even if they don't want to be. And if that means killing criminals in order to save innocent people, then I will do what the average person is unwilling to do. I will do what you are not willing to do. It's kind of it's an amazing philosophy, and it's cool to see it actually said in a comic book because it makes so much logical sense. It makes so much reasonable sense there. It's why I love the philosophy of like superheroes doing superhero things and so on and so forth, because at the end of the day, if you're a superhero, how many innocent lives are you really willing to sacrifice because you don't like the idea of killing bad guys, right? Like how many innocent people? Would you sacrifice 100 lives? Would you sacrifice 500 lives? Well, I mean, is that just the price you pay to maintain your role as a superhero, to keep that high morality? When do you draw the line, right? That's the crazy thing about superheroes. That's what makes it so interesting. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are. Now, this is one of those stories where there's not really a cohesive plot thread that runs through the whole thing. Instead, it's just a series of things that are kind of going on, and Kirkman does that occasionally, right? Like, there's usually a singular plot thread in every single story, and that's usually what we focus on, but occasionally you get one of these where it's just a bunch of things happening at the same time. One of the things that we're going to deal with here, what we're going to focus on here, is basically what happened to Omni-Man after the events of Earth and everything that went on with the other planet when he was captured by the Viltrumites. We know that he's awaiting execution, and that's one of the things that we learned, is that whenever Viltrumites basically deviate from their role, or they kind of abandon, quote unquote, the charter of the Viltrumite race, that they're basically executed, right? Which is kind of a weird thing given the little bit of information that we'll get here in a little bit, but essentially he's just waiting on that. Now, of course, we also had Alan the alien, who, of course, as you guys know, has telepathy, who also got himself captured so he could come across Omni-Man, because word had reached his ears by way of his conversations with Mark and then a few other people that basically Omni-Man had defected from the charter of the Viltrumites, basically indicating he could be an ally for the coalition of planets, the coalition of worlds. I've heard you guys kind of run it off interchangeably. Honestly, it is. I'm sure some super hardcore people will be like, actually, it's the coalition of planets, and it's like, but who really cares though? So here's the thing. So what ends up happening is a kind of conversation, or really a series of conversations, take place between Alan and Nolan. And this is an important thing, because the reality is all they have is each other. For reasons that aren't really made relevant or made apparent to Alan, ultimately the Viltrumites haven't quite shown up yet. Instead, one of the things that goes on, this is one of the things that we've kind of talked about before, is that the Viltrumites actually conscript other races that they've conquered to kind of work alongside with them, sort of beefing up their numbers. So they're really more like field troops and different things like that. And in this instance, these guys have tried to like kill Alan, and it doesn't work, right? He's just too durable for the weapons they have. And so ultimately it's just one of these things where it's just kind of biding time. And in the conversations that Alan and Nolan have, they've actually kind of developed friendships for each other, right? Where they're kind of talking about loves they've lost, relationships they've been in, making sacrifices for the greater good, all that kind of stuff. And ultimately a bond forms here. A bond that forms in the sense that it's kind of like, hey, like we're brothers in arms in a lot of different ways. We both sacrificed, we both lost, we both gained. And so finding that common ground leads to what is basically a friendship forming between the two of them, which is kind of wild because before they really knew who the other was, they were enemies. They were basically fighting fighting each other. And so at the end of it all, you have the Viltrumites who finally show up on the scene. And the intention is to basically take out Nolan. The funny thing is that in that process, while Nolan was awaiting his execution and so was Alan the alien, they had basically formed a plan. And in doing so, Alan breaks himself out of jail. And during that time, Battle Beast arrives as well. And so that's kind of a big thing, because a lot of you guys know Battle Beast is a hoss, right? This guy is an absolute monster, literally and figuratively. But Battle Beast also lives for the hunt. He lives for the conflict, right? He basically looks to better himself through battle and through war. And so fighting alongside Alan the alien, they ultimately arrive to where Nolan is going to be executed and then essentially save him. And that's one of the things when he's like, okay, so like it's Viltrumites, right? And Battle Beast realizes that it's a Viltrumite. His desire is to face him in battle, right? Because the Viltrumites are like the most feared race across the universe. And by defeating one would kind of solidify his position as being the foremost and really one of the most formidable beings in all of creation. The problem is there's not really a lot of time for that. I mean, they can kind of defeat these guys, but the biggest concern is that more Viltrumites are going to be coming. And so basically they kind of just jettisoned all these guys who are working for the Viltrumites, just send them flying out into space. They basically defeat the two Viltrumites that are here, and then Alan kind of starts to go into a panic and saying like, we have to find, I have to find my scanner, it has all the information I've gained and all that kind of stuff, and we have to do that before the Viltrumites get here. And the response of Nolan is, they're not coming. There are no more Viltrumites that are going to be coming. And when the question's asked why, Nolan basically reveals the best kept secret among the Viltrumite race, which is, while they are feared across the universe as this kind of nigh unstoppable race, less than 50 of them left. There's hardly any pure-blooded Viltrumites left. Now, that's something important to keep in mind. There's less than 50 pure-blood Viltrumites. There are like Viltrumite breeds, right? Half-breeds, where it's like Viltrumites who procreated with a different member of a different race. But ultimately, in terms of the pure-blood Viltrumites like Nolan, there's less than 50. And that's the reason why they don't necessarily come flying in with absolute force, because they don't really want to risk their number, right? They don't really want to risk the possibility of losing any more of those 50 than they possibly have to. And so ultimately what you end up getting here is kind of switching back to Earth. You have basically Mark and Adam Eve who are together, and they're basically banging. And his younger brother walks in on him. And of course, Mark takes off and basically does the heroic thing, or at least responds to a call that he got from Amber. Now, when he gets there, this is one of those crazy things. When he gets there, Amber is kind of like, okay, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like the past few weeks have been really, really hard. Like my dad died and I've been talking to Gary, and I know it's a little awkward having this conversation with you instead of calling Gary. And then she basically reveals, and it's kind of a weird thing. She basically reveals that like Gary's been beating her, right? Gary's been beating on her. And it's one of these things where Gary came off as a great guy, so much so that she actually dumped Mark for Gary. And so this kind of led to a crazy thing, because like Mark immediately freaks out. Now, Mark's not going to get back together with Amber, right? It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm with Adam Eve now. But at the end of the day, she is a friend. And so Mark basically responds by going and finding Gary. And he kind of helps Gary come to an understanding of his place in the bigger picture by kind of saying, hey, look, man, I know you like putting your hands on girls, so let me put my hands on you and we'll see how much you enjoy that, right? And that's one of those crazy things, because he basically tells her, if you ever hit her again, I'm going to come back, I'm going to find you, and I'm going to kill you. It's kind of a weird thing, because as soon as Mark gets back to Amber and starts talking to her, one of the things that she'd done initially was make excuses for Gary. Well, it was just a one-time thing. He was just really upset. And that's a lot of the things that you see when it comes to people who have been through abusive situations like that, is they oftentimes internalize why they were abused in the first place. Well, it was my fault. If I hadn't done that, he wouldn't have hit me. If I hadn't done that, she wouldn't have attacked me, because guys get abused by women too, even though we don't like to talk about that. So it's one of these things when Mark gets back there and Mark says, okay, are you sure you want to stay with this guy? Her response is, well, I mean, we've kind of been through a lot, and there was a lot of craziness that was happening, but like, don't worry about me, Mark. Everything is going to be fine, right? Famous last words, but everything is going to be fine. Everything's going to be cool. And Mark ultimately leaves her, and it's kind of like, okay, like this is what you want. This is what I will give you. And so what he ends up doing is, of course, traveling back to Adam Eve and saying, hey, look, here's what was going on with Amber, that Gary was beating her. So I beat the hell out of Gary and told him I'd kill him if he ever did it again. And then it's kind of interesting, because he thought she was going to take it the wrong way. Ultimately, she doesn't, right? And she's just kind of like, I mean, like, I totally understand where you're coming from. I mean, the guy was beating up a friend of mine. Why would I be upset about you going and tracking down the guy and beating the crap out of him? Following that, Mark realizes that he's basically being spied on. Now, as the reader, we know who it is who's spying on him. It's not Cecil, but we know who it actually is that's doing this. But Mark believes that it is Cecil. And so he ultimately ends up, traveling to Cecil, tracking him down, interrogating him a little bit. Cecil's kind of like, look, man, we're not the ones spying on you, but I do need your help with something. Now, of course, Mark is kind of like, I mean, look, man, like, I'm not looking to help you, dude. Like, I don't trust you at all. And that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, that's the thing that we talked about in the last video, that Cecil kind of came off as this guy who was like, hey, man, I'm looking out for you. Your dad did some bad stuff, but your family's gonna be taken care of. You know, not necessarily like a father figure, but like an uncle, you know, who was a little bit sus. Like that was kind of the thing about Cecil, you know, like you knew there was something a little off about him, but you didn't really think it was anything severe. And then in the conflict that he had with Mark, it was, oh no, man, like we've definitely got you under lock and key. Like we're monitoring you, we're keeping an eye on your family, we don't really trust you. I'm just kind of putting off this air so you'll continue to work with us. By all standards of measurement, he destroyed any measure of trust that existed between himself and Mark. But as far as Cecil went, it was, that's the price I'm willing to pay to basically keep the world safe from people like your father, potentially people like you, or anybody else out there who could be a credible threat. And so what you end up doing is basically switching over to Gary Hampton. Now, Gary Hampton is a bit of a weird situation. Of course, we switch over to him because that's the person that Cecil basically needs help with. Gary has a bit of a lengthy history here, and that's one that we could potentially talk about if you guys are interested in it. But all that really matters in this whole thing is that Gary was at one point a billionaire. Ultimately, he ended up being transformed into a werewolf. He kind of goes by the name of Wolfman. He was a hero for a little while, but for the most part, knowledge, or at least public knowledge, of Gary Hampton, the billionaire, being secretly a werewolf was kind of kept hidden, right? Nobody really knew that. Eventually, it became public knowledge when his daughter walked in on him with the dead body of his wife, and the presumption was he killed his wife. Now, there was a lot of history going on there. The fact that he had kind of dove into his work before he became a werewolf, the fact that he kind of drove his wife away by simply just ignoring her for the most part. She went to the arms of another man. Anybody who understood the inner workings of their family and the struggles that they'd gone through, the fact that he was under an embezzlement investigation, the fact that, you know, he'd essentially lost everything while the government seized his accounts and froze everything. There's every reason to believe that Gary did actually kill his wife, right? And so that's why the response of Cecil and them is that guy's definitely guilty. The other thing is there was a bit of a backstory with a guy by the name of Zechariah, who you immediately knew was sus, ended up being a bad guy, and then ultimately you ended up having Gary seeking out what's called the Elder, basically this guy who's kind of like the elder werewolf, for lack of a better word, and kind of teaches Gary the ropes and how everything works, kind of enhance his abilities, expand on him, and so on and so forth. Again, we can actually focus on that if you guys care. I don't imagine a whole lot of you guys do. A lot of you guys are probably really more interested in what's going on with like Omni-Man and all that kind of stuff, honestly, because it's the coolest thing. But the Elder is not really teaching Gary to be a villain. That's the important thing. He's actually teaching him to be a hero. He's like, you are going to go through a series of trials, and one of the first trials you're going to go through is basically protecting the innocent, right? Like keeping innocent people safe from what is essentially a credible threat. And that's when you basically have Giant, who's returned. Now, Giant is a character that we haven't really talked about before. The long and short of it is that he was a kid who was yanked into a different dimension and then came back in his current form, and just much like a kid kind of goes on these rampages, not fully understanding what he's capable of. He was eventually put in a kind of containment system and then managed to escape, hence where he's at right now. And Cecil and them were just trying to find a way to recontain him again. He was certainly able to give Mark a run for his money, right? Like he was able to beat the crap out of Mark, basically. And that's why Mark is none too keen on tracking this kid back down again, but he kind of treats him like a kid, right? Like authority, right? Like a strong voice, firm hand. That's the kind of thing that a lot of kids need. And that's what he tells him, right? Mark basically knocks this kid down quite readily, and then it's just like, stay here, right? If you keep on messing around, like I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. I don't want to, do not get up, right? Like I don't want to hurt you anymore. And so ultimately the kid just sits there until the authorities arrive. But this was the mission that Gary Hampton himself had actually been sent on, which was basically protecting innocent people from this Giant. Now the reality is Gary probably would not have been able to do it on his own, and I don't think he was really expected to. I think it was really more a test of courage and conviction. Is he willing to put his life on the line to save innocent people? And so of course, because of the fact that Cecil and them are looking for him, and the belief out there is that he killed his wife, while he and Mark kind of talk a little bit about how they teamed up, and you know, he basically helped Mark with seismic a little while back. Mark's like, but I mean, I still gotta take you in. Dude bolts, like he immediately he immediately takes off. Like literally, like Mark's like, I gotta take you in, and he just bam, he just takes off. He's like, oh no, you're not either. He literally tries to run. But the funny thing is that Mark's operating on the information given to him by Cecil, and then once Gary's able to make his case, Mark realizes there's something else going on here, right? Gary's like, look man, I didn't kill my wife. I simply walked in on her, I found her dead, and then my daughter saw me with the body, and then that's what everybody's operating on, right? Basically circumstantial evidence. Now, the argument that Cecil initially made was, look, we just want to bring him in so we can interrogate him, question him, stuff like that. But we know that whatever Cecil says, believe the opposite, right? So there's no intention of like bringing him in, questioning him, getting to the bottom of the case, and then freeing him if it's actually untrue. Cecil's not looking to work as this guy's defense lawyer. He's in the business of like contain and control. And that's exactly what would happen here. That maybe he would get to talk to his lawyer if Cecil feels like letting him, or most likely Cecil would use him for his own ends, right? To create his own kind of Suicide Squad thing, which is basically what the Guardians of the Globe are without the bombs in their heads, right? That's essentially what they've kind of been turned into. And so he really kind of pleads the case and tells him everything that's going on. And he was like right now, like this guy that I was working with, like he's a mentor, right? He's training me, guiding me, teaching me how to use my powers. And he says, I thought I had that at a previous point in time. And it turned out I was wrong. I thought I had a mentor, but he was hiding things, right? Like that guy killed my wife. Like he's the one who did it, right? That guy, Zechariah, like he's the one who killed my wife. And I walked in on him doing it. And then in turn, it was my daughter who walked in with me at the body, believing that I was the one that did it. Like it's literally just like a framing thing. I mean, he didn't intentionally frame me, but that's how it all just kind of turned out, that I'm not actually the bad guy here. But ultimately, because of the emotion that he puts forward, because of how he looks, right? Just the overall tone that he gives, this is way beyond some kind of sociopath who's manipulating Mark into believing that he's telling the truth. Instead, it's basically one of these things where it's like, this guy's actually telling the truth, and Zechariah is out there, and he wants to get revenge on this guy. Like he wants to kill the guy who killed his wife. And then after that, you know, who knows? Maybe go back to being a hero. But it's a very understandable motivation. It's a very graspable motivation. And so ultimately Mark's like, I believe you, right? Like I'm just gonna take you into Cecil, we'll get everything cleared up, and then Cecil's guaranteed to let you go, right? It kind of astounds me, even at this point, Mark is this naive, right? It would just kind of be like, I don't know what happened, Cecil. He got away, man. Like it's werewolf stuff, man. It was just some cloud, and then he used some powers and disappeared. I don't know what to tell you. But of course, he ends up bringing him in, right? And that's kind of the funny thing is, as soon as he gets in here, the most logical situation happens when it's basically like, let this guy make his case, right? Let Gary Hampton make his case, let him talk. And at the end of the day, Cecil's like, there's nothing I can do here, man. Like there's nothing I can do here, right? I mean, you know, it's just, you know, it's out of my hands, right? Now the reality is, there's a lot Cecil could do here, but Cecil doesn't want to do anything because Cecil has a particular goal he's looking to achieve with Wolfman, which is he wants to use him for his own ends. And so ultimately, because of the fact that they're meeting in the White Room, that all these little, you know, robot zombie guys come running, right? The Reanimen come running up on them all. And we've seen this play out before, right? This is one of those instances where it's kind of like, okay, like Kirkman's kind of repeating himself a little bit. And that doesn't happen a whole lot, but it kind of does sometimes. And of course, these Reanimen are dealt with quite readily. But the problem is they ultimately need an out, right? They need a way out because they're just hopelessly outnumbered. And while the Reanimen don't necessarily exhaust, Mark and Wolfman do, right? They can get tired. Now, if this was Omni-Man, no, it wouldn't be a contest, right? He would sweep through them quick, fast, and in a hurry. He kind of swath through all of them quick, fast, and in a hurry, and like that would be it. But Mark is not Omni-Man. And so they basically end up finding themselves an out. They literally break out of the Pentagon building. And then while they are kind of tracked down a little bit, they're ultimately located by the Guardians of the Globe, right? So literally Mark, Invincible versus the Guardians of the Globe. And when I say versus, I say that very loosely because this fight is no fight at all. The reality is the fight between Immortal and Mark has been coming for quite some time, right? I mean, look, this fight's been coming on for a while because they both got frustrations to work out, right? Like Immortal doesn't like Mark. He thinks he's too reckless. He thinks he's too young to lead anything. Mark doesn't like Immortal because the guy's a dick, right? So like, it's one of these things where like, they've been looking to conflict with each other for quite some time. And so it's like, Mark literally tells him, he's like, look guys, I don't want to hurt you. Like, I'm tired of holding back against you guys. And that's the reality is Mark's been holding back against them. And it's one of those things where like, no one really understood how much he was holding back, right? It's almost like when Dr. Octopus became Superior Spider-Man, right? And like knocked the jaw off the Scorpion and then came to the realization, holy cow, Peter Parker's been pulling his punches all this time. That's basically what's going on here, right? Like Mark's never really gone balls to the wall, full bore on these guys. And he does, right? He snatches up the Immortal with an instant and just like pummels everybody else using the body of the Immortal and then throws the Immortal out into the air, right? That's it. This fight lasts seconds, right? I mean, it's not a lengthy battle. And then immediately grabs Wolfman and just says like, we're out of here, right? And they basically just take off. Now he drops him back off where the mentor has him, or at least takes him to his family for a little bit. And, you know, kind of talks to the family butler for a minute. Not a whole lot going on here. It's just one of these things where it's kind of this recognition by a third party that they know Gary didn't do it. And so it's kind of verifying that Gary's actually telling the truth, both for Mark and for us as the reader, as well as giving a little bit of follow-up to some of the previous plot threads that we've seen over the course of the Invincible story. But ultimately, it's kind of like I'm going to find Zechariah, right? Like that's my thing. Like I'm going to take this guy out. I'm going to destroy this guy. The other part of this, and this is something that is a little frustrating here, is that the daughter of Gary is showing a lot of anger and a lot of rage. And and ultimately, like, she's being given a lot of space, but at the same time, what she needs is somebody to give her a more guiding hand, right? She needs her father, but the biggest fear is because of all this anger and because of all this rage that she could go on becoming something terrible. The other part of that is because she was accosted, because she was bitten by what was initially a vampire, as opposed to Wolfman, who is a werewolf, the concern is she's going to become a vampire. So then you basically have her as a villain, right? So again, kind of an interesting little thread here, interesting little plot thread, but ultimately, Gary's kind of dropped back off in the woods by Mark. They sort of call it a day. They're basically friends, you know, allies at this point. And this is one of those instances when Kirkman's basically building up the roster for the purpose of giving us allies for Mark much later on down the road, who could all basically help him. The other part of this is that you actually end up switching over to a couple different things. The first is Monster Girl. Robot finished working on the ability to keep her from getting younger. And because of the fact that every time she turns into her monster and then she goes back into her human form, she ages a little bit less. This is all basically predicated on the idea that much like Bruce Banner turning into the Incredible Hulk, unlike that circumstance when Banner goes back to his normal self, when she does, it basically puts her cells together in the wrong order, which makes her younger, right? That's why she keeps getting younger. And so looking at it from a scientific standpoint, the only real answer here is not that Robot can age her back up to where she's supposed to be. That seems to be impossible. Instead, he can keep her from getting younger. And so all this really means is whenever she's wearing this belt, or as she always wears this belt, she turns into her monster, then she goes back to her younger self. She stays that same age. She doesn't actually get younger anymore. Now, seemingly, this almost kind of puts off an era of potential immortality, but it's one of those things that we'll kind of have to look at much later on down the line. The other part of that is that with Mark basically being monitored, the person who's watching him is Angstrom Levy, which again, we've known for quite some time. What we didn't know he was doing was basically operating behind the scenes. That what he's actually done is gone to alternate realities and grabbed different alternate reality versions of Mark. That basically there's some where he became essentially a Viltrumite that conquered the earth. He followed in his father's footsteps, but like all these different iterations of his character. And in effect, Mark is going to have to fight an army of alternate reality versions of himself. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are. We are back with our weekly video on Invincible. Of course, it always goes on Patreon a week ahead of time, and then we release it on YouTube later. But what we end up doing here is we pick up initially a few months ago, if you guys recall, when Mark fought Angstrom Levy, when they were fighting in that kind of alternate reality, and Mark had presumably beat him to death, right? He'd killed Angstrom and then just left him to die. What we end up learning here is that instead, a kind of portal was open and Langstrom was pulled through. And despite the fact that his face was just pummeled to mush, I mean, his head was just pummeled to absolute mush, he still survived just by sheer force of will. This guy is nothing if not dedicated to destroying Mark. You cannot look at me with a straight face and tell me that a man who looks like that and survives just having the desire to kill Mark is not a man of just absolute fortitude and dedication. Right now, his henchmen that kind of bring him back here are not really his henchmen per se. And we'll find out there's a little more about them here in a little bit. Instead, what we end up doing is picking up seemingly in the immediate aftermath of the last video that we did, which basically kicks off on day one. And this is the invasion of all the alternate reality Marks. Not all, but like 20 alternate reality versions of Invincible. All who have been summoned here by Angstrom Levy for the purpose of destroying Mark, right? Literally just like not only destroying him, but just breaking him down piece by piece. These guys crush through everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything, right? Like they're attacking every major city, Paris, France. They're attacking the Kremlin in Russia, right? The head of the Russian government. Strangely enough, one of these guys meets Spawn, which is weird. You only see it for a short second, right? You only see it for a short second for one panel, but Mark fights Spawn. Now, here's the thing. You are probably not going to see this in the Amazon series, right? You're probably not going to see that on there because as far as I'm aware, when it comes to the Amazon series, Amazon only has the rights to Invincible. A little bit of an explanation here for those of you guys, just quick, super simple explanation, nothing super drawn out here. Image Comics, Skybound, all those companies, they are not like Marvel and DC. Marvel and DC, they have a shared universe. Marvel's X-Men cross over with the Avengers, who cross over with the Fantastic Four, and they team up in great big huge books and different things like that. DC Comics has the Justice League, and they've got the Teen Titans and all that kind of stuff, and they cross over in different books, right? Batman, Superman, so on and so forth. When it comes to independent publishers, they don't necessarily have that. And the reason why is because Marvel, for example, if you're writing for them, they have control over the characters. So you're like, I want to write the X-Men. And Marvel's like, okay, cool, but you can only write them within the certain limits of as we describe them, right? So you can't necessarily have the X-Men become like a spacefaring team like Guardians of the Galaxy and they just stay there. I mean, maybe you can if Marvel gives you permission. When it comes to things like this, Skybound and Image and so on, they're a publishing house, and that's all they do. The creative stories themselves are 100% up to the writers. They can do whatever they want with them, and then they contract with a company like Skybound or Image, and then all they do is just put their comics out there to the public. So that's why you can potentially see something like this in the comics, where you have like Invincible crossing over with Spawn, but you don't see it all the time. You don't see it quite readily. But because of the fact that Amazon likely only owns the rights to Invincible, and they don't own the rights to Todd McFarlane's Spawn, you're probably never going to see this, right? You're probably never going to see this in the Amazon series unless Todd McFarlane allows it to happen. But it's a cool thing here because with all these different versions of Mark literally just running around, cutting a swath through the entirety of the world and attacking all these versions, Mark actually ends up coming across a version of himself. Now, here's the funny thing about this. At the initial indication here, we don't really get a lot in terms of their origins. All we really get are just small little drops and tidbits and things along those lines. But Mark facing off against this alternate version of himself is kind of nuts, right? Because he sees this version of Mark as kind of a pale reflection of himself, right? These guys are all exceedingly violent. They are, in effect, versions of Mark that became villains. And they've all been brought here because they're capable of doing villainous things. Now, what you also have, while that's popping off, you've got Mark's mom who's watching the news, you've got Mark's friends who are watching the news, and they're like, we all thought it was Invincible, but now there's something like 20 of them, so they all seem to be alternate versions of Invincible. Even the members of like the team and the Guardians of the Globe thought that Mark was a bad guy, thought he was the one doing all this. And it's one of those things where it's easy to play off of, right? Because when you look at like what Omni-Man did, and Mark's the son of Omni-Man, is it really that hard to believe that Mark just snapped one day and then just lost his mind and started tearing up the whole world? I mean, nobody knew that Omni-Man was a villain until he was, right? Like nobody knew that was the case. It's not as though it was slowly building up to it and he was committing a series of robberies or he killed the Guardians of the Globe in front of the world. He did it in secret, did it in private, right? And with the exception of people like Cecil or individuals who could dig into it, right? Like Detective Demon, that kind of a thing, there weren't really a whole lot of people who actually knew what was going on. But here, Mark's ripping it all up after Omni-Man did it probably within a year or so ago. And so it's kind of nuts. Now you've also got Kid Omni-Man who's kind of doing the same thing, facing off against these alternate reality versions of Mark. But again, we don't get a whole lot of explanation here, but what you do switch over to is the Pentagon. And the Pentagon, some of these guys are able to take out one of these alternate reality versions of Mark. And then when the question, when Cecil's like, okay, like get people on the horn, and his little robot assistant guy asks like, who do we get, right? He literally turns into Gary Oldman. He's like, everyone! That's literally what it turns into, right? The Guardians of the Globe, the whole 9 yards. Every single superhero team that can be called is brought in to face off against all these alternate reality versions of Invincible. And that's literally where Cecil's telling him like, look guys, here's the deal, right? Omni-Man was one thing. He was a hoss, right? This guy, there's nothing we really could have done to have stopped him. And at the end of the day, if anything, if we did find some way to defeat him, quote unquote, it would just be buying time. With Mark, we kind of stand a chance against him because he's not necessarily on the same level as his father. 20 versions of Mark, I don't know what to tell you, right? It's just, we have to do whatever we can to stop this as fast as we possibly can. And so you have like some pretty no holds barred stuff. Cecil tells him all bets are off, right? Like all the limits, the restrictions, don't kill unless you have to, do whatever you have to do to take these guys down. Kill them, it doesn't matter. And so all these different superheroes, some of which we've seen, some of which we haven't seen, are all literally just killing these alternate reality versions of Mark everywhere they can. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. One of these guys, right? Just one Mark, to give you guys perspective here, just one alternate reality version of Mark was enough to kill the entire Guardians of the Globe. Now, one of the bigger moments here comes from Rexplode. As you guys know, Rex is kind of a dick, right? Like seemingly he's selfish, he only really cares about himself. But here's the funny thing, Rex has it where it counts, right? That's the big difference. At the end of the day, when it comes down to it, he's the guy you want on your side. And the way this plays out is that where these different versions of Mark are kind of going nuts and they're killing all, this version of Mark is killing the Guardians of the Globe, the Darkwing actually steps in and whisks one of them away to the Shadowverse to basically, and kind of sacrifices himself in the process to take out that version of Mark. But the damage is done, right? I mean, this guy's been pummeling the Guardians of the Globe. Not only that, he absolutely crushed Monster Girl, and there's still a mark here. And that's the crazy thing, because at that point it's kind of like, okay, like let's do what we can to try to take this guy out. Monster Girl seems to be completely out of commission. She's not dead, but she's totally out of commission. You end up having Robot, who grabs her and manages to get her away, but only at the behest of Rexplode. Rexplode's like, get out of here, you know, leave this guy to me, right? I'll take care of this guy. And so what ends up happening is Rexplode, when the question is kind of asked, like, how could you possibly beat me, right? Like, I could just pop your head off your shoulders. I took out your entire team. I could literally kill you right now. Go find the other 3 who flew away and then kill them. He's like, you've got absolutely nothing that you can detonate. You've got no weapons. Your wrist launcher is totally drained out. You have nothing that you can do here. He's like, what are you possibly going to charge and explode? And Rexplode says, my skeleton, and just detonates himself, and in doing so takes out that version of Mark in the process. Rexplode kills himself in order to save like the rest of the team from just that one guy. Right now you end up having Cecil, who shows up to the actual Mark, right, the real Mark, the main Mark, and says like, we need you here, man. But Adam Eve has been like seriously injured, so much so that she's in like the ICU, right, hooked up to like a mask and everything, sitting in the hospital, and Mark's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here with Adam Eve, right? She needs me here. You have the entirety of the world's superheroes at your disposal. You can do this without me. And ultimately Cecil's like, man, I really hope so, but at the end of the day, it really isn't enough. There are a lot of these marks that have been taken out, but then you get to day 3. In day 3, you have 8 marks left, and that's it. There's really nothing else. Like, everybody's basically been conquered. Like, the world has just been completely and totally taken out. Angstrom Levy's his whole plot, his scheme, came to fruition. And so he basically shows back up to where the rest of the marks are, and he says, okay, so here's the idea, right? This world's in ruins. This Invincible's reputation is totally destroyed. People will always hate and fear him. And that was the goal of what he was shooting for. It's not enough to defeat Invincible, that he has to kind of make him, he has to essentially ostracize him from society. He has to put him in a place where he can never operate as a superhero in the world again. No one will ever trust him. The government will always watch him, and if at all possible, they'll imprison him, right? They'll incarcerate him. Whatever the case is, they'll never let him go back to the life that he had before. And he says, there's only one thing left. I want to physically deform this guy. I want to disfigure this guy. I want him to know the pain that I feel. And so he tells all the other marks, find him and bring him to me. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. They literally say no. And the reason why is because the extent of the bargain that was made between Angstrom Levy and these alternate reality versions of Mark is that these versions here, the ones that had like killed their mom, right? Or the ones who had sided with Omni-Man, or even the ones who had killed Omni-Man and taken his place. Like, these different versions of Mark that are here, the deal that was made between them and Angstrom Levy was, once they basically laid waste to this world, left this place in shambles, that he would help them expand their empires into other dimensions. So seemingly, they've all conquered their worlds, right? They've all conquered Earths, whether in the name of the Viltrumite Empire or in their own name. They've conquered all their Earths, maybe even the universe itself, and they're looking to expand their sphere of influence into other realities. And so denying this is like, no, like we're just gonna, like, we'll just leave, right? Like, send us back and allow us to achieve our goal, or we're gonna kill you. And so ultimately he ends up sending them into other dimensions. Now here's the thing, when they all get moved into this alternate reality, they're all in the same place, right? Like, they're all locked away in the same alternate reality, which is a terrible decision, because now they're all pissed off at him, right? So it's not enough to put them in the same place to where they could presumably get out. Now you're gonna have them all coming after you. Following that, you end up having the actual Mark who leaves and comes directly at Angstrom Levy, right? And this guy is coming at him with a vengeance. Like, before it was, oh my God, I can't believe I killed him. Now there's a desire to, right? Now there's a desire among Mark, kill this guy, right? Not only Mark, but his younger brother, and seemingly everybody else, to take this guy out, do him in, right? Just kill this guy. Initially, his younger brother's like, look at what he did around, look at what he did to the world, like, kill him, right? Look at what he did to everything. Like, he's like, this guy right here, right? This is an example of what happens when you stop yourself from killing someone. And look at what he did, right? Like, if this guy was a person who could have been redeemed, he would have been redeemed, but you gave him an opportunity to live. You gave him a choice. Either go back to having some semblance of a regular life and stop being a villain, or go back to being a villain, right? Do your own criminal thing. And he's like, you gave him an option here. Men like that cannot be allowed to live. Criminals cannot be allowed to live. If given the choice between being a good guy or being a bad guy, they will always be a bad guy. Why? Because it's what they know. Stop being a milksop, right? Stop being weak at the knees. If you'd killed him, none of this would have happened in the first place. And that's a legitimate argument, right? That's a credible argument. The proof is in the pudding. This all happened because Mark allowed him to live. The world has basically been torn to shambles. Millions and millions of people have died because of a poor decision on behalf of Mark. And that's the aspect of being a superhero that we don't like to talk about. There comes a time when those folks just gotta die. And for Angstrom Levy, it was a long time ago. But because of Mark's poor decision making, he set the stage and he effectively allowed Angstrom Levy to do everything that he's done here, right? And so it's one of those things where Mark's like, you know what? You're right. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, he literally tells his brother, you're 100% right. I'm killing this guy, right? Now, Angstrom Levy ends up opening a portal and teleporting away back to his base of operations. Of course, Mark grabs his arm gets cut off in the process. And then in turn, when he shows up to his henchmen, he's like, I need you guys to get me back to normal. You know, like we need his blood. You guys have to help me. Like, we got to go take out Mark. And the response they make is no. Promises were made, Angstrom Levy. You gave us assurances. We had a deal and you failed. You do not get a second chance. You do not give us orders. You work for us now. And so then you switch to day 4. What's left of the world? The world in complete and total shambles here. Okay, so after leaving you guys on the cliffiest of cliffhangers, left you guys hanging like Sylvester Stallone, I figured I would go ahead and wrap up this story arc. Yes. Now, technically, this is the aftermath of the Invincible War, which I feel like I should change the title of the last video that we did, because technically it was called Invincible War. But this really just kind of gives us a few little tidbits and then like a massive fight, right? So kind of wrapping up from some of the stuff that we saw, right? The whole conflict with Invincibles kind of rampaging across the world and stuff like that. There's a few things that go on. For example, if you guys remember Russ Livingston, the astronaut that came back from Mars with the little aliens attached to him, he's still there. Right? And he was still living in that apartment. The whole place was trashed, and a couple of firemen come in to sort of clean the place out, and of course they get ensnared and they help him find a new place against their will, but they do it anyway. Immortal, who was basically killed, of course, is brought back, as you would expect with the Immortal himself. Mark is offered a position to kind of lead the Guardians of the Globe. Mark turns it down. He's like, he's injured, my mind's not in it, I have no desire to be a part of any of that or any of that kind of stuff. And so Mark ends up going out to basically deal with cleanup duty, right? To help remove a lot of the rubble and to help people out, stuff like that. Here's kind of an interesting thing, right? I don't know how many of you guys know this, but one of the things that happens when they have like major incidents like this, right? Huge buildings collapse, things like that. You can't just go in with like an auger, right? Or like a backhoe and just start digging up rubble. Because it could very well be that a 5-foot long 2x4 is the only thing keeping all that stuff intact. And if you pull that out, it'll all just come crashing down. And any survivors that might be there are killed, right? So you have to be super careful in terms of how you do it. That's why the process takes so long. So you wouldn't normally see a person doing what Mark's doing here, which is basically just grabbing giant chunks of debris and just throwing them out of the way. You wouldn't really see that process. But in the midst of Mark doing all this cleanup, there's a couple things to know. One, there's an exceedingly high level of guilt here. And a lot of this stems from the fact that he let Angstrom Levy live. And Angstrom Levy living is what led to all this in the first place, when Angstrom Levy just basically went around to all those different realities, grabbed all those versions of Invincible, brought them here, and then had them all basically go on a campaign to conquer the world and to smear the name of Mark in the hopes that of course Angstrom would help them conquer their own dimensions, right? Or find new dimensions to conquer, rather. And so Mark's feeling a lot of regret here, and where you would expect this to be a time when he could deal with all this regret and all this remorse, suddenly he's met by the arrival of a Viltrumite who shows up here and says, I am your replacement. If you guys recall that discussion that he had with Anissa, she said, like, there's gonna be a Viltrumite who will come here. It could be 6 months, it could be 6 years, who knows? But they will come here and they will be appointed to replace you, to basically assess everything you've done. And if you have not conquered this world in the name of the Viltrumite Empire, or you're not on your way to doing so, they'll kill you and they'll take your place. And that's basically what this guy is, right? He's like, I'm here to take this place over by the Empire. At this point, Mark's not having it, man. Mark's like, no, look, I am in no position to listen to this man. Like, this is not a good time for you to come here with your little preaches about how you're here to fix my mistakes and refusing to conquer this world. And like, this guy's like, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, my name's Conquest. I have never failed to assimilate a chosen planet, no matter how strong it is. You can oppose me if you want to, but just know that if you do, you're gonna die, right? And Mark comes back with this amazing line, right? He's just like, ever since all this popped off, right? Like, this world that I care about, all the people on it, like they've been ripped to pieces multiple times, right? First it was my dad, and then it was various villains, and then it's all these marks from alternate realities that came here and all that kind of stuff. What I feel right now is anger, right? I feel guilt and I feel shame, and the only thing that I've thought about since all this has popped off, the only thing that I've wanted to do was hit something as hard as I can. Thank you for coming here, Conquest. You now have a purpose. And like, a fight breaks out between these guys. Now, let me tell you something, man. This fight is brutal. I mean, it is intense. And if I'm being honest with you guys, I think it's more intense than the fight between Mark and his dad, right? Like it was nuts, right? This fight was amazing. Now, as soon as this breaks out, right, Cecil's like, are you serious, man? Like, of all the times this could have happened, it's gotta happen now, right? Like, in the middle of all of this, it's gotta happen now. So here's the crazy thing. His scientific guy, right, the guy who was making like the Reaniman and all that kind of stuff, Sinclair, apparently what they've done is they've taken the bodies of the Invincibles who were killed and they're reanimating them. They're turning them into soldiers. Right now, it's taking a long time to do. But Cecil, man, this guy's always up to something, man. When we first started Invincible, I told you guys, Cecil, man, this guy's not to be trusted, right? Like, this guy's got problems. Like, he's a bad guy, right? He's got issues. Now, going back to Mark and Conquest, because that's honestly all you guys really care about here. Going back to Mark and Conquest, this fight is nuts, right? Because Mark's kind of punching him here and there and kind of getting the upper hand on him a little bit, or seeming to do that. And at the end, he's kind of like, okay, look, like it's one of these things where it's almost like this guy's kind of goading him on as they fight. He's like, you know, that's a good punch, right? It's cute. But the important thing here is Mark's like, okay, like he's doing everything he can against that guy, kind of fighting. But one thing to know, Mark's continuing to hold back. Mark is still operating with this ridiculous assumption that heroes shouldn't kill people unless they absolutely have to, right? It's the last resort of a superhero. Like there's a time when it's just like, okay, look, this just needs to happen, right? Like there's no holding back. There's no, I got to pull my punches. I got to make sure I do the right thing and take the high ground because, that's what heroes do. And no. There comes a time when it's just like, you're a bad guy, time to die. And like, that's it. End of the road, right? Done. There's no slippery slope argument here. All you have to do is just create a code of ethics for yourself, which may include killing people, and create parameters whereby it is acceptable to kill people, right? And just because you're a superhero says, you know what, there are people, I kill people sometimes, doesn't mean you kill everyone all the time. Those are two distinctly different things, right? And one does not lead to the other. They don't have to, because you're a sentient, functioning human being. So here's the crazy thing, right? Like, while this whole great big huge fight's going on between Mark and Conquest, his mom, of course, is watching the whole thing unfold, but so is Oliver. And Oliver basically bolts off, right, to go hang out with Mark. Now, the crazy thing is, despite all this going on, Mark and Conquest are still too fast for Oliver, but he's doing what he can. Now, this is the biggest issue that Oliver has, right? Mark's biggest problem is he doesn't kill anybody even when he needs to, and even when it's the best choice to make. Oliver's problem is he's reckless. That's Oliver's problem. He'll just jump right into a conflict without giving it any real thought or any real measure as to what it is that he should be doing, or if he should even be here in the first place. Now, Mark tries to stop Conquest for a second, tries to reason with him for a second, but again, the failing of Mark, the desire to talk, the desire to reason, the desire to use words. And so Oliver steps in, and that's kind of the thing, right? As soon as Oliver jumps in, like, Conquest's like, who the heck are you? And he's like, well, it doesn't matter, don't worry about that. Oliver tells him his breath smells like feet, which is probably true. And so Mark's like, okay, right? Like, Mark sends Oliver out of there, says, you gotta get out of here, you can't stay here. And that's when Conquest kind of chimes in. And that's the funny thing about this, right? That's the interesting thing about this. If you guys go back and like you watch the scene on Amazon when Mark fights his dad, or you read about it in the comics, his father is teaching him to fight as a Viltrumite while they fight, right? He's basically giving him lessons. He's teaching him what it means to be somebody who can basically face against all comers. And that's the whole philosophy. That's what it means to really be a superhero, is sometimes you just gotta kill. And that's the lesson that Conquest is teaching Mark. Now, he's not teaching it out of altruism, right? He's not here to be a mentor. He's here to kill the guy, right? Like, he's here to kill Mark. But it's an inadvertent lesson that's being taught to him, right? Mark tells Oliver, no, go, get out of here. The response of Conquest is, you idiot, you need all the help that you can get. Lesson being taught here, you can't always win on your own. And sometimes you really need to ask for help in these times when you're facing such an insurmountable threat that you just can't defeat it by yourself, right? The other part of this is he asks him, like, where's your Viltrumite heart? Until I see it beating in my hand, I won't believe that you have it. Show me your power. Show me your rage. Constantly pushing Mark. And that's been kind of the secret behind Mark this entire time. Mark holds back because he's trying to be the good guy. He's trying to be the good thing. He has not figured out yet that there are some points you just got to do the guy in. And fighting back against Conquest as best he can, when he goes in for a punch, Conquest catches his fist and says, if this is all the strength that you possess, this is not going to end well for you. So if you're serious about this fight, then fight like you're serious. But if you're not serious about this fight, let me know now. Put your guard down and I'll take you out, right? I'll kill you right here and now. And then as soon as I'm done, I'll kill everybody else, right? Like, my goal here is to prep this world for the arrival of the Viltrumite Empire, and I will achieve my goal, whether you're alive or not. And so you switch over to Eve for a second, right? Now, I told you guys in the early days when we were doing the Invincible run, Eve would become incredibly important and she would become astronomically powerful, right? She would become hugely powerful, so much so she would be the most powerful powerful person throughout the entire roster of the Invincible comics. This comes when Eve wakes up, right? It doesn't come in this exact moment, but it starts when Eve wakes up. Now, she ends up seeing the TV. Mark's basically facing off against some crazy guy out there. Her mom makes a statement, well, Mark is fighting against his father, you know, and she's like, okay. He's fighting against somebody out there. Maybe it's not his dad. I have no idea. Maybe it is. Who knows? But you kind of get this little bit of a back and forth, right? Where Eve's like, okay. She basically ends up, you know, having the doctor get a hold of Cecil so Cecil can teleport her directly to where Mark is fighting, because obviously she won't be able to get there fast enough, or can't get there as fast as she would like to be. Her bones are broken, right? I mean, like her leg's broken, you know, she's got all kinds of injuries. She doesn't care, right? So from there, you switch back over to Mark, right? And again, Conquest is just kind of tearing into him and just kind of like really just goading him along the way. Like this doesn't really, I mean, as much as it seems to be an even fight, and in some way it is, it's also completely uneven, right? I mean, one, like Conquest looks older than Nolan, which means he seems to have lived a lot longer than Nolan has. Nolan's been around for a few thousand years, so Conquest seems to have been around longer than that. But he even goes as far as to say, like, I've met your father, right? Like, I never spent a whole lot of time with him, but like, I met him, right? He showed so much promise, and now he's dead, right? I heard his execution finally went off without a hitch, you know, and that's really sad, because I would love to have seen the look on your father's face when I told him I came to the world that used to be his, and I killed his son, right? Enter Oliver. Oliver comes flying in, just comes swooping in, right? Sends this guy flying, and then like the guy's right back on his feet again, right? And the whole time, Mark being an idiot is like, no, Oliver, you can't be here. Oliver, you gotta go. You can't stay, Oliver. You know, you gotta go. Be safe. And ultimately, like, Oliver gets picked up by Conquest. He starts to rip him in half. Mark responds and starts pummeling this guy. The dam breaks. Mark's had enough, right? Like, Mark is sick and tired of all this guy's nonsense. But even then, like, even him fighting, he's still not able to really put the marks into this guy to really pummel and beat this guy down the way that he needs to. Enter Adam Eve. Now, when Adam Eve shows up here, man, it's a sight to behold, right? It's one of the craziest things. So Adam Eve shows up here. She's like, you're not Omni-Man. And he's like, yeah, bad news for you. Mark steps in and tells Adam Eve, you got to get out of here, right? Like, Conquest breaks Mark's leg, goes after Adam Eve. Like, she creates a force field around him. He shatters the force field. He's like, girl, your problems are just beginning, right? Punches this girl in the face, boom, impales her through the stomach. That's the end of Adam Eve. And it's just like, wow, like, he just killed Adam Eve. Holy cow, right? Like, he just killed this girl. Mark's just like, what? You know, and this is it, right? This is the snap. This is it right here, right? This is the snap. This is the crazy thing about this, right? Here's the crazy thing about this. So Mark goes to comfort her, the dam breaks, right? Mark's just like, nope, done. Like we're not playing this game, because he starts to basically like make fun of it. And he's like, so she's finally dead? Damn, it took her long enough. She must have been a really great girl if she came all the way here just to die in front of you, right? You know, that's crazy. He's like, God, you know, her blood does taste delicious, you know, like literally just goading this guy, taunting him, right? And Mark's like, that's it, I'm done. Like, I don't care how strong you are, I don't care how fast you are, I've been to the future, and you don't live to see tomorrow. Like, you do not live to see the future. Mark completely snaps, right? Like, any chance this guy had against Mark is gone. These guys go flying towards each other. Mark shatters his robotic hand, so this guy is down one hand, and Mark just starts pulling this guy, and he's literally doing everything he can, right? He bites this guy. When I say bite, I mean he takes a chunk out of him, right? Like, takes a huge chunk out of him. Now, while all that's going on, Eve starts powering up, right? Just all this light energy just starts powering up out of nowhere, and then literally it's just this huge explosion of like a force of energy while Mark's just beating the crap out of Conquest. And then in this moment when Eve kind of flashes out, that she gets Mark's attention for a split second, and then you have Conquest who gets the upper hand on Mark, and then Eve completely reforms her body, blasts Conquest with all this energy, incinerates his skin on his body. Eve passes out. Mark takes the opportunity and just starts smashing this guy, right? Like, just headbutting him into oblivion, to the point that this guy's face is just absolutely mush, right? Just crushing this guy. And he's like, done, right? Like, that's it. Like I'm done. You know, like, Mark just snaps. You know, at that point, he gets over to where Eve's at, and Eve is like, am I naked? And he's like, yeah, you're kind of a little bit naked. And then Mark passes out, and Eve kind of passes out. But nonetheless, of course, Mark wakes up later in the hospital. Eve's at his side, and she's kind of like, oh man, you were so brave. You know, like, you fought that guy. Now, of course, there is the funeral for Rexplode. And this is kind of interesting, right? After Mark's recovering and kind of getting back, one of the things that does happen is he does meet with Cecil, and he's like, show me the body of this guy, right? Like, Cecil shows him the body, and he's like, okay, I just needed to know he was dead, right? After everything that happened with Angstrom Levy, he needed to know this guy was actually dead, right? Because he left Angstrom Levy for dead, only for Angstrom Levy to actually be alive and start unleashing holy hell with all these marks and everything. And so when you get to this kind of funeral between, or really with Rexplode, there's a lot that kind of goes on there, right? Like, you've got this whole thing with Eve where she's having a very difficult time with it, not necessarily because of the fact that she's deeply in love with Rex. A lot of this is because of the fact that he was her first, right? I mean, that's the thing. There's a kind of emotional bond that forms with someone someone when they're your first. She never got to say goodbye, and knowing that he died because he sacrificed his life to save others around him was something that she never thought that he would ever do, right? She always thought that he would always be a jerk. And so there's a little bit of remorse and regret here, you know, because she asked Mark, she's like, you know, can I say that I loved him? You know, is it weird if I say that? And Mark being a man of confidence is like, no, I mean, I wouldn't be mad about that, right? You know, if you're like an insecure guy, you'd be like, no, I don't want to hear you say that because I'm afraid that you might, you know, reanimate his corpse and date him, you know, but he's like, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. The guy was your first, like, you guys spent a lot of time together. I mean, there was a bond there that you and he had that you and I just won't have, right? Because of the things, the parts of yourselves that you shared in a way that you'd never done it before. And so he's kind of like, you know, it's totally understandable that you feel the way that you feel. It's totally understandable that you're crushed like that. And so what you end up doing is you end up jumping to the block, which, as you guys know, is largely the prison that's kind of ran by Cecil. And of course, this is out in some defense outpost, you know, out in the Mojave Desert, and you've got Cecil there. And what you have there is the head of Conquest. And his infinite wisdom, what Cecil has done here is he showed Mark a fake body that was not actually Conquest. The body that Cecil showed Mark, that was not actually him. And instead, what's happened is he's put Conquest in a 400-ton block of solid tempered steel. And that Conquest is not actually dead. Like most Viltrumites, he's wildly durable. And of course, his healing factor is kicking in and his body is basically healing. The intention of Cecil is that when he snaps back, right, when he comes back, that Cecil is going to basically interrogate Conquest, so Conquest will tell him everything he wants to know about the Viltrumite Empire. Of course, we will come back to that later on down the line. But this kind of ends when you have Mark having a conversation with Oliver. And this is cool because as the two of them are talking, that Oliver's kind of asking about how Eve's doing and so on, and how Mom's doing, and basically Mark's kind of giving, you know, filling him in, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And then Mark expresses this deep frustration of the fact that he thought all this was over, right? He thought that like this was all said and done, that he could finally have some measure of peace in his life. And of course, the Viltrumites just keep on coming. And so when Oliver apologizes and he says, look, I'm sorry about everything that's happened, the response of Mark is, no, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you, right? The past few weeks, I've been training you. I think I've learned more than you have, right? I've scolded you, I've yelled at you, thought I knew better. I thought you were misguided and naive, but I was wrong. You were right the whole time, but I never learned my lesson. He says, someone tries to hurt my family, someone I love. If there's another villain out there putting lives in danger who's just gonna keep coming at me until they finally succeed, I won't hesitate to kill them. Mark has finally grown up. Mark has left this kind of wide-eyed childhood naivety behind and has accepted the world as it exists, and has accepted the fact that you can't always win with rainbows and hearts and love and shiny pretty things and a desire to understand other people's feelings. The world doesn't work that way. That the world can be harsh and the world can be brutal and it can be cruel. It's not always like that, but there are times when it is. And people who follow this philosophy that like kindness and happiness and understanding feelings is the way to make it in the world, they don't last, right? They cannot make it in those hard times. And so Mark understanding that philosophy and Mark understanding there are times when I'm going to have to go to the limit and there are times when I'm going to have to kill people, that's him growing up and accepting the way the world is. It's one of the coolest revelations of the entirety of the story. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible, and this is technically the prelude to the Viltrumite War, right? How the war kind of starts ramping up, things like that. So what we're gonna do here is we're largely gonna skip over what Mark is doing, with the exception of a couple different things, and we're mostly gonna focus on what's happening with Omni-Man, Alan the Alien, the Coalition of Worlds, all that kind of stuff, right? So the first thing we get here is basically the origin of the Viltrumites as it truly exists, as opposed to the kind of little tidbits of information that we got over the course of those early issues. And so one of the first things that's basically hit on here is that when it comes to the Viltrumite race, that initially they were just a wildly powerful race that occupied a world, and that was basically it. But along the way, because they were so violent and because they were looking to become the most powerful race in existence, or at least more beyond what they already were, what they started doing was culling the weakest of their race, right? As they say, a team is only as strong as its weakest member. And so because there were weak individuals here, they cast them out or destroyed them. Well, they really just destroyed them, didn't even cast them out at all, but they just eradicated them completely. And then in turn, they started focusing on building their race up and kind of allowing the strongest individuals to rule. And that was basically it, right? So there was really no weakness among the Viltrumite race. And so what you ended up having along the way was that while they were just overwhelming, just this overwhelming force, that suddenly their enemies created a virus. Now, this is the funny thing about that. We're actually gonna learn more about this here in a little bit, but a virus basically came into existence called the Scourge virus that basically swept across the entirety of the Viltrumite race. And only two things happened. Either those individuals who were infected, some of them succumbed to the virus and basically died of it, or for others, they experienced weakness, right? They kind of lost their invulnerability. And so in doing so, threats that would normally be something they could easily overwhelm, they were destroyed by. And so the result is that over the course of this period of time, while it ravaged their race, about 99.9% of all Viltrumites were completely destroyed. The irony about this, and the crazy thing is, despite all of that, the Viltrumite Empire endured. And we'll actually find out why, because Thrag, or Freddie Mercury as you guys like to call him, was the guy who basically pulled it off. Now, one of the crazy things about this is what's so nuts about the Viltrumite Empire, what they did with the bodies of those who died, they actually turned them into a ring around their own world. And so following that, a couple of things happened. The first is that the Viltrumites basically used their reputation as a means to instill fear across the universe. If people knew there were only 50 Viltrumites left, at that point they would just be like, throw everything at them, right? It'd just be a war of attrition. And eventually they would just wear them down, right? It might take a long time to do, and countless people would die. But at the end of the day, if the universe wanted to get rid of the Viltrumites, that would be a sacrifice they would have to be willing to make. And so using their reputation to basically kind of go forward and say, we're a super mighty race, and then having one member of the Viltrumites show up to a different planet and then conquer it in the name of the Viltrumite Empire, just the name of the empire itself instilled enough fear that most races basically bent to it, or at least most of those races that were confronted bent the knee to the Viltrumite Empire. Those who didn't were basically eradicated, or at least forced into subservience. The other thing is the Viltrumites actually started experimenting with crossbreeding, which is to say, breeding with other races that were out there. And this is the reason why Earth is so important, because what Nolan says is that humans are basically perfectly compatible with Viltrumites, and that procreating with a human would basically stand the best chance of bringing Viltrumites back up to where they were before, right? Kind of increasing their ranks and returning them back to, quote unquote, the glory days of the Empire. And that's the one secret about why it is that Nolan was truly on Earth that he never told Mark, that the planet was going to be turned into a breeding camp, right? They were literally going to continue their campaign of conquering the universe, and while doing that, essentially have humans procreate with Viltrumites and then produce children. It's pretty twisted and it's pretty sadistic and screwed up, but at the end of the day, that was the whole purpose of the Empire. Now again, Nolan's turned against the Viltrumites, so that's the reason why he's really spilling the beans to Alan the Alien, because he's trying to provide as much information as possible that can be used to bring down the Viltrumite race. And so the result of this is he's like, I need to talk to the guy who runs a coalition of worlds. Now, from there, you basically pick up with Alan the Alien arriving at home to his girl, and then like as soon as they kind of, you know, they kind of start doing a little of the damn thing, and then like Nolan shows up and she immediately freaks out and starts firing on him with a giant cannon that she keeps under the couch whenever her husband's away. But once it all settles down, you basically have Nolan who meets with Alan. Now, one of the things to know is that Nolan is basically wearing a costume here, and the whole reason for that is because no one's supposed to know he's there. If people just knew that Nolan, you know, that a Viltrumite was on the planet, they would freak. And that's one of the things that kind of keep in mind here. The leader of the Coalition of Worlds, we know he's a Viltrumite. Nobody else does. Well, I guess Alan the Alien does, but like almost nobody else does, right? Because the disdain for the Viltrumites is so extreme, they would oust him. Now, of course, this information is revealed to Nolan, and Nolan says, fine, if that's true, I want you to pull the two-lock, right? I want you to do this two-lock pull in front of me and show that it's true. Basically means pulling his beard out, and of course, you know, he's kind of, you know, Alan's like, dude, he did it, man. He's a Viltrumite, it's good, chill. Don't make this poor sap pull his beard out again. And so the result of this is that Nolan and Alan are basically given a task, which is a really cool concept here. The Coalition of Worlds is really, by all standards of measurement, at least in comparison to the power and the strength of the Viltrumite Empire, running on a shoestring budget, right? I mean, they have a lot of sources that are there, but when it comes to just raw power and strength, they're not on the same level as the Viltrumites, right? Like Alan is like the only, or at least was the only member of the Coalition of Worlds that was on the same level as the Viltrumites, and that took almost forever to get to that point, right? It took a long time for him to get to that point. And so basically what they've been sent on here is a mission to travel the cosmos and to find various people out there that can help them and really kind of enlist in the aid of the coalition of worlds so they can basically destroy the Viltrumites, right? It's literally just building up their resources, building up their forces is really all this is. Now, one of the things that happens here is you basically have Nolan who leads Alan to a guy by the name of the Space Racer, and there's a gun of the Space Racer laying here. This is a really cool concept by Robert Kirkman. The way this works is that the Space Racer and Nolan fought previously, and Nolan defeated him and then essentially killed him. The problem with this is that the gun cannot be touched. There's a relationship between the Space Racer and the gun, and that if Nolan were to pick it up, then basically it would leave his control and go immediately to the Space Racer and then basically resurrect him. More so than that, the only person who can fire the gun is the Space Racer, so it's exceedingly unique to him, and that's why it was just left here. Now, the idea is that because it's been so long, there's not really any major concern to worry about, and the gun is what they were after in the first place. The problem is that as soon as Nolan touches it, the gun takes off to a pile of rubble and basically resurrects the Space Racer. Now, it's kind of a funny thing because this gun basically fires indestructible bullets, right? Like whatever it is that this gun shoots will die. It's just one of those things, and so obviously you want to use it when it comes to the Viltrumites. The problem with this is that the gun ends up firing off and literally blowing a hole in an asteroid, which sets off a chain reaction and just has the asteroid belt, all of them start crashing into each other. So of course they end up escaping, they basically bail out of there, and then Space Racer follows them back to the coalition of worlds once they make a convincing enough case that, you know, the Space Racer should believe in them, right? Because the initial reaction of the Space Racer is to kill Nolan, right? Like that's like his first response is to like kill this guy, and they're like, look man, well, like I'm sorry that we fought before, I'm sorry I did all the stuff that I did before, I didn't realize how screwed up I was, how wrong I was. At this moment right now, I'm here to basically make things right. That's what I want to do here. So come back to the coalition of worlds, I'm trying to do things right, team up with us, and we'll take out the rest of the Viltrumites. And so from there, it's just following from one location to the next. Now, one of the funny things that happens is after this mission that you have Nolan who's basically crashing in Alan the Alien's house for a few months, and like Alan the Alien and his wife are just like banging, right? I mean, and from what it seems like when they do the damn thing, they do the damn thing, right? Like, I mean, it's it's all noisy and stuff. Alan's just like keeping his ears covered as best he can, and Alan's like, dude, we're not keeping you up, are we? He's like, no. It's one of those funny moments. I really hope they keep that in the show. Like I'm so hoping they bring that in the show. But the next stop is basically showing up on a kind of frozen world here. This place that basically houses these, well, really aliens called the Ragnar. Now, these are a big deal, right? The way that Nolan explains it, like they are vicious and they have to be careful. And when the Viltrumites discovered that race of monsters, they sent a few teams to try to destroy them. And basically the monsters destroyed the Viltrumites, right? And in fact, Conquest was one of those. Not really destroyed, but like, you know, that's how he lost his arm in the first place. But the whole thing behind this is these things are capable of killing Viltrumites. The problem is that a cannon's fired off, and when that happens, like the whole thing melts, right? Like literally this whole entire place melts. And because of that, all these things start thawing out, right? And so ultimately the mission's scrubbed, right? They're like, we got to get out of here, because if they stay, they're probably gonna die, right? So while the things are still alive and they're still on that world, it's really Kirkman just kind of being like, okay, like we can use those for a future point in time. And in fact, that's what the leader does, right? Like the leader of the coalition, that's what he does. He's like, okay, look, so, you know, the mission is not a total loss. We know where they are. And so maybe we can just like pick a whole bunch of them up and then just like drop them off in front of the Viltrumites and let them be a distraction. I'm not entirely sure. But from there, again, it's just kind of following along all these different things, right? The Claxis plant is poisonous to Viltrumites, so they grab that. They end up going to the home world of Battle Beast to try to find him, to recruit him to the cause of the Viltrumite Empire. It's just visiting all these different locations and all these different places. And so what you end up doing is once it's all kind of done and they've grabbed whatever allies they could based on this mission, you have this moment where Nolan is brought into a kind of room by the leader and is basically shown the reality of what went on. That the leader was the first Viltrumite to really defect away from the Viltrumite Empire. More so than that, the Scourge virus was not created by some enemy of the Viltrumites. I mean, I guess it was, but it was basically created by this guy, right? Like using his own genealogy, right? Like his own genetic signature. He basically created the Scourge virus, and what he's been doing all this time was actually amplifying it, improving it. It's kind of a last-ditch effort in saying, like, if this is what it really comes down to, we'll use this to annihilate what's left of the Viltrumites themselves. Now, kind of jumping back to Earth here for a second, not really doing a whole lot here, but kind of jumping back to Earth for a second, a couple things. We know at the end of the last story that Conquest had been captured by Cecil and then was being held in like this great big huge thing. This is just one of those examples of Cecil being an idiot, right? Like, you know what? Like a 400-ton chunk of metal, sure, that'll keep a guy who's powerful enough to fly through space unaided, hold his breath for weeks at a time, you know, and is one of the most powerful beings in the history of the universe. Like, sure, that'll hold him. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, it won't. And so this guy literally just breaks out of the Mojave facility and just flies back to literally flies out of space and goes back to the Viltrumite Empire. There is the whole idea of like the secret invasion, if you guys remember that, the whole idea of like those little squid looking things. That kind of happens a little bit and it's basically defeated. It's a minor plot point. If I'm being honest, I think Kirkman wrapped it up here to make way for the Viltrumite War. There's not a whole lot that goes on there, right? It's just a bit of a conflict and people are ensnared and so on. But there is a massive development that goes on here, right? Mark's spending time with Adam Eve, and as you guys know, they've been touching naughty bits. And Eve is just freaking out because she's in the bathroom, right? She's like, leave me alone, right? As soon as Mark knocks on the door, she's like, leave me alone. He's like, okay. And then you find out she took a pregnancy test, and Eve is preggers. But like, it's kind of cool, right? I mean, these are a couple of things that are sort of going on here. Again, sort of skimming over what's happening on Earth so we can get back to the rest of the stuff. But nonetheless, with regard to Conquest, once he gets back to essentially the base of operations of the Viltrumites, he comes into contact with Thrag. Now, Thrag is the guy who runs the show of the Viltrumite race. Of course, you guys like calling him Freddie Mercury from that one video that we did, and I'm wholly on board with that, because if ever there were a guy who looked like Freddie Mercury, it's basically this guy, and I'd love to believe he listens to Bohemian Rhapsody. I guarantee there's gonna be Freddie Mercury memes in the show as soon as Thrag is introduced. I guarantee that's gonna happen. People are gonna be like, Freddie Mercury, so that's where he went, right? Like people are gonna start coming out with all these crazy conspiracies and whatnot, but the whole thing behind Thrag is this guy is powerful, and as the leader of the Viltrumite race, you would kind of expect him to be, right? That's one of the things about the Viltrumite race that we talked about, is it's not necessarily based on a kind of line of royalty. It is to a degree, but it's really more akin to like the Spartan Empire, right? The strongest rules that particular group, right? Rules that race. And if a situation were to arise where like you have a guy who runs the Viltrumite Empire and somebody else is stronger and they rise to prominence and topple that guy, that's the nature of things, right? The survival of the fittest, and only the strongest deserve to lead. That's the entire philosophy. And so you basically have like Conquest, who begs for his life, right? Which, just seeing how it was that things went down between him and Mark, is an indication of how powerful Thrag is. But like begging for his life, really apologizing for his carelessness and saying, look, like, you know, please spare me. You know, at the end of the day, like, all I want to do is serve in the glory of the Viltrumite Empire, that kind of a thing, right? Ingratiating himself, so on and so forth, which is kind of a sight to see for a guy that's so honor bound and has been around for so long and so incredibly powerful. And so basically Conquest is tasked by Thrag to intercept Nolan and Alan the Alien and to kill them, right? So like, do not, like he literally says, leave none alive. Intercept that team, destroy them, and that'll be it. If you fail me, you die, right? That's just, it's kind of crazy, right? It's nuts. It's a pretty intimidating moment between these guys. And so you do get a kind of brief moment where Nolan and Alan the Alien show up on the doorstep of Mark and basically say like, you're needed, right? Like, you have to join me. Now, in reality, Mark takes a moment away and just kind of talks to Eve about this whole thing because he doesn't know exactly what to do, right? He doesn't really know exactly what to approach on this. When Eve asks him like, are you scared? His response is yes, but not for what might happen to me or even the outcome of the war. Not mostly, at least. He says, after everything that's happened, everything I've done, how I've changed, Viltrumite blood courses through these veins. I'm worried about what this war will bring out of me and what it could make me become. That's the fear of Mark. The fear of Mark here is not dying in the war with his dad, you know, fighting in the Viltrumite War. It's not facing off against some enemy and being just absolutely pummeled and wrecked. It's that it'll turn him into a very dark and evil person. He'll end up becoming like his father, or at least the way his father was. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are. The beginning of the Viltrumite War Part 1. I guess officially the Viltrumite War. The last video was more of a prelude than anything else, but this is how it all starts. Probably the single greatest story arc in the entirety of the Invincible run. So, one of the first things we do here is we basically pick up with Alan the Alien and Nolan, Omni-Man. Yes, and they're looking for a guy by the name of Tech Jacket. Now, Tech Jacket is kind of a cool concept here in the Invincible comics, and it's one of the things where Kirkman kind of does this slow build. And that's one of the things I hope you guys are kind of noticing over the course of the Invincible run, that there are a lot of similarities between like DC Comics and Marvel Comics and Invincible, but of course it's on a much smaller scale, right? Now, I will say that I think that what's going on here with regards to the kind of spacefaring escapades, insofar as the action you see, is a lot bigger than DC, right? If it's not Green Lantern, you never really see anything about space in DC Comics, but with Marvel, you see stuff in space all the time. Thanks to Dan Abnett in 2006 and Annihilation, it became an even even bigger thing after that. Up to that point, it was just small little things here and there. But the cool thing here is that Tech Jacket is basically there with his dad. And it's one of those little situations where you kind of have Omni-Man and you've got Alan, who are just kind of like, I mean, I don't really know exactly where this guy is, but supposedly this is his house. He kind of vanished at some point along the line, but like, I don't know how powerful this guy is. But all we really know is that this is one of the guys that they're recruiting for the Coalition of Worlds, right? Remember, that's their mission that we picked up with in the last video, was basically them traveling from world to world, which included even Earth, and looking for people that could help them fight against the Viltrumites. And that's really all they can do, right? Is just find other people that can help them overcome the Viltrumites and kind of call it a day. You do get this really interesting moment where they're talking to an older guy and they ask him, like, are you looking for the Thompson kid? Because like he's probably in a space station. That's where his family took off to. And they're kind of like, you're not really freaked out by the fact that Alan's got like one eye and like I'm in this weird little getup. And the guy's like, I mean, I've seen Stranger, but usually bad guys don't knock. It's a pretty sound line of logic, to be honest. It works, man. And so of course they end up traveling to this kind of space station where you have Tech Jacket and you have his dad, who both reside. Now, of course, when Alan and Nolan show up, the fact that they're not bashing the place in, smashing it to pieces, obviously illustrates the fact that they're there essentially as good guys. But Tech Jacket is an interesting character, because we'll talk about him in a minute. Instead, what we end up doing here is switching back over to the home of Mark and Debbie and all that kind of stuff. And they're all just really kind of hanging out, right? All just sort of doing their thing and talking and whatnot. But Mark's brother, again, he's still pretty young, but one of the things to remember is he ages at a more rapid pace than people normally do. And that's why he's aging so fast here, right? That's why in the last video that we did, the last couple videos, he was maybe like 8 or 9 years old. And now it looks like he's 15. Because of that, you know, this is where he's just kind of at that youthful age where he's just really trying to figure himself out. For him, it's more difficult. And this is something that's kind of interesting, right? You know, sidetrack this story for a second. Let's talk about real life, right? The real life struggle of a teenager is you are experiencing an existential crisis. That's all it is. Who are you? Where are you going? What are you about? What is the meaning of it all, right? What's your purpose in this world? And in all honesty, sure, it starts in your teenage years. Guys, that never ends. Like, if you guys kind of approach this from the perspective of like, if I don't have myself totally figured out by the time I'm 30, I've somehow failed in life. Well, that's a terrible philosophy. Like, wait until you get to 30 years old. You know what's going to happen if you don't have yourself figured out? The sun is going to rise and the day will go on and everything will be okay. I didn't become a YouTuber until I was 30. So I'm 37 years old now. So God, I've been doing this for like 7 years. Jesus, time flies, man. But it's just one of those things, right? That the nature of what it means to be a teenager is to just kind of panic and to believe that you're supposed to have it all figured out. You're supposed to have the answers to everything. It's a lot of undue pressure society puts on you guys. But at the end of the day, while society starts to put that on you, you guys maintain it on yourself. And that's where you really have to break free of all that. But for Mark's younger brother, the whole thing here is he wants to go and he wants to fight in the Viltrumite War. He wants to go and do that thing. But ultimately, a lot of this frustration comes from the fact that while Mark has talked to his dad since his dad has been on Earth, Nolan has not come to see his other son, right? He hasn't come to see him at all. And that's kind of a big crushing thing, right? Because it's one thing when you're a little kid and you're like, okay, like we got to whisk you away and your brother and your you know, not really your biological mom, but I guess kind of like a estranged mom more or less, is going to take care of you. And then never having heard from your father. And then when he does come back, he talks to your other brother and doesn't talk to you, right? Like that's got to be crushing. It's got to be a crushing experience. But he's not really approaching this from a place of feeling devastated. He's approaching it from a place of feeling like, but why though, right? It's really more confusion than and kind of concern than anything else. Now, if this goes on long enough, then it will turn into sadness and it will turn into anger, because at this point it's kind of like, why wouldn't he want to talk to me? Given enough time, it's God, why doesn't he want to talk to me, man? And then it's like, why won't he talk to me? You know, and then it's just, it turns into rage, right? And that's the last thing this kid needs. But ultimately, Mark's whole stance here is he's worried about coming around here, because at the end of the day, he doesn't know how things are going to unfold. He doesn't know if he's ready to see mom yet, and he doesn't know if he's ready to tell her about all this. And so we might be able to arrange a meeting of sorts, but at the moment, that's why he hasn't come around here. At that moment, Debbie walks in and she's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what do you not want to tell me about? And who is it that's not ready to see me? And then just words off the side of the screen, me. But I've since changed my mind. Nolan has come back home. Nolan has come to see his wife. And I know you guys knew it was coming. I know you guys knew it was only a matter of time before it was coming. Now, here's the thing. The exchange is incredibly short. This is writing genius of Robert Kirkman, right? You read comic books long enough, one of the things you learn to appreciate is the salvo. This whole concept of like Nolan and Debbie are talking again, but only only for a moment, because then what it does is it gives you this desire to like see them converse, right? Because they haven't talked since like Nolan left Earth, since everything popped off. She learned the truth about what was going on when the whole footage and everything was released to social media. Like, she learned about all that stuff, and she hasn't seen or heard from him since. So there's a lot of pent-up anger and a lot of pent-up irritation there. The first thing he does is apologize, and rightfully so. He literally married her under false pretenses, right? He was a guy who was sent to Earth to conquer it. Now, ultimately, he ended up falling in love with her, and everything changed. And that's what he said. He's like, my time here has changed me. All those years I spent with you, raising Mark, our life together, I thought it was an act. I thought I was pretending to be something that I wasn't, but I was wrong. I was changing, becoming the person that you knew. What we shaped together was real. When I fought Mark, I learned the truth. I was forcing myself to carry out my mission. That was an act. That it was the whole thing being turned on its head. That in reality, the person he was pretending to be is the person he became. And that's what's so interesting, right? That's kind of the gift of humanity that Robert Kirkman sort of hits on here, that despite some of the bleak moments that you see in Invincible, that it really kind of hits this idea that from the perspective of somebody like Nolan, humanity has this sort of grandness about it, right? This sort of innocence that the rest of the universe simply just doesn't have. But at the end of the day, while he apologizes and he's like, I've grown to love you, she just interrupts him and stops him and says, I don't think I can ever really believe any of that, Nolan. And how could I possibly believe any of that stuff? And at that moment, he's like, okay, fine, I understand. He says, I'm sorry. And he ultimately leaves. Now, from there, you switch over to Tech Jacket, basically talking to Alan the Alien. And the reason why you haven't really seen Tech Jacket is as it's explained, his job is to basically monitor extraterrestrial threats from beyond the stars, right? So that's why you kind of see him at like great big huge events, but you don't really see him in day-to-day stuff. It's pretty smart to just kind of a stroke of the pen, and that's why you don't really see him all that often, but it is kind of a cool thing, right? He's not a traditional superhero, but he is certainly somebody capable of handling like threats beyond the planet Earth, right? So he's definitely somebody the Coalition wants to have on their side. Now at that moment, we switch over to Nolan talking to his son. And now for Oliver, it's a little bit awkward, man. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit strange because he's never really had a conversation like this with his dad because he was so young when he was taken away. It's one of these things where he's never really had a true conversation with his father. The funny thing about this is Nolan kind of approaches it as if it's just kind of another day. I mean, you do kind of get the significance that Nolan hasn't seen his son in a long time, but it's one of these things where it's like, let's just kind of pick up where we left off. And the reality is that Oliver's excited for that. That in a lot of instances, and I've experienced that too, when you had a parent kind of bail, that is one of these things where it's like, but you can't pick up where you left off, right? Like where you left off was years ago, right? Where we are now is completely different. But for Oliver, the desire to understand and to meet with his father is so intense, it doesn't matter to him how long it's been. His father's back now, and his father wants to talk to him, right? And that's kind of the cool thing here is it would have been very easy for Nolan to say, okay, like we'll have time together, son, but for now, I need to go take off and I need to fight this threat. Much like what you saw him doing with Mark pretty consistently. Instead, it's one of these things where parents basically fix mistakes that they made when they had their first kids when it comes to ancillary kids, right? Second kids, third kids, fourth kids, so on and so forth. You know, for Oliver, like his father extends him the invitation and says, you know what, why don't you come with us, right? Why don't you come with us on this trip? And then I can learn to understand you better. And like, that's exactly what Oliver wanted to hear, because what it puts off is my dad wants to spend time with me. From there, you switch over to a pretty tender moment between Adam, Eve, and Mark, right? Because remember, Eve knew this was coming. She knew it was only gonna be a matter of time before the Viltrumite War officially kicked off, and Mark had to go. And so when Mark shows up, all he says is, it's time. And that's all that needs to be said, right? So of course they share the night together, and he's like, I don't know when I'm gonna be coming back, or if I'm even gonna be coming back. And of course, Eve doesn't want to hear that, but that's the reality of the situation, right? This Viltrumite War that Mark is going to fight in, he may not come back. He may not survive. We've seen how he's faced off against other members of the Viltrumite race, and it didn't go very well, right? Now we're talking about him waging war against the entire empire, right? It's gonna be big. It's a massive thing. And so in the face of that, while she is really trying to kind of blow it off and say, no, no, that's never gonna happen, Mark's really kind of holding his ground and really facing reality here and saying, but that's something that you need to accept. The people here that we're gonna be fighting are a lot more powerful than I am. I don't know if I'm powerful enough to defeat these guys. I don't know for sure that I'm going to survive this, but at the end of the day, that's what needs to happen, right? You need to understand that. And so ultimately Eve cuts him off and then just says like, I don't want to focus on that. For right now, I just want to focus on us, right? If you're gonna have to leave soon, then let these moments that we have together be these just amazing moments so that if you end up dying, this is what I can recall our last time together being. The downside of this, of course, is that as Mark starts to fall asleep, Eve starts to bawl because she's facing the fact that she might lose Mark, right? That Mark might die, which is really a testament to how much she loves him, right? Eve adores that guy. She's head over heels for him. And so from there, you basically switch over to Mark and Oliver and Nolan, who are all just kind of hanging out, which is pretty cool to see, like the father and son team just kind of working together, like, yeah, we're gonna fight a race of Superman and we might die, but it's gonna be cool. Like, I think that's awesome. I think that's pretty cool. But of course, the ship they have is also a ship full of incompetent people. But the reality and the reason why they need this ship, because a lot of you guys are probably asking, if they can hold their breath for a really long time, why don't they just fly there? Because the journey is very long, and that it would take longer for them to fly there, and they may not be able to hold their breath long enough. They might be able to come across a couple planets here and there, but the reality is the universe is a big place, and the amount of knowledge it would take for a person to know exactly where they need to stop and to be able to chart that effectively based on their abilities is quite large, right? The amount of time it would be kind of insane. And so it's actually easier for them to basically just kind of stow aboard a ship or to use a ship that was given to them by the coalition and just kind of go forward from there. The problem is that in the middle of all this, while they're basically flying, it's wham, right? It's like a red alert and everything starts popping off, right? And then like literally like some targets coming in like super fast, right? Like as fast, like I've never seen anything this fast before, break for impact, and like the ship just explodes, right? Just gets smashed to pieces. The bridge of the ship initiates this automatic sequence, right? Where it just like detaches from the rest of the ship itself. So the bridge basically kind of goes flying through space, but they're like, what in the hell just happened? And it's like, I don't know, man, but like whatever it was, it hit us and the ship just basically broke apart. Now, Mark's dad is back there, right? Nolan's back there, and the fear is that Nolan's died. The reality is that as soon as Mark gets out there and starts looking around, you've got Conquest and you got a couple other Viltrumites with him, and the Viltrumite War has officially begun. But the real question you have to ask here is that where Mark is getting ready to fight this guy, what happens to Conquest when Nolan gets his hands on him? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, what Mark did is nothing compared to what this poor bastard's about to go through. I told you guys Invincible gets stupidly good. I told you guys it gets amazing. Once you get to the Viltrumite War, anybody who's read Invincible will tell you that. Once you get to the Viltrumite War, everything changes and the show just becomes insanely awesome, right? Viltrumite War Part 2. So in the last video, we had this whole situation where Mark and his dad and everybody, they had all basically left Earth, right? For the purpose of meeting up with the Coalition of Worlds and essentially preparing for the start of the Viltrumite War. And that's one of the funny things, right? Is that we almost kind of imagine wars starting with like somebody walks onto a field and blows a whistle and the war begins, right? Instead, it usually just starts with something popping off, right? Archduke Ferdinand's driver takes a wrong turn down the wrong road, Princeps waiting for him, his failed assassination attempt turns into a successful assassination attempt, and World War I begins. It's always something like that, right? It's always some kind of situation along those lines. And this again is where it all starts to kick off, that you've got Mark, you've got his brother Oliver, and then you've got a Geldarian. Now, here's the funny thing. The Geldarian is basically the Invincible stand-in for the Galadorian Space Knights from Marvel Comics. Those of you guys who don't know what they are, you ever heard of a character named Rom the Space Knight? It's fine if you didn't. Rom hasn't been relevant in 20 years, but that's basically what it is, right? Just people who, in effect, at least in Marvel Comics, basically had their minds, consciousness transferred into a robotic body, and then they serve as like, you know, soldiers more or less protecting the universe as best they can, and usually failing in the process. So this is essentially a ragtag bunch, and Conquest doesn't take these guys the slightest bit serious. The only one he really seems to have any concern about here is basically Mark, because he and Mark fought before, and Mark kind of started to get the upper hand, or at least demonstrated the fact that he is pretty capable when it comes to facing against Conquest. The biggest issue here is that when it comes to these guys, right, these Viltrumites, that whenever they sustain an injury, when they heal, they're stronger than they were when they first sustained the injury in the first place, right? They just kind of grow stronger as time goes on. Now again, all that kind of has to do with age. They don't really progress at the same rate as somebody like Alan the Alien does, right? Like he gets a lot stronger, a lot faster than Viltrumites do, hence the reason why he caught up with them in terms of strength so incredibly quickly. But Viltrumites do get stronger as they're injured and as they recover and as they grow older with age. And so Mark is kind of a credible threat here, but not enough for them to really panic. Instead, it's one of these things where literally Conquest's whole stance is, I'm gonna save you for last. Instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill everybody else here, and then I'm gonna kill you. I want you to watch as I kill everybody that you know and care about here in this particular location. And then once I'm done with you, then I'm gonna go back to Earth, and then I'm gonna take care of Earth, right? It's a kill order on Mark. That's basically what it is, that the Viltrumite Empire is not taking any chances. And it makes perfect sense, right? That one of the things that was solidified in the previous videos that we talked about is that there is a kind of perfect connection between the human race and Viltrumites. And that because of that, there is almost this ideology that when a child is born as a product of a Viltrumite and a human, that they're actually stronger than Viltrumites or possess the potential to become stronger than a Viltrumite at a much faster faster rate. And so it's one of these things where it's like, just get rid of the world, right? Get rid of Earth. I mean, ideally we would turn it into a planet where we would basically turn into a breeding ground, but assuming we can't do that, just nullify it, knock it out of the way, and then we'll continue conscripting whatever races exist across the universe and keep our empire alive that way, right? It's getting rid of any major and credible threats that exist there. The funny thing about this is that this is payback time for Mark as well as for Nolan. And the reason why is, of course, Nolan and Conquest have met previously, but as soon as Nolan shows up, Conquest immediately gets the upper hand on Nolan and kind of just like headbutts the heck out of him and basically knocks him unconscious for a brief moment. And then Mark steps back in again. And that's kind of the funny thing here is, even though you've got two other Viltrumites going, in this major conflict, you've really got it coming down to Mark and Nolan, Mark and his dad versus Conquest. And like, Mark's pulling out all the stops on this guy. But at the moment, the kind of conflict that these guys offer, Alan the alien, along with this basically a space knight more or less, they don't really offer a whole lot, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot they can do. I mean, Alan can do a lot more than pretty much anybody else, almost including Mark, but it's 3-on-3 at the moment, and really two of them are normally facing off against one of the Viltrumites. So the numbers are heavily stacked against Alan and them. And so face off as they might and do as they can, one of the big questions that Mark has while he's fighting Conquest is, how did you get free? And that right there is a limitation of Mark. That's the important thing to understand here. And again, going back to the early story arcs, right? The early stories we did when Nolan was still on Earth, when Nolan fought Mark, teaching him how to fight as they were fighting in that kind of climactic battle between the two, Mark struggles with distractions. The reality is that in this moment right now, it doesn't matter how Conquest got out. It doesn't matter how Conquest got away. What matters is stopping him. Now, if stopping him allows him to live long enough to spill the beans on how he survived, that's cool. But at the moment, he's an immediate threat, right? A clear and present danger to everybody here and the people on Earth. So the only thing to do is to put this guy down. But ultimately, Mark's distractions get the better of him to a degree, and that ultimately you end up having Conquest who kind of spills the beans a bit and says like, I have no idea how I lived, right? Obviously you didn't beat me to death, and I just kind of woke up underground on your planet's surface in some giant containment unit by somebody who was foolish enough to think they could hold me, right? Right off the bat, Mark realizes that it was Cecil, right? He's like, okay, so Cecil kept this guy alive. That's kind of the crazy thing, is because he's like, when I see him again, and then Conquest kind of chimes in and says, why would you be so foolish to think that you'd be able to see anybody else again? But once you have Mark basically, holding his own against Conquest, Nolan deviates and then starts facing off against the other Viltrumites. The numbers are even, then they start to sway into the favor of Nolan and Mark and Alan the alien and so on. And there's a cool thing here, because as that happens, the question that's really posed here to these Viltrumites is, why would you face off against us with only 3 of you, right? Like, I, Alan the alien, am stronger than you guys, just barely, but I'm stronger than you guys, and we've got Nolan, and we've got Mark, and we've got Oliver, right? Like, we've got the upper hand on you guys. Like, what would make you guys believe you could somehow come out on top here? In the middle of all that, here come one of the conscripted races. And that's really the meat and potatoes of what makes the Viltrumite Empire so incredibly strong here, is that it's not just the fact that there's 50 Viltrumites left, and they're super powerful, and each of them are easily capable of conquering the world. Instead, it's that they conscript other races to do bidding for them. And that's what really allows them to maintain such a strong hold over the universe. That and the fact that nobody knows there's only 50 of them left, right? If the rest of the universe found that out, they would marshal all their forces and it would literally be everybody against the Viltrumite. But instead, using a combination of allowing the universe to believe that the Viltrumite race is this massive race of people who live on this world, that it allows them to kind of conquer worlds and then force races into their service and then go forward accordingly. And that's what you get here, right? Energy beams firing down and all kinds of crazy stuff going on and so on. But in the middle of all that, Oliver, as the younger member, right, the youngest person here, hasn't quite mastered the ability to hold his breath as long as everybody else. And so he starts to suffocate. And so he's given an instruction and just saying, go, right? Just take off to that world down there and just like grab a breath for yourself, catch your breath, come back, everything will be cool. And then Conquest chases after him. This is when Mark becomes one of the most brutal versions of himself, right? When Mark just completely lets go, because he knows definitively that if Conquest catches up to Oliver, he's gonna kill him, right? I mean, this is just remorseless murder. That's exactly what it's gonna be, right? So Oliver flying down to this world, trying to catch his breath, Conquest chasing after him, Mark chasing after Conquest, and like leaving everybody behind, right? And so ultimately, of course, Oliver gets back down to this world, catches his breath, and then before Conquest can get to him, Mark gets to Conquest, right? And that's the crazy thing. That's what's so wild, is because Mark knocks the wind out of him and is like, oh wow, so like, you were coming to this planet so you could breathe, weren't you? you. With the wind knocked out of him, he immediately starts to choke him, right? Like the air's been knocked out of his lungs, so he can't even breathe at the moment, right? So Mark just starts choking him and starts holding on for dear life, right? Like you end up having like Conquest who tries to fly out of the world. It's not doing him any good. He's doing everything he can to get Mark off of him. And it's crazy because while all that's going on, Nolan's like, where's Mark? Where's Oliver? Where's Conquest? Where are they all at? And like everybody's like, we don't know. And so Nolan immediately like abandons everything, right? With just reckless abandon, goes directly after Mark, goes down to that planet's surface trying to find his son. The whole time, Mark's got his arms, like his hands just around Conquest's neck. And this is the nature of what it means to be a Viltrumite, right? The whole time this is happening, to have this level of fortitude, this level of desire to truly just eliminate a person. While Mark is holding on for dear life, Conquest is just crushing this guy, right? Just pummeling him as best as he possibly can, cracking ribs, right? The whole 9 yards. I mean, Mark is just being tattered, but the whole time, the entire time, he doesn't let go, right? He says like, I'm not letting go. Like I'm never going to let go. Holding on to him, like strangling this guy for dear life. Literally, it even gets to the point where Conquest punches a hole through Mark, right? Like rips a hole through him. His bones are protruding out of his back, right? Like I mean, you're talking about like compound fractures, right? Like rib bones are protruding through his back and Mark won't let go. Just keeps strangling and holding on to this guy as long as he possibly can. Even to the point that like Conquest reaches into like this gaping wound in Mark's stomach and pulls his guts out, right? Like rips his guts right out. Like Mark doesn't let go. And ultimately, Conquest is killed. And this is what it means to be a Viltrumite, to have this level of strength, this level of durability. Notice, this is what it took for Mark to kill the guy. He couldn't beat him to death, right? He couldn't like pummel this guy to death. He couldn't punch his head off his shoulders. He couldn't smash his skull in, right? I mean, I guess he could have done that before, but the guy healed. So obviously it wasn't enough. What he did before didn't work. He had to just cut this guy's oxygen supply, right? Just cut this guy's ability to breathe. And Mark, guts strewn all over the place. Nolan shows up, Oliver shows up, and the only thing Mark can do is just yell for help. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are. We are continuing the Viltrumite War, and I left you guys on one heck of a cliffhanger last week. But this basically picks up in the aftermath of that, right? So Mark just in complete and total shambles. Conquest is dead. Nolan and Oliver are currently on the planet, and then of course you've got Tech Jacket and you've got Alan, who are just kind of out there doing their thing. So by and large, this kind of group of 5 guys, right? This group of just powerhouse characters is just really kind of left in shambles. And so the result of this is that when you end up having, you end up transitioning to Telestria, which again is the home of the coalition of planets, this kind of band, something akin to like the Rebel Alliance or what have you from Star Wars, who are basically working together to try to take out the Viltrumites, that you have the news that's given to the head of the coalition of planets, right? And he immediately freaks out. Now, the funny thing about this is Thaddeus, again, is a Viltrumite. So that's one thing to bear in mind. It's something that almost nobody knows, and rightfully so, right? I mean, how likely would you be to follow a guy who's leading a war against a race only to find out he's a member of that race? That it would be something of a huge amount of distrust that's there, because it's like, well, how do we know he's actually working against the Viltrumites as opposed to for us? It's a very dangerous game that he's playing here. The other big thing about this is that when he's given the news that presumably, or at least it's perceived to be, that Nolan and Oliver and Invincible are dead, albeit in reality they're simply just missing in action, because there's no real way of knowing what happened to them, what their fate is, it terrifies the hell out of Thaddeus. Because the reality is they're the linchpin, right? They're the linchpin to the success of this thing. It's one thing to unite a whole bunch of people against a particular cause, but if at the end of the day there's not really much they have in the way of arms and armament, then it would be like when the Ethiopians were fighting the Germans during World War II, right? Spears and arrows versus tanks. You're not really going to be able to do much. And that was really what's going on here without their heavy hitters. They can fight as best they can, but the Viltrumites are nothing to scoff at. And one Viltrumite is more than enough to handle a huge amount of these forces, let alone an entire army of Viltrumites, not to mention anything of all the forces they have conscripted to their service. Now, the reality of this is Tech Jacket and Alan are actually stowing away the Viltrumite ship, right? They're stowing aboard this ship, basically the way that Han Solo and them stowed aboard a Star Destroyer, right? You guys remember that from Star Wars? And literally Tech Jacket's like, I saw this in a movie once. So it works, right? It does its job. But you kind of switch over to Nolan and to Oliver, basically dealing with Mark. Now, one of the funny things about this is that you basically have Nolan who buries Conquest, and the immediate response of Oliver is, this is ridiculous, right? Like, you have no idea the kind of things this guy's done. This guy does not deserve a funeral. But the reality of this is that the lifetime of Conquest seems to have spanned thousands of years. And so the reality is that the things that he's done in the time that Oliver has known him basically tantamount to a couple minutes within our lifespan. It's an exceedingly short amount of time here. Not only that, Nolan really kind of hits at this idea that when it comes to the Viltrumites, the one thing that really seems to reign supreme is duty and honor. And so even though Conquest was, by our standards, a villain, in terms of how he operated within the confines of the Viltrumite Empire, he was a great warrior. And so it's one of these things where Nolan kind of looks at that and says, even if he did some shady stuff, he still deserves a warrior's funeral because he was a great and honorable fighter, even if only insofar as how he operated within the confines of the Viltrumite Empire. Now, this is huge because it's not Nolan defecting back to the Viltrumites and saying, yeah, I mean, I've seen the light and the Viltrumites are the way to go, and then kills Oliver and then kills Mark and leaves, right? That's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about one of these things where, despite the fact that Nolan has basically turned against the Viltrumite Empire, there are such things as duty and honor that are universal, that are universally recognized as being great things, regardless of what side you're fighting on. And so it's also kind of this concept that's not really given to us, it's not really stated specifically, but Conquest was raised within the ideologies of the Viltrumite Empire. Imagine what he would have been capable of if he had turned in the same capacity Nolan had, or if he had been raised by a different race but still had the same powers and had a different set of values, right? Good and evil, right and wrong is all really relative. Those concepts simply exist in relation to how we function as an organized society. But you end up having them kind of switching over, really traveling back to Mark to keep an eye on him. And of course, they don't really leave him, they just kind of stay with him. But it's going to be a long and arduous process because what Nolan says is that Mark's going to take months to recover. Now again, Viltrumites can heal, but because Mark is such a young Viltrumite, presumably with hundreds, if not thousands of years ahead of him, assuming the human side of his physiology doesn't kick in and basically cause like a rapid aging process relative to the age of Viltrumites, then this is basically him as a baby recovering from an injury. Whereas somebody like Conquest recovered much, much faster because he's much, much older, right? Now you would think as time goes on, the healing factor would kind of drop off, but at the end of the day, it's one of these things where it kind of seems to be the middle ground, right? That, you know, as in given Conquest's age, he was kind of in the prime of his life, so to speak. So his healing factor was kind of at its peak, right? We can sort of argue that, kind of present that scenario, but regardless, of course, it's one of these things where Nolan also looks at this situation where it's basically a chance for him to get to know his son Oliver better. And so from there, you basically switch over to a scout ship, right? That's part of the coalition of planets that kind of stumbles across that previous battle that we saw between Battle Beast and a couple other forces, only to find that Battle Beast has actually survived the experience, right? He's frozen in space, but he's basically survived. The other part of this is you have Thaddeus who meets up with these aliens. Now, I've kind of left these guys out just because of the fact that, you know, I felt like it was a little too much to throw in there in the previous videos, but these guys are kind of like the intelligence hub, right? They're the nervous system, more or less, of the coalition of planets. Essentially, the ability for the coalition to unify and to operate on multiple fronts goes through these guys, right? Like they have almost complete and total knowledge of the operational procedures of the coalition of planets. They become very important here. And the reason why is because the information they give is that at the end of the day, they don't know exactly where it is that Nolan and all these guys are at. Alan the Alien, Tech Jacket, Mark, Oliver, they don't have any information on where those guys are. But what they do know is that the Viltrumites have basically, like, they really initiated the first strike. The Viltrumites are responding and the war's already begun. And so the response of Thaddeus is, okay, fine. Like, if what you guys are waiting for is to give the final word, to basically initiate the initial assault, then I give it, right? And so officially, the coalition of planets has now struck against the Viltrumite Empire, and the war just kind of continues on. The reality is it already started, but this is really kind of like the full-scale conflict taking place, right? So initially with Mark and all them, we were talking about like the invasion of Poland, right? Now we're talking about England and France declaring war against Germany. That's where we're at now, right? Like we're really at like, okay, like the meat and potatoes of this have really started, and there is no going back here. And so what you get are these really interesting juxtapositions between Oliver and Nolan and the coalition of planets, right? That Oliver and Nolan don't know the whole conflict has really grown to the size that it has, where the coalition of planets has officially launched its strike against Viltrumite, and the two factions are now in a full-blown war. They don't know that, right? Like they're totally unaware of that. And in reality, they probably don't care. Not because the war effort's unimportant, but because tending to Mark is more important. And so it's kind of this funny thing, because it's only been a couple of weeks, and you end up having like this weird looking alien thing that's killed by Nolan, and Oliver's, you know, he's like, you know, it's aren't you like starving? And Oliver's like, no, like, I mean, I am, but I'm not hungry enough to eat that thing. And Nolan's like, okay, we'll see what's up. And then like you immediately switch to Oliver just crushing this, right? Like parental knowledge, right? Like kids being proud or kids being foolish. And it's like, okay, I mean, I've been where you are before. That's not going to happen, right? Like you're starving and I promise you're probably going to eat this. And he does. And then he asks for seconds, right? He's like, is there any more? Now, the other part of this is that Alan the alien basically has a kind of tracking device that emits a high frequency signal that's planted inside of his body that can only really be detected, or seems to only be detected, by the coalition of planets. Most likely because the Viltrumites don't know it's there, so they don't know the frequency to hijack in order to basically deactivate it, interrupt it, basically make it look like he's somewhere that he's not. But because of the fact that the coalition can track it down, you basically have the coalition of worlds that responds with a kind of battalion of sorts that comes descending onto this Viltrumite ship for the purpose of rescuing Alan the alien and Tech Jacket, right? So they get these guys, they basically start bringing them back, and then you kind of switch back over to Oliver and Nolan, right? And this is a really, really cool moment here because you have this situation where Oliver asks him the question. He's like, he's like, my mom, not my real mom, right? The insect looking mom, but like my actual Earth mom, right? Debbie, like, do you really think you were in love with her? And it's a really interesting question that this is asked because one of the great things about Oliver is he's not experienced in the same way that Mark is, right? He still very much sees the world through the eyes of a child. And from the mouth of babes comes truth. And that's really one of the things where he's just kind of asking these questions because for him, they're legitimately curious and interesting questions. And the response of Nolan is, I know I do. And it's this really interesting scenario where he presents this kind of discussion to her and talks about how he was healing in the Viltrumite prison, and it basically made him realize, yes, he really does care about Debbie. And it's kind of funny because he says that like the Viltrumites themselves, they do have affection, but they don't care for each other in the same way that humans do, right? He says, our lives are so long that over time we grow distant. It's hard to form a bond with someone over that much time. And he says, you'll never find one of us who will admit it, but we live very lonely, solitary lives, especially with our numbers so depleted. Living on Earth changed me. Seeing humans grow so close to each other, caring so deeply for their loved ones in the short amount of time allotted for them, it was special, something to be admired. Now, that's a very important thing to understand when it comes to the Viltrumites. So the reason why is because it's a true statement that Nolan makes here. They live such long lives, but more so than that, they're so frequently separated from each other. Unless you're talking about some situation where they come together to face off against some cause, or you need like 3 or 4 who are going to defeat some enemy or something like that, by and large, the Viltrumite Empire does not really operate in giant numbers, right? Because they don't have big numbers. There's less than 100 of them left, right? So you basically have them traveling from world to world for the purpose of conquering it. And it might be one of these things where they kind of hang out, but the reality is any real relationship between one Viltrumite and another is more or less like 2 ships passing in the night. More so than that, with this kind of being the life of Nolan for thousands of years, the sudden change of arriving on Earth and the sudden change of being there and kind of monitoring this place and then having to kind of sneak in and live a quote unquote human life essentially introduced him to aspects of what it meant to live that he'd never really experienced before. Experiencing all those things completely and totally changed him because what it did is it introduced the idea that there is such a thing as caring about something more than you care about yourself. And that's really what he says. He says, like, I never looked at life as a chore. He says, over time, I fell into the role of human husband, human father, so much so that when Mark got his powers, it was a great burden more than anything. He said, I had to go back to being a Viltrumite. I had to do what I was put there to do, whether I wanted to or not. I spent a lot of time alone, then considering if I could ignore my duty, continue living the lie I'd enjoyed so much with the woman I'd grown to love. He just wanted to kind of enjoy his life. And that's why you never really saw Nolan doing things like destroying the Guardians of the Globe at a much earlier point in time. Because in reality, the life that he was living was the life that he wanted because it was new and it was fresh. But more so than that, it was meaningful. And then suddenly Mark comes along, Mark has powers, and it's like, okay, so now I have to, like, he was basically reminded of what he was supposed to do. And then he went back to being a Viltrumite, but didn't want to, right? He didn't want to. But at the end of the day, the idea was if he doesn't conquer the world, the Viltrumite Empire will come there and they will take it, right? One way or another, the Earth is going to be conquered. But then suddenly when he's separated from it all and he realizes how much he loved his wife, he realizes how much his son meant to him, then basically it turns into, then who cares about the Viltrumite Empire, right? Like, I will take that risk. I will turn against them and we will do the best we can. And so again, kind of getting this sort of juxtaposition, this back and forth, you have this really cool thing where you have Oliver talking with Nolan, the two of them conversing, the two of them sort of learning more about each other. But even this realization that's given to Oliver on behalf of Nolan, which is that the truth is that a kind of merger between a Viltrumite and different races can actually produce a more powerful offspring than simply just Viltrumites by themselves, right? That hybrid physiology can potentially create an incredibly powerful offspring. Now, the reality of this is Mark is really the more powerful out of them, right? Because Mark is a blend between a human and a Viltrumite, And as we were previously told, the compatibility between Viltrumites and humans is big, right? So much so that it's almost perfect. And so kind of these two guys talking back and forth and really kind of enjoying this sort of simplicity of this life that they have, even if it's only minor, right? Just basically eating, living, talking, making sure Mark's protected, is an extreme juxtaposition to Alan the alien and the coalition of planets fighting these Viltrumites, fleeing for their lives, fighting again over and over and over again, right? Peace versus war. That's really what you're seeing here. And it's kind of interesting to see this thing because you also have Nolan, who's basically giving Oliver fighting lessons, who's teaching him, the level of strength that he truly has, how powerful he can become, helping him grow that strength, in a lot of ways doing the things that he didn't quite do for Mark. And that's the nature of what it means to be a parent. It's not as though Nolan hated Mark. It's not as though he despised him. It's simply just that as a parent, when you have your first kid, you're going to screw up consistently. It's only when you get your second kid that you basically correct the mistakes you made with your first kid, but then you end up making whole new mistakes. And so there really is no such thing as a parent, as a time that comes when you simply have a child and you make no mistakes and you raise them perfectly. But for Nolan, he's basically making up for a lot of the things he didn't do with Mark, and he's basically doing that with Oliver, which is cool because he's kind of continuing to learn and to kind of experience this whole thing. And so again, cheering his son on, rooting his son on, it's also kind of switching over to Thaddeus and this revelation that one, Battle Beast has agreed to join their ranks, right? So Battle Beast is fighting alongside the ranks of the coalition of planets, which is awesome because this guy's powerful enough to take out Viltrumites. The other part of this is that for some reason, they can't quite seem to gain a foothold in the way that they want to. That while the Viltrumites aren't necessarily able to counter every single move they make, it seems like the Viltrumites have an inside man. And we've known about that for quite some time, that even Thaddeus himself said, there's a spy in the coalition of worlds that's feeding information to the Viltrumite Empire. We don't know who this person is, we don't know why they're doing it, but basically it seems as though the Viltrumites always know what's going on. And that's why they should be gaining a much stronger foothold in this war than they are. It's 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. Sure, it's a 1-step net gain, but at the end of the day, from Thaddeus's perspective, it should be 2 or 3, right? They should be making far more advances and a much bigger stride in this war than there currently are. So the ultimate, or the only real thing for him to do is, because of the fact that they're missing Nolan and they're missing Invincible and they're missing Oliver, right? The only real thing they can do, because they're missing these heavy hitters, is to basically split up Tech Jacket and Alan the Alien, because while they are able to work effectively together, they might be equally effective, but possibly even more effective by being separated. And so because of that, you kind of switch over to Mark, and Mark just kind of waking up, and ultimately Nolan's like, okay, cool. It won't be long now. We have about another month or so before all this starts to, before Mark basically fully recovers. So again, we're talking about like 2 or 3 months before, between the time that Mark was like severely injured to the point that Mark starts to wake up and Mark can basically recover and get back into the conflict again. Now, under any normal circumstance, there are advanced ways of healing a person, right? There's advanced ways of pulling that off. The problem is Mark's in a highly vulnerable state. So one, they can't fly to the coalition of worlds because it's simply too far away. And two, even if they could, the likelihood of them being attacked by the Viltrumites along the way is very, very high. And so because of that, that's why their best bet was to simply stay put. So in truth, the recovery time of Mark could have been cut down to a couple weeks or possibly even days. Given the nature of the circumstance that they're in, they got to let him recover naturally. Now, the funny thing is that there's another reason why Nolan's doing this, right? Why he's having Mark recover the hard way as opposed to the easy way, and we'll find out what that is later on down the line. But what you end up doing here is switching over to the home world of the Viltrumites to, of course, as you guys call him, Freddie Mercury. You guys love calling the leader of the Viltrumites Freddie Mercury. You guys are so sure that's the name of this guy. And honestly, we just need to go with it, right? Like Freddie Mercury. I can guarantee when this guy's revealed in the show, they're going to call him Freddie Mercury, right? They're going to be like, yeah, man, Thrag is definitely Freddie Mercury. Like, it's going to be Freddie Mercury memes all over the place. And I am so looking forward to it. But we end up finding out that the information that's being fed to the Viltrumite Empire is actually coming from one of the aliens that's basically part of the coalition of planets nervous system, right? The entire unification, the entire organized military front passes through them. And so because of that, they're in the best position to pass information to Thrag. This is what's basically crippling the war effort of the coalition of planets. This guy's just dumping information all the time. And so what ends up happening is we basically have this kind of back and forth between these guys, and Thrag goes as far as to say, you've been feeding us information for years, but it's not enough. We're still losing planets to the coalition. This is unacceptable. We will strike the coalition headquarters on Telestria. You will shut down their defenses at the time that's being transmitted to you. Respond. And the answer to this guy is, it will be done, right? And that's when the other guy's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, we're basically going to set the stage for the Viltrumites to conquer the coalition of planets. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. Yes, we are, and I told you guys, once you get like full swing into the Viltrumite War, things pop off, and that's exactly what happens here, right? It all starts to go nuts. So one of the things that happens here, really kind of in the beginning, is you've basically got Thaddeus, who calls together really the heads of the coalition of planets, right? Because one of the things to keep in mind, he is kind of the de facto leader, but like a lot of the other races that are part of the coalition have their own empires. It's really more speaking to the other heads, right? So in effect, it's like if Thaddeus was the head of the United Nations, right? And that he's talking to the leaders of the other empires, the leaders of the other worlds or nations that are out there, and just kind of like, okay, so like, here's where we stand at the moment. And this is kind of a big revelation, right? Because the information he gives them here is that the weapons and the arms and armament that they're using are things that have been tracked down, duplicated, so on and so forth, that can basically defeat the Viltrumites. The problem with this is that the linchpin in their plan, right? Mark and Nolan and Oliver, that they're MIA, they're missing in action. They don't know where they are. And that in reality, the entire battle hinges on them being there. So while he doesn't go so far as to say, so long as they're not here, we're fighting a losing battle, that's kind of what's said, right? That's just kind of the message that's communicated. We'll fight valiantly, we'll fight to the bitter end, we'll never retreat, right? That kind of a thing. But in the middle of all this, there's kind of a rumble off in the distance. And then literally, bam, right? Like the Viltrumites arrive on Telestria. Now, that's one of the things to keep in mind. Remember, there's a spy in the ranks of the coalition of planets who's been feeding information to the Viltrumites and has basically set the stage for them to invade Telestria and essentially take out the coalition of worlds at their home. But before we get into that, we end up switching back over to Nolan and Oliver and all them, right? And again, one of the things that had gone on here was Nolan and Oliver had very much a kind of bonding moment between the two, where they had talked about, you know, growing up, and they had talked about life for Oliver on Earth and things like that. And one of the funny things here is because of his split heritage, a lot of the things that we as humans would deem to be beautiful or unattractive, he doesn't really see things the same way. As an example, his mother had taken him, right? Debbie had taken him to a restaurant where he saw a lobster in a tank, and he of course ate the lobster, but he also found the lobster to be beautiful, right? In literally like physical beauty, he found it to be attractive. And so that's when Nolan's like, hey, like I know some girls on Telestria that I can introduce you to. And it's like, really, man? I mean, he's a little young, isn't he? You know, I don't know, maybe he's around 17 or 18 years old, but whatever it is, his dad's trying to get him laid. So ultimately in the middle of their discussions, there's some kind of rummaging and movement around over at their base camp, and when they get there, they find Mark has basically woken up. Now, here's the funny thing about this. Of course, Mark is basically told, you killed Conquest, right? Like, you're the one who destroyed Conquest. And it's kind of a funny thing because Mark talks about how even in this moment now, despite having done it, it's still weird to him because in his mind, Conquest was so incredibly strong, right? I mean, Conquest was probably the single most formidable fighter in the Viltrumite Empire, shy of Thrag. And so the fact that Mark was able to overpower him and ultimately kill him kind of takes Mark by surprise, to the point that he actually doesn't really believe that he was able to pull it off. But the response that his father gives him is, here's something that you have to understand. One, you're a lot stronger than you think you are. Living on Earth, the benefit to that is you learn to understand compassion and all that kind of stuff. The downside to that is you've consistently held yourself back. But when you were fighting against Conquest, you had adrenaline, you had rage, you were more invested in the fight than he was. And that's one of the things that Nolan kind of hits on, is that it wasn't just Conquest in this moment. Conquest's entire life has been that way, right? That he basically acts like a spectator in pretty much all of his own fights because he's so incredibly strong, because he's so much further beyond anybody that he's basically fighting. When he ran up against Mark, he just kind of did business as usual, and it cost him his life. The biggest problem here, though, is that Mark's promise that he made to himself is, you know, I wasn't going to kill anymore, right? I didn't want to do that anymore. But the response of Nolan is, this is war, man. This is not the time for you to kind of adhere yourself to these foolish, naive ideologies of we can all live in peace and harmony, and all we have to do is sit down and talk to them, and everything will be okay. No, it doesn't work that way. There are times when you are going to face an enemy, regardless of what form it takes in your life, where you are not going to be able to reason with them. You're not going to be able to rationalize with them. You're not going to be able to talk to them and get them to understand. The only thing you can do is eliminate them, right? That's the only thing that you can do. The naive perception that every problem in this world can be solved with talking it out, that's not true, right? That was never true. And so what we end up doing is switching back over to Freddie Mercury, right? To Thrag. And one of the things that kind of happens here is a little bit amusing to himself. Not a whole lot, but it does give us some insight and motivation into why he's doing what he's doing. The reality is that his motivation, as far as the Viltrumites go, their war against the coalition of planets is twofold. The first part is because the coalition of planets stands in direct opposition to the Viltrumites themselves, right? It's not as though it's one of these things where it's kind of a live and let live situation. The desire of the coalition of planets is to eliminate the Viltrumites, to get rid of their influence from the universe, because the motivation of the Viltrumites is is to conquer everything in existence. Really more the galaxy than the universe, but their goal is to conquer everything. The other motivation for the Viltrumites themselves, and really for Thrag on a personal level, is that prior to him becoming the regent, it was Lord Argal. We talked about that previously when we covered the history of the Viltrumite race. And Lord Argal was killed by the machinations of Thaddeus. And so because of that, it's really more of a personal vendetta to take out Thaddeus and the coalition of planets. Now, of course, switching back to Thaddeus and all them, as soon as everything pops off, Thaddeus realizes one of the intel guys was the spy. And he initially goes after the wrong one and then actually goes after the right one, but it doesn't make any difference because suddenly all the Viltrumites basically start arriving on the scene. Now, you do get Alan the alien, right? You get Tech Jacket, you get these guys who show up, and they're able to offer some measure of resistance and kind of help the coalition of planets. But again, the entire conflict is really almost a fool's errand without Nolan and Mark and Oliver, just because of the sheer level of power they possess. It's literally one of those things where just the level of power they have is what turns the tide. And so their arrival signals the turning of the tide here, right? Because as soon as they show up, everything begins to shift, right? It all begins to change. Like literally Mark and Oliver go flying through the command ship of the Viltrumites, which also contains Thrag, right? So that thing, basically starts to crash down to the surface. They end up pushing it out into space, and then Thrag takes off. Right now, you would expect Thrag to basically jump out, right? To come out here and say, okay, no, that's not going to happen, and to get engaged in this conflict here. But once Thrag gets involved in the fight, here's the thing to understand: Thrag never fights unless he absolutely has to, because he's got the rest of the Viltrumites to fight for him. But when he does, woe betide the poor soul that has to face off against Thrag, because this guy is an absolute monster. That you basically end up having the Viltrumites who just take off, right? They're gone, right? As soon as Thrag leaves, they leave with him. Of course, the spy is basically executed by his partner, more or less. But before he dies, he's kind of like, we're all, like, everybody's screwed, right? Like this, all you guys, it's all screwed. You guys didn't win here, right? I mean, you guys have not had a victory here. That's not what's going on here, right? The idea of the Viltrumites was, if this campaign went south, they would regather in their home planet, right? They would regather on their home world. They would marshal all their forces. So every single Viltrumite scattered around all of creation will be recalled, and then they'll launch a final assault, right? They'll launch like this massive attack. And that's a big thing, because what you end up having is, again, Thaddeus calling together what is essentially the coalition of worlds, and he kind of declares the Viltrumite War is over, but not really, right? It's not really all that over, but in some ways it is. The reason why is that with the Viltrumites basically all being recalled and then going back to their home world, all the various races out there that have been conquered by the Viltrumites are effectively liberated. And a lot of it is really more of an ideological perspective, because they see that with the coalition of worlds being successful in driving the Viltrumites back from Telestria and forcing them back into their home world, that they're basically stronger than the Viltrumite race, right? So in that way, it seems like they don't really have much to fear. And so that's why a lot of those forces that fought on the side of the Viltrumites are now turncoating. They're leaving the Viltrumite cause, even though it was only one done under subservience, and now they're joining the coalition of planets and going forward accordingly. The problem with this is most of those guys, if they took them to Viltrumite, they would get slaughtered, right? They would get absolutely crushed. And so the response of Thaddeus is, we need basically a hard-hitting crew, right? The heaviest hitters we have, we need you guys. And so ultimately, Alan the alien, Mark, Nolan, Tech Jacket, Battle Beast, Space Racer, Oliver, they all basically end up making their way toward Viltrum and then literally going after this world. Now, once they arrive there, of course, immediately there's a bit of a conflict there between Thula, one of the female Viltrumites, and then in turn, she of course warns the rest of the Viltrumites that basically, these guys are coming here, and that's when like Thaddeus, and that's when all the other Viltrumites basically leave the world and then immediately start coming towards these guys. Now, what you have here is this kind of ragtag bunch, right? The smaller number of guys, despite their heavy hitting capabilities, the first thing they recognize is they're too outnumbered here. They can't fight, they can't win this war in a traditional sense, right? They can't win this kind of final battle in the traditional way. Tech Jacket does show up with like a lot of these monsters that are strong enough to kill Viltrumites, and it does help to turn the tide a little bit, but at the end of the day, Thrag's here. And because Thrag's here, that's enough to turn the tide. That's enough to literally ensure that the Viltrumites will basically win. That's the crazy thing, is because you have like these crazy displays of power. A lot of these Viltrumites are just taken out left and right? Alan the alien is literally punching his hand through like one of their guts and it's coming up through his mouth, and you have all these crazy things. He punches the head off of another one, and Thaddeus all just buff as hell, right? Looking like an old man who's been lifting weights for 60 years. Like he's basically, facing off against these guys. And then Oliver ends up facing off against Thrag. And that's the crazy thing about it, is because when Mark initially launches an attack, not knowing who Thrag is, and basically hits him in the gut and not much happens, he kind of gets swatted away. Oliver steps in, and this fight is 2 seconds long. Literally, Thrag grabs his arm, rips it off, and punches him across space. And that's the end of Oliver. Just like that, done. I mean, it's that fast. And people are just like, wow, you know, like it's almost crazy to see it happen. Mark goes in for the attack, and literally with every ounce of strength and rage, all this power that it took for him to defeat Conquest, that's what he's got here. And all he gives Thrag is a bloody nose. That's it. Right, that's all Thrag gets here. Now, the big declaration is that Thrag says that even Conquest feared him, and then Mark makes a statement and saying, well, I killed Conquest. And the funny thing is, none of the other Viltrumites knew what happened to Conquest. They didn't know what happened to him. Learning that Mark had killed him was a pretty big thing, because they're like, how in the hell did this guy kill Conquest? Like, that's crazy, like that's kind of nuts. But at the end of the day, they can't really do much here, right? So the only real thing that the Coalition of Worlds can do is based on a plan that Thaddeus had thought up, right? And it's desperate, and it's a last-ditch effort here, but it's the only way to essentially ensure their victory in this conflict, that Thaddeus calls Space Racer to himself. Remember, he's got a weapon that can destroy virtually anything it hits, right? So he says, come with me. So ultimately, like, Space Racer fires off his gun at the Viltrum homeworld. At the same time that happens, Thaddeus, Nolan, Mark, they all basically just go racing to the core. Now, Alan the Alien and Tech Jacket are supposed to be there, but they kind of get distracted a little bit in the conflict, so it's ultimately just Thaddeus and Mark and Nolan who go racing to this world, but it's enough. They basically punch a hole through one side of the world and come out the other and literally obliterate the Viltrum homeworld. They destroy the whole thing. They obliterate the whole thing. So now the Viltrumite race has nowhere to go. While I wouldn't say this is a defeat that solidifies the victory, because all they have to do is just go to another world that has oxygen and they'll basically be fine. It's a colossal moral blow, because all that history, right? The entire existence of their race is now gone, right? It's all basically gone. And any Viltrumites that may have been on that world at the time have been destroyed with it, especially those who were caught in the blast when the planet exploded itself. So it's reduced their number by a pretty good clip. Now, ultimately, Thrag is seemingly the only one left awake here, right? The only one that's basically conscious here. And so essentially Thrag, along with maybe like 4 other guys, kind of seem to be the only ones left here. And so you end up having Thaddeus, you got Alan, you got Nolan, who are just kind of like, okay, it's over, it's done, right? Like, you will surrender, and like, that will be it. You have no empire, you have no home, you have absolutely nothing left. And the response of Thrag is, you're ridiculous if you think I'm gonna surrender. He literally races up on this guy and just rips off the head of Thaddeus in one shot. I mean, that's it, right? Thaddeus gone, like his head's just ripped off in an instant. When that happens, everybody freaks. Alan the Alien, Nolan, the whole 9 yards, they freak. They're like, holy shit, man, like, this is it. Like, I mean, how are we supposed to fight against somebody like that? And like, he destroys the head of Thaddeus, like, Battle Beast is taken out in the process. And then in turn, Thrag is just like, it's on, right? You called down the thunder. Well, now you got it, right? You guys wanted Thrag, you wanted me to get involved in this. Now I'm involved in this. You had my curiosity, now you have my attention. The question you have to ask yourself is, when you get the attention of Freddie Mercury, the leader of the Viltrumite race, the most powerful and strongest person in creation right now, what happens when that attention gets turned to you? And let me tell you guys something. What we're gonna cover in the next video, because I'm leaving y'all on a cliffhanger like hell. What happens in the next video is insane. It's absolutely insane, man. I'm saying it right now. These guys never had a chance. That's it. That's all I'm gonna leave you guys on. They never had a chance. Any chance they thought they had was an illusion. It was smoke and mirrors, right? When this guy gets done, not even in hell will you see a massacre like what you're gonna see in this next video. All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back again with Invincible. A little late on our upload today, but I kind of had a lot going on this morning, so I didn't get it recorded on time. But here is the thing. In the last video, we basically ended with, as you guys love calling him, Freddie Mercury, but technically his name is Thrag, the emperor of the Viltrumite Empire. But this guy was getting ready to take on Nolan and Mark, right? Omni-Man and Mark. And the reason why is because they were basically part of the whole faction that destroyed his world. Right? That the coalition of planets had essentially obliterated the Viltrumite world in an effort to basically end the reign of the Viltrumites. Now, a lot of this was because with no home planet to go back to, anybody that was there on that world at the time was gone, right? They were completely and totally destroyed. And so now they're basically homeless in the vastness of the universe. Not only that, it was a moral blow. Because they were able to destroy the Viltrumite Empire, this really drove a lot of the races out there that were previously conscripted by the Viltrumites to actually actually turn against the Viltrumites and join the cause of the coalition of planets. So it was as much a moral victory as it was a real battle victory. But again, it was only a small conflict in this Viltrumite War, because following that, Thrag is pissed. Now, Nolan does know about Thrag, right? But he's not dumbing anything from Mark, right? Mark immediately goes in to attack Thrag, and he's like, you killed my brother. He goes to punch him in the head, and nothing happens. Like, literally doesn't draw blood. Thrag doesn't even say ouch, right? It's nothing. He immediately grabs Mark and literally just starts pummeling this guy, smashes the sides of his head. This fight was over before it even started, right? I mean, this kid has no earthly chance, like no possible chance against somebody like Thrag. Now, at that point, Nolan steps in, but even then, Nolan is a half measure here. It's a crazy thing because, like, as they're fighting, at the end of the day, like Thrag's like, okay, so you really sided with Thaddeus, right? You are aware that Thaddeus was the one who basically set the Viltrumite Empire into a state of disarray. And that's one of the things that we talked about before. Remember, when it came to the power or the role the Viltrumites played, initially they were a huge, expansive, conquering race, but the Scourge virus was developed by Thaddeus using his own DNA as a means to destroy the Viltrumite race, because in the mind of Thaddeus, they were horrible, right? Their place, their role in the universe and all of creation was bad, and they needed to be destroyed. And so the result of this is that it's because of the actions of Thrag that Lord Argal died in the first place. The entire empire had been sent into disarray. Any possible heir taking over the throne after Lord Argal was basically gone, and so Thrag was essentially just kind of put in this place instead as the regent. But at the end of the day, the response of Nolan, based on everything he's experienced, right, having been on Earth, facing off against Mark, going on to become a hero, different things like that, because this all basically changed him and turned him into a good guy, the response he has here is, our race deserves to die. Because of the things that we've done and because of how we've harmed people, we don't deserve to live here, right? We don't deserve to exist. Our actions are horrible. The things we've done have been terrible. So, like, our race deserves to die. And for that, he's immediately attacked by Thrag, because it's taken as what is in effect heresy, right? Now, in the middle of this great big huge battle where Omni-Man is just getting absolutely thrashed, in comes Battle Beast, right? Now, as you guys know, Battle Beast only really cares about the lust of the battle, right? The lust of the conflict. He just wants to attack whoever, right? Anybody he considers to be a worthy adversary is somebody he will take on. That's Battle Beast, right? He lives for the conflict. He's like a Spartan, right, from the days on Earth, or maybe even somebody worse than the Spartans. He just lives to fight. The funny thing about this is literally this fight is like 2 seconds long, if that. He attacks Thrag, Thrag spins his head on his neck and then throws him away, and that's the end of Battle Beast, right? Like, at the moment, like Battle Beast is basically taken out by Thrag, like that. And that's a crazy thing, because when you look at Battle Beast as a character, he overpowered Mark, right? Even Omni-Man would struggle with Battle Beast because of how powerful he was, but Thrag just overpowers him in an instant. Now, the other part of this is Alan the Alien and Space Racer, right? These two guys are still here from the Coalition of Worlds, but at the end of the day, they have to kind of bail out of here, right? Because you still have some Viltrumites that are alive around there, and the reality is, even though they're still capable, they're overpowered, right? So if they were to stay and they were to fight, they would die. And so ultimately, it's kind of like, okay, let's get out of here. They ask the question, what do we do about Nolan and Mark? And the response of Space Racer is, we got to leave them, man. Like, we got to leave them here. Like they can hold their own, but if we stay here, we're gonna die, right? We have to get back to the Coalition. We have to let them know that the Thaddeus has been killed, right? The leader of the Coalition of planets is dead. We have to find some way to reorganize things, because this war is far from over, right? So switch back over to Thrag, right? To Freddie Mercury, and to Nolan and Mark, right? This guy is still crushing him. And that's the funny thing is, Mark asks his dad, he asked Nolan, like, how do we beat this guy? And the response of Nolan is, we can't. We cannot defeat Thrag. Like, it's one of those rare instances when Nolan is like, there's no way for us to win, right? The nature of Nolan is like, he always finds a way to win, right? He keeps fighting and fighting and fighting, doing whatever it is that he has to do, but he's like, there's no way for us to overpower this guy, right? Like, in order for Thrag to be made regent of the Viltrumite Empire, he's been trained from birth, right? He's been made the strongest out of all of us, and he's been educated in every manner of physical combat. Simply put, there's no conceivable way for us to beat this guy by ourselves. This man was literally designed to conquer the Viltrumite race if it came to it, right? To take out his own people. He was designed for that, right? He was trained for that. This guy is a one-man army. He's more than enough to take out the two of us. And so ultimately, like, you kind of have Omni-Man who tells Mark, like, look, no matter what's happened over the course of my life, it's important that you know I've always loved you. He's basically saying his goodbyes, right? He tells Mark, get out of here, right? He ends up like telling Mark to get out of here as fast as he possibly can. And Mark does. He does exactly as instructed. He races off. Now, Mark's not doing this because he's a coward. Mark's doing this because he trusts his father. If his father says, we cannot defeat this man on our own, you need to leave, then Mark leaves, knowing that his father might die in the ensuing conflict. Now, the other part of this, I'm gonna be honest, Mark Mark's probably kind of crapping his pants a little bit, just a smidge, right? But at the end of the day, Thrag still manages to get his hands on him and then just starts pummeling this guy. Now, Nolan shows up, right? Omni-Man comes racing back, but this is a testament to the speed of Thrag here, right? Nolan comes racing up, right? Because remember, there's no sound in space. You can't hear anything. So Nolan comes racing up on Thrag, and Thrag just senses it out of the corner of his eye and immediately like turns around just in time and impales Omni-Man, right? Just punches a hole in his stomach. Now, he goes to kill him, and this is an important thing. He goes to kill them, and then he stops. He doesn't kill Mark and he doesn't kill Nolan. The funny thing is he could have killed both of them. And something to know here, he's doing all this without breaking a sweat. He's not drawing any, they're not drawing any blood on him, right? They're not injuring this guy, right? Like he's just overpowering them in the most extreme way ever. When the other Viltrumites show up and they say, why are you sparing them? The response of Thrag is, we need them, right? There are so precious few of us Viltrumites left. We need them. We need people to basically function as part of the Viltrumite Empire. Now, the initial response here is no, right? We need Viltrumites, but we need those who are loyal. The response of Thrag is no, it doesn't matter, right? Like if we are going to survive all of this, we need Viltrumites, but we need them more than anybody else, which is really kind of Thrag saying like they're the most powerful of the Viltrumites that exists, right? More powerful than anybody else here. There is a kind of subtlety and there is something else going on behind the scenes as to why that's the case. And in fact, we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get to it. But ultimately, Nolan and Mark are saved by a coalition ship, which basically brings them on board, takes them back to Telestria, the coalition of worlds, all that kind of stuff. And a few things have happened, right? A couple weeks have passed since they've been picked up and Mark is just now waking up. Of course, again, Nolan recovers faster than Mark does, but something to notice here, Mark's recovering at a much faster rate than he previously used to. But a couple things happened. One, because Thaddeus was killed, Alan the alien took his place as the leader of the coalition of worlds. The second thing that's going on here is that once he takes Mark to meet with Nolan, you actually end up finding out that Oliver is basically being brought back. Now, it is kind of a plot device here, if we're being honest with ourselves. Oliver basically should have been dead, right? I mean, he doesn't have the ability to breathe in space as long as anybody else does. His arm was ripped off, he was rendered unconscious, but the response that's given here by Nolan is, well, the Viltrumite brain can survive without oxygen longer than pretty much any other brain out there, so he survived by the skin of his teeth. I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, this is Robert Kirkman just kind of rolling with it and just saying like, insert excuse here for why Oliver continues to survive. But of course, a kind of prosthetic arm is being built for him or being attached to him, and then skin will be grafted over it. So he will be able to feel the difference, but nobody else will see the difference, right? The other thing that's going on here is that, of course, Oliver is healing, but a big part of what's happening is that the planet, the coalition of planets is hunting for the Viltrumite race, but they don't understand what's going on, right? They don't really understand what's happening here. And the reason why is when the question's asked by Mark, like, what do you mean? Like they're not doing anything, right? Because Alan the alien's like, they're not attacking, right? Like they're doing absolutely nothing. Like we can't find them at all. We don't know where they are, right? They're not here anywhere in this galaxy. We can't find them anywhere in existence. We don't know what's happening, right? We've been searching and searching and we can't find them anywhere. We don't know if they're laying low. We don't know exactly what's going on. Nothing that we're seeing makes any sense at all. And then it dawns on Mark, oh my God. And when the question's like, what are you talking about? He's like, okay, so Thrag left us alive for a reason. He could have killed us, but he left us alive for a reason, but they didn't just give up and go into hiding. That's not what Viltrumites do. Viltrumites don't just give up. They don't hide. They don't run from the threat. They've always got a goal. So he's like, if he could have destroyed us and he didn't, then what if the goal here is to destroy what's closest to us? And that's when everybody starts to realize what's going on. And Mark speaks up and says, you can't find them in this galaxy, Alan, because they're not in this galaxy. They're in the Milky Way galaxy, guys. They're going to Earth. I am a terrible person. I'm a horrible human being. I left you guys on an insane cliffhanger the last time we did this. I really did. I am not sorry. Sorry, not sorry, Robcore. Because I'm gonna do it again. So here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. So in the last video, we basically ended with the Viltrumite War essentially kind of done for the most part. Like the Viltrumites themselves had just basically been crushed, right? I mean, these guys had just been crushed in the worst way. And then in turn, we then had like the Viltrumites taking off, right? Basically fleeing and then taking off to Earth, right? Mark was the one to figure out that's what was gonna happen. Now at this point, we pick up with Earth, right? The Pentagon. And literally like Thrag, the leader of the Viltrumite Empire, and really him and the other Viltrumites have basically conquered everything, right? Like they killed everyone. Like they killed everybody. I mean, you got Cecil begging for his life, right? Saying like, we can coexist, everything will be fine, right? Thrag pops his head like a grape. I mean, just bam, right? His head just pops right off his shoulders. And I mean, like the immortal, the whole 9 yards, right? Like Dupli-Kate, Adam, Eve, they're all dead, right? Every single one of them just killed. And then Mark wakes up, right? And it's not even really a dream sequence so much as just Mark's imagination on what's happening on Earth. Mark's absolutely horrified about what's happening there, because the Viltrumites, as we've seen, these guys take no prisoners, man. Like when the Viltrumites have it for you, they're coming, man. These guys are coming for you. And that's just the way it is. And the reality is Mark and Nolan are really the two most powerful beings on Earth, and they couldn't even put a dent in Thrag. What possible hope could any of these other characters have, right? Adam, Eve, Dupli-Kate, whatever. I mean, arguably Adam, Eve is the most powerful being in the entirety of the Invincible universe, but she hasn't reached the full totality of what she can do. She can alter matter on the molecular structure, but one, it still takes a pretty large toll on her, so it really exhausts her. And two, she can only really do it on relatively small scales, right? We haven't seen her do it on gigantic scales facing off against huge numbers of enemies. She hasn't really reached that point yet, especially enemies as powerful as the Viltrumites. And this is kind of the common theme among basically everybody in the Coalition of Worlds, at least all the major players. Mark's struggling in the worst way, right? Because his imagination just goes towards the death and destruction of everybody that he knows. Nolan, while he doesn't necessarily seem to be letting it on, he's struggling in the exact same way. But in his mind, he has to be there for his son, because who else is going to be, right? I mean, there's nobody else here. Mark's mom, Debbie, she's not here, right? Oliver is probably waking up, right? There's not a whole lot that they can do here. And so literally Nolan just kind of has to tell Mark, like, you got to calm down, you got to relax. Now, a lot of this is coming from a place where Nolan's dealt with this time and time again, right? Either it was on Earth for the fear of the Viltrumites coming there, it was on the other world that he went to where the Viltrumites literally did show up, but Nolan's entire life has been mired in death and destruction. So while I wouldn't necessarily say this is business as usual, what I will say is it's not new to him, right? So he kind of knows how to cope with these things. But even for Nolan, to a degree, this is new territory. But when he was on Earth, he met Debbie, he fell in love, he had a son. So even then, he still has a lot to lose. But his experience is what really shines through here. His wisdom, right, really kind of comes through in these instances. The same thing happens with Alan the Alien, right? Where like his wife's like, well, the movers aren't going to be here for 20 minutes, you know, so like we can knock boots if you're interested. Alan the Alien is struggling as well, right? I mean, it's the same thing. Everybody's struggling because everybody has kind of come to care about each other in a way, right? When you're involved in a major conflict like this, and I've never served in the military, so I can't speak to that, but I have to imagine that in that kind of a situation when your life is on the line, right? You look to the person next to you and you know they have your back. There's a kind of camaraderie and a sort of brotherhood that forms there among these people. And that's what's happened here, right? These guys have fought and some of them have almost died. There are members of their group that they've become friends with who have died, right? And so in the revelation that their lives were on the line, any one of them can perish, and they have to look to the person next to them as a person that will do what they can to keep them alive in the same way that they'll do what they can to keep the other person alive. A camaraderie forms there, right? A family relationship dynamic forms there. And that's why Alan the Alien's not just like, yeah, man, that sucked for Earth. Good thing I don't live there, right? We're just kind of like, yeah, man, this is terrible. I'm really, really worried about what'll happen if Mark and Nolan get back to their home world and find it's been completely obliterated, right? So again, just kind of these struggles, these things that they're enduring, that they're kind of going through. And Mark can't really seem to help himself. Now, again, one part of this is just youth and inexperience. The other part of this is because Mark has people he cares about. So his imagination just kind of deviating to the worst possible situation is something that he just can't help. And so ultimately a voice kind of comes on, right? The pilots who have, what have you, and say like, we'll be arriving in Earth's orbit shortly, take your positions. Mark immediately leaves, right? Because he can survive in the vacuum of space by holding his breath, and he'll arrive on Earth long before his breath runs out. This guy beelines it towards his planet, right? Just bolts towards Earth. And when he gets there, he's expecting to see death, destruction, the end of all things. When he arrives there, everything's fine. There's no death, there's no destruction. The Guardians of the Globe are not scattered to the four winds, right? It's not like that. Instead, he's just kind of like, okay, cool. They're not here, right? Because one of the things that Nolan kept telling Mark is there's no way that we know for sure they're heading to Earth. There's a good chance they are, not gonna lie to you, son, but we don't know exactly if that's really what's happening. As Mark's making his way through there, he's like, no, cool, everything's fine. They're not here, we don't have to worry about things. Enter Thrag, right? This guy's like, no, we are very much here. we very much are here on your world, right? Your suspicion that we were coming to Earth is 100% accurate. And Mark immediately lashes out, right? In emotional state, immediately lashes out and attacks Thrag. Nolan tries to hold him back, like, look, no, that's not gonna happen, son, right? Because Mark's like, I killed Conquest, I'll find a way to kill you. Let me tell you something, Mark, like, killing Conquest, that's cool and everything, and it's nice. This guy's on a whole different level, right? This guy is on a whole different level, right? I mean, Mark defeating Conquest, whatever, man, Conquest was afraid of this guy, if that gives you any indication of Freddie Mercury's power, right? This guy is nothing to be messed with, right? And then so ultimately, what Freddie Mercury actually does is he stops Mark, right? Instead of killing him, because we know that he doesn't want to kill Mark, and he doesn't want to kill Nolan. It's one of the things that we saw at the end of the last video, that they need them. He like throws him to the side and says, look, you know, if you believe you can kill me, that's fine. And by some chance you happen to injure me, just know I'm not here alone. The rest of my army is here as well, and they'll destroy this world. And that's when he says, like, I am here because I want to talk, right? If you want to fight, we can fight. And I promise it will not end well for you, right? This fight will be over before it even starts. I was going easy on you earlier. I can tear you limb from limb in a matter of seconds. So either we can talk or we can fight. Which one is it? And ultimately they're kind of like, all right, cool, let's talk. Now, this is one of the most interesting developments in any comic book story that I think I've ever read, right? Remember, the Viltrumites have been billed as this race, right? Just like a race of supermen, basically, that are evil, right? Conquering the universe, that kind of a thing. What Freddie Mercury says is, there's only 37 of us left. That's it. When those 37 of us are gone, our race is extinct. That's it. Like 37 members of the Viltrumites are what separate us from continued survival to extinction. And so he says, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, I could destroy this world right now, and it would be a fair and just response to what you did, right? Destroying the Viltrumite world. He says, but I don't want that. If this war continues on, this is not a war that we can survive, right? Sure, we'll lay waste to Earth, and everybody on Earth will die, but so will our race. And in reality, the glory of the Viltrumite Empire is far more significant than some small little mud ball on a backwater solar system, right? Like, we don't care about that. Like, what we care about is continuing to survive. So he says, like, you took our world from us, we're going to take your world from you. And the response of Mark and Nolan, and really Mark himself, is more like total disgust. Like, wait, so what are you gonna like allow humanity to evacuate? Are you going to ask us to literally pack up and leave our planet so we can, and try to find another one that we can live on so you can have this one? That's not gonna happen, right? And ultimately, like Freddie Mercury's like, we're already here, right? And we don't want to leave. But just something that you need to understand here, you couldn't make us leave if you wanted to. Try with all your might. There's nothing you could do to make us leave here. He's like, so here's what I propose. We will live among your people, right? We look just like humans. They will never notice a difference between us and anybody else, right? Unless we perform some insane feat of strength or fly or whatever it is. But he's like, we will stay hidden. We'll get regular jobs and we will live in secret among everybody on this world. And no one will know that we are here. Here's what I ask. We'll blend in, we will intermingle, and we will interbreed. We will have children with humanity. And when the time is right, then we'll conquer your world. So it's basically, let's put this war on hold for right now so we can muster our forces and kill you later, right? Now, the whole response here is like, the whole response of Mark is like, what? You know, and ultimately, like the response of Thrag or of Freddie Mercury is like, it's the only way to survive, right? We will restore our ranks over the course of thousands of years. He says, human DNA has been proven to make near perfect hybrids, the closest thing we have to pure-blooded Viltrumites. Our children and our children's children will join our ranks. Their children will have children, and our ranks will swell with the infusion of human DNA. You will allow us time to restore our numbers to rebuild our empire. Though the two of you were responsible for the destruction of our home world, you will provide us with our ultimate salvation. The two of you represent the future of our people, what we will become, what we must become in order to survive. This is how things must be. And he says, I will have your answer now. Please do not make me destroy what would be our last hope for survival. This is a big deal because it's basically like, it's all or nothing, folks. If you say yes, then we'll destroy you at a future point in time. You can do what you can to try to make more powerful people, and maybe somebody later on down the line and your genetic structure will be more capable. But like, we're gonna stay here and rebuild our ranks, or we're gonna wipe out this whole world and we'll die in the process. And that's fine, right? We'll take that death if it means destroying all of you in the process, right? So ultimately, like the whole response of Mark is, wait, so you're proposing, what you're telling me, Freddie Mercury, is you want to be able to live on our world so you can become stronger, and you want me to agree? Like, how can I possibly agree to that? And he's like, tomorrow's not today, right? Today is not tomorrow. Worry about that tomorrow, right? Worry about that later. What you have right now, Mark, is a choice to make. The choice that you can make is to allow us to live here and to agree to my terms. We'll be in secret, but we'll swell our ranks and we'll destroy you at a future point in time, or we'll destroy you all right now. Which one is it going to be? And so ultimately, like Nolan, like Mark freaks out. Mark's like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. And then Nolan's like, no, right? And Mark, like, this is one of those times you're gonna have to say yes. This is one of those times when you're not going to want to, but you're going to have to. And where Mark is so emotional and Mark is so torn up and is like, no, like, I don't want to have anything to do with that. He thinks back to what the world will look like if the Viltrumites have free reign, because 37 Viltrumites against 2, one of which is a human hybrid and hasn't reached his full potential yet. The other one has been alive for thousands of years and is still nowhere near close to powerful enough to take out one emperor, let alone anybody in his royal guard. The only thing that Mark can do here is say yes. And that's what Mark does. Mark agrees to the terms of Freddie Mercury and says, yes, fine. You guys can stay here on our world. You can interbreed, intermingle, whatever it is that you need to do. Mark ultimately acquiesces to the Emperor of the Viltrumite Empire. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible. This is the aftermath to the Viltrumite War. I imagine because it's the aftermath, not a whole lot of people will watch this video, and woe betide them because this story is amazing. Okay, so here's the thing. As we covered in the last video, a bargain was struck between Freddie Mercury, the Viltrumite forces, and Mark and Nolan, right? And basically, Freddie Mercury and them said, we'll stay here, we'll intermingle, right? We'll procreate with your race, and then once we're back to our, at least gloriness, whatever it is, then things will commence from there, right? It's kind of left open-ended as to whether or not they'll actually end up going to war with each other. And for those of you guys who have read ahead, please don't spoil. The important thing here is Mark actually meets back up with his mom. And of course, he's got Nolan with him. And this is kind of a big deal because this is the first time in any real measure of time that Nolan and his former wife have actually kind of gotten back together, or at least seen each other for a prolonged amount of time. They saw each other for moments previously, but not for a lengthy period of time. Now, of course, as soon as Deborah sees Mark, she's like, where's Oliver, right? She immediately starts freaking out. Of course, that's when she's told Oliver's recovering, he's alive, right? He's on Telestria, he'll be taken care of. And that's when Nolan asks her, who's Paul? Because one of the things to keep in mind is, remember, after Nolan had left, Mark's mom didn't necessarily bounce around, but she did find herself attracted and in a relationship with a guy named Paul. And so with the two of them kind of talking and really becoming close, it was a little difficult for Mark to come to terms with, but eventually he did. And he's actually told by his mom, you need to go see Eve, right? She's not doing very well. And it's really one of those things where it's like, one, you need to go talk to your girl, but two, mom and dad need some alone time. That's kind of what that is. And so what you end up getting is really this kind of just yelling that's sort of going on. Now, in reality, for Deborah, she's got a lot of emotion built up, right? A lot of pain and a lot of anger built up from everything that had happened. She doesn't let it all out here in the moment. Instead, Nolan's kind of like, okay, so like you took another mate. And her response here is, it wasn't a mate, right? It's not somebody that I married. And even if I did, why would you be pissed? You were banging everything all over space, right? How many like aliens were you procreating with? Like literally, Mark showed up here with another son that belonged to you, saying that like, we have to raise him, right? So like, who are you to get mad at me about this kind of thing? And Nolan's response is, well, I'm not upset, I'm just kind of disappointed. Now, for her part, Deborah's right here, right? Nolan's got no reason to be mad, right? He's got no reason to even be upset. Now, in the middle of all that, Cecil comes barging in, right? The last person that needs to be here. Cecil comes barging in here, right? Immediately starts unloading on Nolan out of a bit of a panic, and then realizes, oh yeah, that's right, this guy's reformed, right? So the funny thing about this is, for all the pomp and circumstance about Cecil, as much as he kind of buffs himself up and makes himself up to be a big deal, no, like he's almost kind of panicking and is kind of glad the war's not coming. The reality is humanity would have been woefully unprepared, even with Cecil creating all these invincible, powered beings, right? Using all those alternate reality versions of Invincible and kind of like reforming them to turn them into basically henchmen, like robotic henchmen. Even then, it wouldn't matter, right? I mean, like they would still get obliterated, especially at the hands of the forces of all the other Viltrumites. But with the war being over, Cecil's kind of like, okay, cool. Now at that point, you pick up with Mark, right? The one thing you guys want to see, you pick up with Mark, he flies over there, he ends up coming across Adam Eve. He was like, hey, like it's me, like the war's over, I'm back, everything's okay, baby, everything's cool, we can all get back to normal. She's like, no, don't come any closer, right? And he's like, why? And then you see Adam Eve, she hates the way she looks, right? And like, Adam Eve, what happened to you, girl? I'll tell you what happened. Adam Eve got thick. That's what happened, man. Adam Eve got thick. But nonetheless, right, like at the end of the day, she feels hideous, right? She sees herself as exceedingly unattractive and hideous. Mark doesn't care, man. He's just happy to see his girl. And I totally understand, right? Like, I'd be the same way. I'd be like, man, girl, I ain't seen you in like 10 months, right? Like, I don't much care. And it's kind of crazy because Adam Eve's been like, she's been holding on by a thread, right? And that's one of the things to keep in mind is that Adam Eve was just crazy in love with Mark, right? Like head over heels in love with this guy. And she understood why he had to leave. Like the whole situation between Adam Eve and Mark like juxtaposes the whole situation with Nolan and Deborah in almost a perfect way, right? That where Nolan bailed out, Mark had to go, right? Mark didn't want to go, but he had to go, right? And he almost kind of went with her understanding and really did leave with her understanding why he had to leave in the first place. But nonetheless, for her, it's been extremely difficult, right? She recently got her powers back, which is kind of a cool thing. But for the most part, the emotional and mental anguish of knowing that Mark could die at any point while he's out there in this war was just a little too much for her to handle. Because at the end of the day, she thought Mark was dead, right? And that's kind of the big issue that goes on here is Mark told her explicitly, I don't know how long I'm going to be gone for. I could be gone for weeks, I could be gone for months, I could be gone for years, right? And she, you know, he left with her knowing that, and she allowed him to leave knowing that, right? I guess try to make peace with it as best as she possibly could, but she didn't know, right? I mean, he's on like the other side of the universe. There was no way for her to know. And the reality is her imagination ran away with it, right? Her imagination ran away with the idea that Mark's dead. She never heard a single thing from him. For Nolan and Debbie, what you actually get here is this interesting scenario where Debbie's highly conflicted. And the reason for this is because as she's sitting down talking to Nolan, she says, the truth is, after seeing you again, things with Paul just felt wrong. Not that I believe a word of what you said, that you have feelings for me, that you regret what you've done. There's no way to come back from that. And the response of Nolan here is, and yet after seeing me, you could no longer stand to be with another man. And he says, I wish that there was some way to make you aware of just how much I've missed you. And the crazy thing is Debbie kind of wants to forgive him, but she can't bring herself to, right? That's the conflict coming in. That's the conflict coming in, right? When she looks at her husband, she doesn't see the Nolan that she was in love with and had Mark with, and they were going to live happily ever after. When she sees her husband, she sees a man that almost destroyed the world, fought, you know, and almost killed her son in the process and then left. She sees a villain, right? She sees just a villain. More so than that, a villain that betrayed her son, and betrayed everything they stood for. A man that seemingly every word he said to her was a lie. And a lot of that's because for Nolan, he didn't realize that he actually cared about Debbie until she was gone, until he left. In that moment when he left, when he was talking to Mark, you guys remember that whole discussion. Whether you saw the show, whether you saw whether you read the comic, you guys saw that discussion. He looked down on humanity. Humanity was lower than him, lower than he was. He even saw his wife Debbie as something akin to like a primitive ape, right? Something that was just kind of entertaining, right? Not really something to laugh at, but like humanity was so primitive in relation to the Viltrumites. They live for thousands of years. She'll die after 80. And so it's one of those things where you're kind of like, you know, you see that she had kind of experienced all of that, right? Even when like the whole video was leaked to the public, right? When she saw all of that, she felt betrayed in the most egregious way because now she knows how he actually saw her. And then here he is now saying, I missed you, I loved you, baby, take me back. And how do you come back from that, right? How do you believe that? And she even says that, right? Nolan says, I can never take back what I did to you. I understand that. All I can say is that I was misguided, lost. There were so many emotions, conflicting thoughts. I had thousands of years of beliefs to overcome. You have to try and understand. The response, she says, is no. I don't have to understand a damn thing. You ruined my life. Don't you understand that? You ruined everything. And she says, I wish everything could go back to the way that it was before. And the response of Nolan is, things will never go back, but I'll never lie to you again. But that's the issue, right? That's the issue here. There are things that happen in a relationship, things that you will do, things that you will say. Maybe not because you intend to, maybe because you intend to, but your relationship will cross a line that it cannot come back from. Things will never, ever, ever be the same. No matter how long things go on for, the rest of your life, right? Nolan could just continue on with Deborah until the end of her life, right? Because he'll outlive her, and she will never look at him the way she did before everything popped off in the beginning of the story, right? She'll never see him the same way. She'll never hold his hand the same way. She'll never kiss him the same way. She'll never make love to him the same way. It'll never, ever be the same as it used to be. It's just the way those things are. And so following that, you pick back up with Mark, right? When he gets back over to Eve's place and she's trying on her costume, and she's like, does this make my butt look bigger? And Mark's like, damn, son. that thick, right? I mean, she looks good as hell. He's like, man, sweetheart, you don't need to lose that weight. And right, Mark's feeling it, son. He's absolutely feeling it. But you kind of get this bit of a discussion going on, right? And things kind of return a little bit to normal insofar as you have Eve who's over talking to Mark's mom, and they're kind of, getting together, and things are kind of getting back to normal a little bit. And in fact, they kind of, make some funny jokes about Mark and, when he was younger, and some of those little embarrassing moments and things along those lines. But there's really a lot of familiarity, and there's a lot of comfort with things going back to normal. And one of the things that happens is that Mark and Adam Eve actually end up going to visit the home of Immortal and Dupli-Kate, right? Only to find out that like they've been procreating like rabbits, right? They actually got a couple of kids going on, and they're like, man, now Eve immediately doesn't really take to the idea of the kids being there, right? She's just kind of like, she seems a little off about those kids. And so of course, you have like Mark who thinks they're absolutely adorable, and like Immortal's just like, yeah, man, the kids like, they like to eat early, right? Like, I hope you don't mind, like we've already made dinner. And Mark's like, that's cool, man. It's like, they're all kind of hanging out, and they're eating, and they're having a good time, right? Talking about the idea of having twins and so on and so forth. And it's kind of interesting, right? Just kind of a bit of a discussion and just general conversation there. Now, there does come a point when Dupli-Kate's giving the twins a bath, and Eve is there, but she doesn't want to be there, right? She seems just so uncomfortable, right? This discussion that they used to have when they used to talk about the idea of like, Eve and Mark having kids and settling down, buying a house, that kind of typical nuclear family, right? Midwestern American kind of thing. And it's one of those things where Eve just doesn't really seem to want to have anything to do with it anymore. Over the course of these last 10 months, there was just like an extreme shift in the way that Eve saw her life playing out with Mark versus the way she sees it now. But the funny thing is, it doesn't really have much to do with Mark, right? Instead, when Eve is asked by Dupli-Kate, are you okay? She's like, no, I'm not. I am not okay. And she races out of the room, right? She basically hands the kids back over to Dupli-Kate and takes off. Once she gets outside, Mark's like, okay, what's going on, right? Kate said that you were crying and that, you're upset. Like, what's going on? And where she initially tries to kind of brush it off, right? Wipe her eyes, clean herself up and say, I'm fine. I just needed some air. Mark knows her better than that. And Mark's like, no, like what's going on, right? Like, what's happening? Is it something that Kate said? Like, what's going on? And Eve stops and says, no, you just need to listen. What she reveals is she had an abortion, right? And like the whole, like in her mind, the whole reason behind that is she was basically pregnant at the time that Mark left, right? Mark got Eve pregnant, and she couldn't go through with a kid, right? She couldn't do it alone. She couldn't raise a kid by herself. She couldn't try to navigate these waters by herself, knowing her husband was probably dead out there somewhere. That the belief that her husband died had this massive impact on her, and she aborted her child in the process. And so at that point, she's not really able to handle the situation, right? It's why she ran away from the idea of kids, when she was holding Dupli-Kate's kids, because it reminds her of the life that she gave up, right? It reminds her of something she sacrificed here. And so where Mark comforts her as best as he can, at the end of the day, it's crushing for him too, right? Because he could have potentially had a child here, and now he doesn't have one. And then you get probably one of the most asshole moments of the whole story, where Dupli-Kate's like, I give him another week tops, right? Like, I love Eve, but she just can't keep a man happy. She's got way too many issues, right? It's a dickhead thing to say, to be honest. But at the end of the day, I guess she doesn't say it where Eve and Mark can hear her, because if she did, I imagine Eve probably would have just beat the hell out of her. At the end of the day, the two of them, just kind of cry together. And this really seems to be, given the future depiction that we saw of Eve and Mark, the idea that like they just never really seem to get together, that almost seems like a guaranteed future, right? One way or another, it just doesn't work out between the two of them. Whether it's because Mark just never really tells her how she feels, and so she spends all this time pining over him, never moves on and finds anybody else and ends up miserable, or if it's because of the fact that something like this happens that drives a wedge. Because the reality is, when it comes to a decision like that can drive a wedge between two people, right? The loss of a child, whether it's through abortion or through like an early death from an accident, whatever the case is, that can kill relationships. And so the result of that is it seems like Mark and Eve are kind of at an impasse, and whether or not they'll get together, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.